Yeah, we can talk about that. Yeah,
It's
I
kind
definitely
of
really like how the movie does kind of illustrate, through visuals, as well as like just through montage, just kind of showcasing the setting. That obviously isn't just that's not just like a callback to the original film. Obviously, I mean it is, but it's
and
mainly just to set up like why Ann Darrow's going to end up in the situation that she's in. It essentially does really well at sort of showcasing why, like how Ann Darrow's going to end up being in the place that she's at with her vaudeville gig being shut down, and how that kind of facilitates the rest of her story going forward because of the Great Depression going on and how everything is kind of shit
woohoo,
except
we're
for
out.
people who can afford to like the guy she was trying to talk to after her vaudeville place got shut down.
Yeah, actually, it shows why everyone will be so desperate as to go into like whatever island that they don't really know about.
Yeah, or even a whorehouse,
Yeah.
like the guy tries to send Anne to, but she's all like, no.
Yeah, that was.
Nah, I'd
that
rather
was
starve
funny.
than deprave myself.
Mhm.
At this point, you had better chances on the streets than like doing that.
So, I have a question about Carl Down's introduction to the movie and his talk with the film producers on his talk with the film. My question is, how did he manage to find the map of Skull Island?
I think
I don't think that's. Oh yeah, you first.
I believe he mentioned this like later on, like he found it somewhere, or like he found it from like a shipwrecked person who like actually been there and was like washed up somewhere, like in Asia, like specifically around that kind of like territory, since it's supposed to take place in the Pacific.
Yep.
Like he says that later on.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
in the
It's
South
it's
Pacific.
he says something about it, like that. I definitely remember the original kind of establishing that he found it from someone who got a ship who was kind of like from a shipwreck. Like shortly the following day, he got the map from that guy. But like the remake, I think he may have got it from somewhere. There could be a line there.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm reading a comment from Vic. It says King Kong too long.
King
Yeah,
Kong
too short.
Yeah. I will say, like, there is like the scene where Anne. I mean, just to kind of like backtrack a little bit, we'll get back to the introductory scene of Denim. Yeah, I will say, like the last conversation that Anne has with the old gentleman who's pretty much says like, you're all I've got. When he says like, I'm moving back to Chicago, right afterwards he kind of like starts telling her like, oh, ever since you've been small, everybody's been letting you down. And when you thought things are going well, fate comes along and snatches it away, but not this time. It's a bit. I will say, I do think it's a bit clunky in terms of like trying to like establish like Anne's like a kind of girl who who's had it tough, like not just during the Great Depression, but even before that. Like she's always been struggling. I wish there was like a better way to present that fact than just to kind of have like laid it out on us, by a character who pretty much him telling her that would just be like, well, she would be like, yeah, I kind of figured that, but
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, that's one of those things where it's like, how else could you do that? Like if that's so important, to establish that. Like it will take some time for you to do it organically, so it's like, might as well just make it quick.
Yeah. Just saying it could have been a little better, but anyways, the Denim introduction. As far now, I pretty much know that Zim is not a fan of this movie.
What? He doesn't like this either?
Yeah.
Well, he's especially,
Jesus.
from what I understand, he's especially not a fan of like how this movie does Carl Denham, from what I recall, because like it's very different from the original.
So he already doesn't like two of the best remakes ever made: King Kong 2005 and Godzilla 98.
Oh, come
How?
on! Why?
Oh my god!
No, never. I
Wow. Is not a remake.
Forever. I am on Zinzilla's side on anti-Godzilla 1998. That's for sure.
Bros.
But
I mean, you
wow,
don't.
wow,
Like,
buddy, wow. What do you
You
mean
are
I'm
that
sorry, but I
Wow,
could at least understand why he doesn't like
You are
98,
a
but he has no
fucking
excuse for
heretic.
Congo 5. He has
Yeah,
Actually,
no
exactly.
what the
actually, I would
hell?
say some of his criticisms are incredibly valid. But that's besides the point. I'm going off memory here, so
but
pardon
wow,
if I don't say much.
wow, my guy. What do you mean that 98 is a remake of 1954?
I know that was the joke.
What?
That was the joke. I wanted to ask you guys something because here's the thing. Like, I always heard people complaining about Jack Black in this movie.
Yeah.
I never really thought that he was a problem. I don't really care if he's different from, the original. I still think it works here.
Yeah,
I mean,
he's still a piece of shit.
He does a
Yeah.
pretty good job in the film. all
Yeah,
things
I mean, the original Carl Denham is a bit different. Like, he's pretty much definitely not to the same degree as Jack Black's take on Carl Denham.
For
But
one
what I would
thing,
say is
he's
like,
more charismatic.
right. I mean, well, they both have charisma. It's just that Black's Carl Denham is like going at is in a different angle than the original Carl Denham in terms of like how he's characterized, as well as like how the events of on Skull Island kind of like alter them, change them essentially.
And to be fair, it's not even like Jack Black is doing like that thing when actors do, like for example, Will Smith almost always just acts as Will Smith, right? And lately,
Yeah, I mean,
Jack Black is
hell-
mostly just acting as Jack Black. But in this
Yeah.
movie, I never felt
I-
that way. So
I mean, to
I
be fair, this was
personally-
like
I-
early on in his career. Like this
Yeah,
is
this
relatively early.
Yeah, this was really early into his career. Personally, I don't mind Jack Black acting like Jack Black. Like, even when he does play an antagonistic role, like in Bowser in the Mario movie, it's still a lot of fun to watch.
And I do think Jack's role as Carl Denham is much better than a majority of Jack's other roles in other movies, with the exception of course, Kung Fu Panda.
No, I'll give you that. I'll give you that.
Wait, what about Kung Fu Panda?
Kung Fu Panda was a better role. I'll give you that.
Yeah, like
I do-
I said that.
I do agree with Zim's criticism that I feel like Jack Black's, that Carl Denham is somewhat undercooked. Like, or at least the seeing of the error of his ways is a little bit too half-baked. Which I do feel like, and this does come to the boat scene, I feel like the boat stuff, like, everyone says that that's the weakest part of the film, and I wholeheartedly agree.
Yeah, I will agree,
Because
but it does.
Because there's so many other characters that it sets up that it feels like
Yeah.
it neglects our primary antagonist a lot.
The thing is, though, is like you said, like, so what do you mean when you say Carl Denham's seeing the error of his ways was half baked? How would
well,
you?
he never gets really punished. Is that what Sim says? Like he never actually
That's
gets
not what
punished
Zim
for.
said. I feel like the madness attempt, and then Denham coming out of that madness with the whole "it was beauty that killed the beast" line came across as like a snap of his fingers.
Oh, yeah, I guess,
I
yeah,
mean,
yeah. It always
yeah.
felt like a little bit too poetic.
Granted, I would also levy a similar criticism. The thing that hurts it a little bit more here is that the film had time to expand on that madness and to expand on Jack's, I guess, give him a heftier conflict or something. But it really didn't do that.
Yeah, well, I mean, like, considering like the fact that Carl, we see like ultimately how the experience on Skull Island has sort of like he's kind of been getting more and more dehumanized, essentially, in terms of like he's straying away from even the kind of man that he typically is, which already not that great of a guy. In fact, he even may even come up as he's even a bit of a, bit of a con artist, at the start of the film when he's like trying to have the venture like, sail off before the police and the producers show up to get his ass. But the experiences on Skull Island like dehumanize him to where he would just like he's even with like it's not in the theatrical version, it's only the extended, but like after at the end of the Pteranodon sequence where one guy like gets gobbled up by the Pteranodon, like Carl's like actually was just checking to see if the camera's okay because they were in water, and he's like just spinning the reel and doing the filming. He's like, okay, it's working, thank God. And he's like doing it while the guy gets eaten, and and he's just like he's sort of unfazed by it. And then him losing the camera, then he loses the camera, and that results in him just. Hold on.
I was just gonna say, and Lumpy had a rightful reaction to what he just did. Lumpy, when he watched Carl Denham look up his camera right then, trying to help a fellow crew member escape from Pteranodon,
Well, no, what Lumpy pretty much said after the crew member got killed, while Carl was still filming, he was like, "You think you got that? You think you got that?" In like a way of like, wow, dude, really? Like that was like a potentially a buddy of mine that just got killed, and you're filming that for your movie. It's
basically filming a snuff tape. Basically.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of like a snuff thing. And yeah, he loses the camera. He obviously crawls out. They get out of the bug pit, and he's all like, "No, we can still come out of this. Okay, we just once Jack gets Anne, Kong will just follow them back to us, and we'll just set up a trap." Like Carl even like using Jack, his screenwriter, and Anne, like his actress, as bait to get Kong for Kong to like just grab Anne and kill Jack. But obviously, it's luring them to try to get Kong to sort of follow them to the village so that they can capture Kong.
Which sadly they didn't appear in that sequence.
Yeah, it's a little. The Skull Islanders are never, or the Skull Islanders are nowhere to be seen during the sequence where Kong gets captured.
Yeah, I will say that
pretty
is
confusing
weird.
considering that in the original we got to see him one more time before he caused some rampage.
Yeah, I mean it is a little strange. You could. It's possible that you could potentially infer that they just like scared them off, or even just like Englehorn, while they were there, they just get the fuck out, like essentially like evicted them away.
Yeah,
but
out of the sharks.
Yeah, I mean, like considering that like he showed up, like the first time he showed up, he was like gunning down one of the natives before he could kill Carl because the natives were pretty much like. From Englehorn's perspective, the natives were like were pretty much killing everybody that were on the island. We're killing them, and so the second time that that him and the rest of the crew show back up with guns, firing in the air when Anne gets sacrificed to Kong, then the natives are like, oh crap, like they're just gonna keep coming back, so we're just gonna bolt essentially. Now again, this is like total inference, but there's some room to at least interpret that may have been what happened. So,
like in summary, there are some issues with maybe Jack Black's character, but it's mostly it's not that there's something necessarily like fully wrong with what is on screen. It's mostly what's not really there, what's missing. It's like his arc is kind of not really fulfilled or complete.
Well, I mean, there's even there's also the whole thing of when Carl presents Kong, at the on stage, and then Kong is like starts breaking out. There is like this whole like he does kind of like stand. He's like there's like a shot of him just like standing in shock after Kong escapes. Before and obviously, and that's the last we see of him before the Beauty killed the Beast scene.
Yeah.
And the film even sort of like has it where Jack is all like, that's the thing about Carl, like he has like this unwavering ability to destroy the things he loves. Like essentially, like Carl just like making a spectacle, like out of like the fact that like out of like the adventures on Skull Island that were like horrifying when they actually happened. But he's just like putting it up for a show essentially on
Maybe that's
stage.
his way of coping.
Yep.
Yeah, it's kind of like it's kind of like coping, and Preston and Jack kind of see through the bullshit. That it's like, he's putting up a show, and Anne she just turned him down flat to even show up.
And not to mention, even Bruce Baxter was there along with it.
Yeah, Bruce Baxter's like the one guy who would just show up because it's like, hey, like, yeah, sure, I'll.
He's like the actor,
Bruce
right?
Baxter, you say?
Yeah,
Like-
he's the one that looks like Seth MacFarlane.
He's
Isn't-
he's played by Kyle Chandler, who
Yeah, the guy from King of the Monsters. Yeah.
Yeah, he's
and then
Mark
Godzilla
Russell.
versus Kong. Ironic, he played in a Kong and a Godzilla movie before being in a Godzilla and Kong crossover. Isn't that poetic?
It's like
Yeah, that is actually kind of funny. You know, like that
It's
guy
like
who was
poetry,
killed
it
by a
rhymes.
Terminator, Predator, and an alien. Who was that? I think it was the actor for
Now all we
Hellraise.
need to do is get him into a Gamera film and an Ultraman piece of media. Maybe in the Ultraman
Yes.
Rising sequel. I don't know.
If
that
only
film
they
ever-
were in the MonsterVerse.
We don't need the MonsterVerse to be more bloated.
No.
I
Here's the
just wanted
thing:
to feel like an
the
actor in
MonsterVerse
Cinematic
doesn't
Universe.
deserve Gamera.
Nope.
I'd rather there
Nope.
be
Let
an
Gamera
American
Gamera
Gamera.
shine. Let Gamera shine on his own, please.
I'd rather
Not
only
have
that,
an
like-
American reboot on his own.
I
Yeah,
guess
don't let
you-
Gamera
you-
get
you have a
stained
point.
by the trash of the MonsterVerse.
Okay,
Yeah, I
It's
mean-
too good for it.
If anything,
Yeah.
I would much rather prefer if they sacrificed Jet Jaguar for the MonsterVerse.
yeah, I'd rather have Jet Jaguar in the MonsterVerse.
Yeah,
Jet Jaguar.
Jet
yeah,
Jaguar. Oh yeah,
Yeah.
speaking of,
Jaga,
little shout out to
the real Moses.
the misconception that King Kong is Jet Jaguar. You ever see those?
That's Germany. Germany did that.
Yeah, like I
for some
remember
reason.
I remember my older cousin telling me, "Did you know that Jet Jaguar is actually King Kong, but in a metal suit?" I'm like, no,
No.
I believed this, but then the internet came along. It's like, oh, he saw it from this source.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I mean,
probably like Germany or something, because they always fuck up the names. For example, I think Evira was called Godzilla versus the Monster of Magic in some
Yeah, like-
languages.
All
no,
the
in
German
Germany.
ones.
Yeah, in Germany, like a lot of Godzilla movies, just like like they have like the
Frankenstein.
German titles
Yeah,
like Frankenstein.
Frankenstein.
Like what? Like even though Frankenstein's like they have nothing to do with Frankenstein. What is wrong with you?
Exactly.
But anyways, yeah, I mean, I guess the whole question of like how in terms of like whether or not Carl's 05 Carl Denham's I guess sort of like yeah, what do you call it? Like his turn
Faithful?
to like like turn to essentially to kind of just be like like you
Crazy.
get what I mean? Okay. Like the arc he goes on, like where his character ends up by the end of the film, and saying it's a bit half baked. It's like, like I mean, I'm kind of hearing all that, and I'm just kind of thinking, like, well, here's the thing, like what about the original didn't end with him like sort of being just kind of it's the same thing in the original, like. And honestly, and pretty much honestly, and I would say, and I wouldn't consider either the original or its take on Carl, realizing what he did, and the 05 version, realizing what he did. Like I wouldn't consider either of those half baked, really. So it's just, I'm just wondering, it's like why the 05 version would be half baked and why the original would get a pass.
I don't know. I
guess
guess
it's
only
because-
time will tell when Zim talks about it.
We're gonna have
I
a
guess
debate. I'm gonna.
We're gonna have to
destroy Zim.
grill the man. We have to grill the man about
Yeah,
this.
I'm gonna destroy Zim by stealing some.
You forget he has the
05.
power over the
05.
server.
Remember the last time
05.
you did anything with that?
Yeah, here's the thing.
I'm
Zim
sorry.
has power
Listen,
over the
I know-
server. I have power over the stream. So
Listen, 05. I know you I know you may feel confident in yourself, and I know you're trying to turn in a new leaf, but genuinely remember the last time you tried to do anything.
I
Oh
know.
God,
Yeah, that didn't end
But
well for you, buddy.
like
That
what I do want to say is
did
that
not go
actually
well.
I think that Sim would be right if you consider again the fact that the movie is so much longer, and it could have closed some of these like aspects of the character a little bit better with all the time it had.
Hmm.
Hmm.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. I guess maybe it's just like since I did watch, obviously I watched both of them back to back, and I have noticed like Carl's development from over the course of the 05 film, during the events on the Skull Island all the way into the stuff in New York. Like there's like significantly more. Like there's already it's like there's significantly more of it than original. Like I don't even. So I'm just I don't know. I'm just a bit. I'm perplexed, really. Like how you say, like, oh, the remake didn't do with Carl in terms of his development any more than the original did. It's like that's not no. It's like that's not true. It just like watching the two films back to back. Like if you ask me, the remake did more. It actually
Exactly.
did. Like. And it has, and yeah, sure, you can actually attribute to the fact that it is longer, and so they were able to, flesh them out more. And again, this is not meant to disparage the original in any way, but
Exactly.
I will say, like, this film is, I would consider this film to be better.
Yeah.
But,
that's
I
a
would
hot
agree in
take.
some ways.
I mean, obviously, I did notice, like, did mention the clunky dialogue bit about Anne, and there's like there'll be another thing that I'll address later in the remake. That's kind of like, that could have been better, and the original that could have been done better. That the original did account for better, but we'll get to that.
Also, Vic also says too long though.
GXK is too short.
You can't
though.
appreciate. You have no appreciation for the long, Vic. All right.
All right, Vic, why don't you come over here to speak your mind then?
Yeah, well. Here's the thing. One of us would have to leave because I can only fit 6 people at a time.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, never mind.
So, are we
Anyways.
going to discuss about the Adventure Crew?
Oh no. Oh no. Vic said we need an Adam Wingard cut of all 5. Oh please. No. No. No.
The
Vic,
masturbator.
Listen, Vic. If we get that, the cut's gonna be twice the length. Remember how long the original version of GVK was?
Yeah. It's even gonna be longer.
5
point-
hours of footage.
At this
Yeah.
point, it
To
might
be
as well
fair,
be a mini series.
No, it might
one
as
thing
well
that
be
I
Zack
did want to
Snyder's
say
King-
is that
it might as well be
since-
Zack Snyder's King Kong.
Exactly.
what I was going to say is that like GVK might have so much footage just because the guy didn't know what the fuck he was doing, and he recorded a lot of material just in case he needed to like bring back some things or fill up some plot holes or stuff like that. Like
Yeah.
maybe it was just unorganized instead of actually purposeful footage.
Yeah.
Maybe it could
Yeah,
maybe it would include some stuff like left out like in the film's novel or whatever.
I'd still like to see the footage for preservation's sake. Like, no matter what it fixes, I'd like to see it.
Yeah.
Me too.
Yeah, but like for example, the novelization I think doesn't really add a lot. To be fair, it mostly has people wondering like why Godzilla is coming here and there and stuff like that, and they talk about it a little bit more. So Chandler actually has more of a role, but
Yeah.
that's kind of it.
Yeah, maybe,
That's it.
or even there could be like an there could even be potentially like an alternate version of the scene with Madison, with like his scene with Madison, at the Pensacola relief center thing. That's like not as like oh, so why would Mark even think like Godzilla could just just change suddenly? Like like without reason when he pretty much had a whole arc in King of the Monsters, like understanding that Godzilla's reasoning.
Do I have to remind
Maybe
all of you
because
that
there's
I
this.
absolutely
Not
despise
not to
GVK?
derail everything. Like maybe it just has to do with like
Me
the
too,
events of the
Hoshi.
movie were
Me
so
too.
unprecedented, like with the whole Apex thing. So
But anyways, back
Once
to
again,
Yeah,
GVK
back to
is a train
05.
wreck.
I mean, again, let's not. I mean, I know it's still kind of con related in a tangential sense, but let's get back to '05, Kong '05.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know it's tempting to talk about Monsterverse, but let's just move away.
Yeah.
we talk about Monsterverse plenty already. So
Yeah.
let's
Let's
just
talk about the
So
better
for Kong
movie.
05,
oh my god.
any other characters we missed or?
There's Jack Driscoll.
well, I mean,
Oh,
I think someone wanted to talk about the Venture crew, but I guess
That was me. That was me.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, let's,
Well, I mean,
let's talk about the crew.
The funny thing is, like Hayes is also like it is sort of a component to a point that would be regarding Jack Driscoll, because of the fact that this film kind of and I think this is something that Zim brought up as well, where Jack Driscoll, Bruce Baxter, and Hayes are essentially like three analogs about John Driscoll from the original.
You mean Jack Driscoll?
No, the original version of Driscoll is named John Driscoll.
Ah.
Really?
Yeah, really.
I did not know that.
Yeah, he's the first mate of the Venture in the original. Yeah, so basically he kind of has the similar role as Hayes in '05 in terms of like as a member of the crew, but he has like the name of Driscoll, and you got that. And you have like and you also obviously have the the cute little throwback to the original, where you have Bruce Baxter and essentially like saying the same lines as the original, but obviously for a fictional in-universe film that Carl's trying to make. They're like, I'm so excited! I've never been on a ship before. I've never been on one with a woman before.
And you know about them women, see?
And one thing I wanted to ask you guys, since you're American, what's that accent supposed to be?
It's supposed to be
American?
New York.
New
New
York.
Yorkian.
Okay.
Forget about it. I'm walking here, you fucking smoke.
Yeah. Yeah. Get on with
Pepperoni.
it. Get.
Basically how Danny DeVito talks there.
Yeah.
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 Okay.
But yeah, I guess we could pretty much. Yeah, I guess we'll kind of go over the crew, because even though the film definitely does give more lines to the crew in the remake than the original ever did. They're pretty straightforward. In terms of like talking, like you got like Lumpy and Choi. Like you got they're basically buddies, obviously.
You got Jimmy and Hayes.
I think the crew is like really good. The thing is, you do need to wonder like how worth it is it to invest like a lot of time on them instead of, for example, like I don't know, like giving, for example, for Jack's character a little bit more like development or whatever.
I mean, I guess you could say
also
like
that you don't see them afterwards.
I
They
guess it's mainly
disappear.
I guess it's mainly just because the film actually kind of bothered to gives like names and faces to what would essentially be like red in some personality to what would essentially be like red shirts, so that there's like a bit of to like give them like some bit of humanity to them, to where you actually do kind of feel bad for them. Like when Lumpy,
and they feel real too.
Lumpy's sad about it.
Yeah.
So there's something to that, or when Hayes dies and Jimmy's essentially loses a father figure.
Poor Hayes.
Poor
Yep.
Hayes.
Oh,
Yeah,
man.
I honestly I wish we had seen Jimmy like when they get back to the US, to be fair, because I did feel like the investment was there like emotionally, and then they just like out of the story completely. Like I didn't need them to like chase Anne during the city thing, necessarily, but I feel like no one really, they disappear, and it feels like you're left with like this big hole because like you spend the entire movie with them in the end. So
Yep.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's a shame that Jimmy didn't come back in the New York sequence because otherwise, I feel like he would have added more drama to the sequence when Kong escapes from the theater and goes on a rampage.
I mean, you could say he could have died.
Well, he did. Well, here's the thing: he didn't really. Well, Jimmy didn't die because like Jack actually kind of like like helps him out, helps him like in the water during
He's not moving though. He has his eyes shut. Like,
he
was
could be he could
was
be out
knocked
of it.
unconscious.
Well, he could be unconscious, yeah, because they did get thrown thrown off a
They
boat by
got their
Kong.
shit through.
Yeah, so yeah, I mean when you
They
get
got their
ragdolled
shit
like
knocked
that,
out.
you probably are gonna get unconscious at least.
Mhm.
Yeah, I never thought that was dead in all the times I watched the movie.
Yeah, I've never really thought he was dead,
Yeah.
but yeah.
Plus,
Yeah.
that would have been cheap if he died right there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's a bit cheaper. Yeah, it would have been cheap if he died right there.
Mm-hmm.
I will say I do like Anglehorn, quite a bit.
Did we talk about Lumpy?
Lumpy.
Yeah.
Well, he's
I
the
think we
cook,
did.
and obviously Andy Serkis playing him, who also
Yeah.
played the mocap for Kong. So
And then
Caesar.
who went on to become Caesar? Oh my
Alright.
god!
Together, strong.
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, obviously Andy Serkis kind of carrying over from working with Peter Jackson in the Lord of the Rings movies, where he
Yeah.
played Gollum.
You
So
want to know what I hope Andy Serkis portrays as?
But
Gamera.
That'd be
No.
a fun one. That'd be a fun one.
Yeah.
sure, why not?
hmm.
Why not?
Anyways, so are we going to just talk about the theme where Lumpy, along with Anglehorn, talk about the scene of the survivors and how they managed to take a message on Skull Island when they were talking to Denim and Preston?
Oh yeah, when they were like pressing him about like we're not going to Singapore, are we? Yeah,
Yep.
yeah.
And then and then Lumpy starts talking about the legend of Skull Island and the wall and the legend of Kong and how the two survivors went mad over
Like,
it.
yeah, he doesn't say necessarily say Kong in name. He just mentions there's some legends of a creature, neither beast nor man, but something monstrous.
monstrous. Yeah.
Mhm.
A lion or a tiger.
Yeah, it's definitely a pretty definitely sets up, like, even if you've never seen the original, it does like set up like really well, like, oh shit, what are they in for when they get to this island? I mean, like, obviously, obviously, if you like see like DVD cover of like King Kong and you see like a giant
Or
gorilla,
see all the marketing and advertising.
yeah, I mean, if you ignore the marketing and advertising and you go into it like completely, I mean, that might be impossible, but
No, I mean, if you were blind, yeah, it's completely possible.
True.
yeah, I mean, and even then, like, you don't even need marketing or advertising for 05. Like the original alone is like one of the most referenced movies ever.
They literally created a bunch of careers for
It
everyone.
sure has.
Yeah,
But
like,
in general, this sequence does such a great job of actually building up to Kong and his world and what they're trying to recover.
yeah, what they're about to find themselves into, and what they find themselves what they're about to get themselves into, essentially.
They're going to Australia. That's what.
They're essentially going to Australia on steroids.
Very
It's
Oh,
Australia
God.
too.
brutal, a very dark, brutal, almost Heian era Infinity Castle equivalent of Australia.
Yeah, it's
Yep.
like it's basically
Yeah.
they're basically just going to Australia. The fact that there's dinosaurs in it, it's almost just like, yeah, okay, it's not that much of that far of a sleep.
I mean,
It's
Australia
Yeah,
does
Australia
have
too.
the
Electric Boogaloo.
It's the island that it would be close to. That would be the closest analogy. The Cocos Island is very close to Australia, so.
Are there dinosaurs on it? Do we know?
but
Um,
Australia does have the Barunjor.
What?
The what?
The Barunjor.
The
It's a
Barunjor.
cryptid.
Okay, is that a lizard or is it
A
or is it?
dinosaur.
yeah,
I think
Australia
you're
has an
supposed to be saying
interesting.
dinosaur, but
Yeah, Australia has a wide variety of dinosaurs. I need to do some research on Australian dinosaurs.
Well, had dinosaurs.
no,
Yeah.
they still have
Had.
dinosaurs. Have you met a
Had.
cassowary?
Yeah, the crocodiles and the parentes.
Crocodiles,
What was the
cassowaries,
dragon?
emus. The fact that Australia lost a war against emus.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, in the extended cut of King Kong has of Congo 5 has like an emu like creature that they
Yeah.
brought.
Yeah, like a terror bird. Yeah.
It's a terror
Yeah.
bird.
Yeah. But yeah, we'll pretty much get to the wildlife and the world building elements of Skull Island in a bit there. But yeah, anyways, I guess we should just get into Jack Driscoll now.
Yeah.
Played by Andrew Brody.
Adrian Brody, yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
So what are your guys' thoughts on him?
He's all right.
I like him.
Yeah, I love him.
I mean,
Yeah,
cool.
really.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He serves his job well.
Yeah, I mean, and I guess the broader discussion, like in again, this is like referring to like Zim talk about like how how Jack Driscoll, Bruce Baxter, and Hayes, they're all essentially just like essentially like they took the original version of Driscoll and just kind of like split him into three characters in a way. Where you have like Bruce Baxter, who kind of first of all, Bruce Baxter standing as like I would say he stands as like a subversion of like the hero archetype, where even though he always is playing like a hero in an in-universe film in in-universe Hollywood films, like he's not very heroic. Like he kind of, which I mean, given the fact that he's on an island filled with dinosaurs, that's like that could just kill him in the blink of an eye, like you can't entirely blame him for focusing on his self-preservation, but there is like a point where you're just like, yeah, but you did sign up to try to help Jack and everybody else get Anne back. So at that point, why did you even come with? At this
Yeah,
point,
but then just in case I'm misremembering, doesn't he like save the guys from the bugs?
yeah, like he comes. Yeah, well, he goes. Yeah, they kind of say like he went back. Like when he got back with Engelhort, is like. Like maybe we should probably help with the rest of the guys. I will say it is kind of weird that they didn't like show Bruce Baxter like just sort of having a potential thing. Like shit. All right. Well, if I just get, hopefully, if I can just convince Engelhorn to have him and some other guys like just come with to help with Jack. Pretty much would have been nice to see something like that, but then again, I suppose it would have taken away from like the sort of like surprise of like, oh hey, the cavalry's here to save our heroes from the bug pit of hell.
Yeah.
But yeah, like it would have been nice if we saw like how he was able to how Bruce would bring himself to come through, later on.
But then we wouldn't have gotten the spider pit sequence.
True.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you probably still could. You would just have to like. You would just have to like figure out how to fit the
Jack
Baxter
does call
scene.
him out a
Yeah,
fake,
yeah. Vic
sorry.
brought up a good point. Like he did like call it the.
He's all Jack is all like, I always knew you weren't like how you were in the films. I just I just didn't think you would be a coward.
Yep.
That's the line, and that's what leads to him saving them from the bugs.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I guess there's like probably some tissue that you could have put in to connect the two, I suppose. But all right.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of fine. And even then, like obviously, Bruce Baxter still kind of focuses on his self-preservation. When Kong starts breaking out in New York, Like he's like the first to recognize like shit's about to hit the fan. He's like, "Excuse me, we're coming through. Excuse me, let me through."
Yep.
Yeah, he wasn't stupid. And there's nothing necessarily wrong
It
with the
wasn't
character. I think
stupid at
that
all.
yeah, I think that he's what most people would really truly be.
Yeah, it's like you people are dumbasses.
Yeah, it's just saying, "Oh, I will do something different. I will be better." But yeah, did you actually see a Velociraptor eat someone's head?
Right? No, like so, like
Yeah,
Bruce
like-
Baxter at this point, you could say he was like a Skull Island veteran at this point.
Yeah.
So he's like
He's been to the trenches.
yeah.
True.
Yeah, he's all like, "You guys aren't ready." He's like, "Yeah, you guys might want to leave." In fact, I'm gonna go. In fact, but I'm not gonna stick around to try to help you guys leave. Okay? I mean, Jack and Preston were trying to. People are all like, "Get your own seat." It's like, no, dumbass, bro. You're about to get killed by a giant gorilla potentially. Well, potentially killed if assuming he breaks out of the chains, which he does.
These chains are off.
The chains are off.
Rah!
And anyway, yeah, and then you have and obviously you got Hayes, who is the first mate of the Venture in the '05 version. Kind of like John Driscoll in the original, but obviously the
second best
subversion.
character. He's the second best character in my opinion in the movie.
Oh, is he the
It's-
father figure for Jimmy?
Yes.
Yeah, he's the father figure for Jimmy.
And the one who dies. Ooh.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's what I was about to say. He's about, you think he's about to, go out, in a heroic fashion, when he's, confronting Kong, but he just pretty much essentially just gets thrown to the side and thrown into the pit.
And do you want to know what the sad part is? Do you want to know how his death was in the video game?
What?
What?
He died while V-Rex was trying to get to Kong. When he was trying to, shoot Kong, V-Rex just stomps him when he was trying to rush to Kong in the most hilarious way imaginable.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you could say the movie version was kind of a bit more tasteful about killing Hayes off than the game did, because the T-Rex the V-Rex was charging towards Kong and Hayes was just in the way, so he just gets trampled.
Mm-hmm.
So that's but obviously in this film it's a bit more Kong grabs him, even sort of starts crushing him. He's all like, "Jimmy, go with Jack. You guys need to go right now." He's trying to get a shot at Kong in the face, but of course, that
He yeets them. He yeets them.
he pretty much yeets him. Yeah, yeah, and he essentially just sort of dies all the other crew members, a lot of the other crew members in of the Venture. Basically, suddenly, unceremoniously, not very Hayes is a bit more ceremonious, but not by much at the end of the day. So, yeah, in fact, Hayes' death is even subtly set up earlier in the film, where during the ship ride to Skull Island, when Carl and Jack are having a conversation below deck about talking about the script, writing the script, Jack is all like, What if the first mate shows up and he has a knife in his back and he drops dead? And Carl's like, "Wait, we're gonna kill the first mate off?" And it's like, oh, oh shit, that's right. Yeah, I mean, obviously, since this is from the perspective of someone who's seen this movie multiple times, it's like, oh yeah, they did set up Hayes to die in this scene.
Yep.
It's it's pretty neat.
So,
It's like poetry. It rhymes.
It's like poetry, right?
wait, question. What are you guys' thoughts on the scene where Hayes was talking about the book, the Heart of Darkness?
Yeah, I definitely think it's a pretty neat monologue. And I suppose Heart of Darkness. I mean, I'm not the most familiar with that book. I think I may have been in a class that talked about it potentially, but just to be safe. Like I mean, like what I understand the story of it is like you have like adventurers like going down somewhere, and it's like really really dangerous. And it's like they either die or they just like lose parts of their humanity, I suppose, just in pursuit of something.
Mm-hmm.
And it's kind of like reflective of primarily Carl, I would say. Like even though he does obviously a lot of people die in the adventure, if you will, on Skull Island, but some of the people who do survive by the end, who do get off the island, they're just they're pretty much forever changed, essentially, by the experience.
You're gonna have a war with PTSD after this.
Yep.
Well, I guess that could be a perfect segue to the island itself, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, I have one last. I mean, obviously we want to talk about Jack himself because I was going to get to him now.
Mm-hmm.
He's obviously the main character, but he's not the ship. He's not the first mate. He's not an action hero. He's actually just kind of more of like a average guy, like essentially.
Well, a playwright, but an average.
Yeah, he's a playwright. Well, I mean, he's a screenwriter for Carl's film, but yeah, he is a playwright. And he kind of like brings in the subversion of like the hero type from like as we would understand from like a 30s creature feature, essentially, where he doesn't look like your average hero main protagonist, but it's ultimately like he's like the one with like the most amount of courage. I mean, obviously, you still got Hayes. There's a bit of like somewhere of like stuff in all three of these analogs, I suppose you could say. But Jack is obviously the one we primarily focus on because he's the one who actually gets the girl ultimately.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, in a story that was told in a worse way, focus on the humans instead of actually, the relationship between King Kong and yeah, he will have been the protagonist normally.
Yeah, I will say a bit of like segue into like about how the original sort of did it. I will say it was weird that the original film. I will say, well, am I echoing?
Yep, you're echoing.
Yeah, a little bit, yeah.
You were saying?
Where did that come from?
Right.
Okay.
No, it's fine.
Okay. So, yeah, what was funny about the original King Kong is that they kind of had it where, Driscoll and Ann, they were just like, hey, they're about to get married, during the scene where Kong is like, in chains and all that. Like Carl just announces that they're going to get married. Which is obviously a thing, which I always thought that was strange, and it's just like, what? It's like that's kind of unnecessary. Why do we have to have it where they're just? It seemed like I didn't really spend that much. Like the film didn't really spend that much time, with them in terms of like their relationship blossoming. Like it does a sufficient job, but it was like, but I don't know. I kind of struggled with buying that they would actually get married.
Yeah,
or want to get married,
or at least not right away. At least
right.
Not right away.
I mean, it's certainly right after the events of on the island. So and so the 05 version doesn't do that. Even though it did spend more time actually developing Jack and Anne's relationship before they get to the island, there's still even with all that development, I still would have had trouble. Would have struggled buying into oh, now they're gonna get married because after they get off the island, after they get to New York, even with that extra time added, it would have been a hard sell for me, which is why thankfully the 05 film doesn't do that. If anything, Jack and Anne are actually kind of distant from each other. It's not until Jack is like listening to some of the dialogue that he wrote for the play that he wrote for Anne, being spoken back to him. That he's like that he's gonna, and that gives him like essentially a pause for thought and just go, no, I can't lose this chance. I gotta get back with Anne. And obviously, like, Anne isn't at where Kong is at, so that's why he ends up at Carl's Kong show essentially, because he thought Anne was going to be there. So yeah, there's that.
Which, speaking of Anne, you guys have any thoughts on this version of Anne Darrow?
Most hottest woman because she was played by Naomi Watts.
That's debatable.
Don't turn this into a gooning session, even though
we're not going to turn this into gooning. No,
you're right, but let's not.
You're right.
You're right, but
you're right. He's right. He's off, but he's right.
He's out of line, but he's right.
He's out of line, but he's right.
He's out of line, but he's correct.
All right, guys, can we go back to the topic on what are your thoughts on
No, gooning session now.
Yes.
Okay, now for real.
Okay,
Now for real. I did want to say one thing. That don't you think it's weird how all of these like normal, like the typical grifter that says that we don't have like good female characters, never mentioned her.
My God.
Everyone like goes to Ripley and shit like that from the 80s and shit, but like no one ever talks about Anne. That's so
True.
weird.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's mainly because the original just had it to where she was like just sort of stigmatized that by having her be a damsel in distress. Even though like there is a bit more to her. Like I will say, obviously, I much prefer the 05 version of Anne Darrow over the 33 version. But but even the 30, not just because of looks, I want to make it clear, but also because of writing. But I want to say, like, even the 33 version, at least like put in some a bit more work into like fleshing out her character than people would want to give it credit for. It's just that the 05 version obviously does.
Plus, we can't completely disrespect the Scream Queen herself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Face is size 4.
Maybe Kong wouldn't have had to go women like her if he met someone like Ginormica.
No, my.
Okay.
Oh
sorry.
God! If we ever talk about monsters versus aliens, that's gonna be a
no.
That's gonna
I
be
know a certain someone who would be perfectly happy with Ginormica.
Who? Tell me. Who? Tell me.
I ain't stitching on my bro like that. I ain't stitching on my bro.
Okay, is it Karun?
Okay, you can say my name. It's okay.
Who I'm talking about?
No, it's not Kuru. It's not Kuru.
Yeah, it's
Black
not
Karuni.
Kuru. He's always horsing around too.
He's horsing it. He's horsing it. He's horsing it.
Kuru's the horse.
Okay. I will say, Naomi. 05 and Darrow's definitely much better characterized here because she's not the damsel in distress, and she actually is perfectly fine with Kong now, and
I mean, she is to a certain extent, but it's realistic. It's not like she's like brain dead,
Yeah,
like,
she's not. Yeah, she even does like try to just put up just. It gets to a point where she stops putting up with Kong's shit, essentially, and sort of like.
Yeah.
I think she's the real main character here.
Yeah.
Yeah, she is.
I mean, well, she is a main character, so
She pretty much is. Like her and her connection with Kong is kind of like eventually. Obviously, the film does take a good chunk of time to get to them meeting, but yeah, that is kind of like the point of this particular version. And and you pretty much have the original. Obviously, you got the original that's essentially obviously referred to as a classic example of a Beauty and the Beast story. But I would say like this film is much closer to that, especially where just sticking with the proverb, staying true to that old Arabian proverb, which is apparently fictional, which is not an actual proverb from what I understand, but it's made up for the movie. And lo, the beast looked upon the face of beauty, and beauty stayed his hand. And from that day forward, he was as one dead.
That's still a beautiful quote in my opinion.
So yeah, like if anyone were to try to say like the original kind of stays true to that proverb that is in the essentially the opening text of the original film, then you would have to concede. Then those people would have to concede that this film does it as well. In terms of like Kong is essentially the king of his domain, which is Skull Island, but he's ultimately just sort of done in by fate, because of his him being the last of his kind and looking for some kind of, and he eventually like finding companionship with Aunt Darrow, which was something that he never really experienced in his life.
If anything, I think that disproves some of Zin's argument that the tragedy is lost, because the fact that Anne was reciprocating, if not directly.
He said the tragedy is lost?
What? Somewhat.
Yeah, something like that, or at least somewhere
along those lines.
Yeah,
Something
somewhere
along
in
those
the
lines.
strangles
But
them.
still, the fact that Anne, even if she didn't fall head over heels for Kong, still actually showed the ape the closest modicum of compassion he's had in who knows how long, and yet the ape still died because of it.
Yeah.
What
It's the best characterization for Kong.
Yeah, his want for companionship his longing for companionship and finally feeling it is what ultimately does him in when that companionship is suddenly taken away by him, and that's kind of like why he would have it absolutely would have it out for Jack, because he's like the first, like when he wakes up and when Jack was trying to reach for Anne, he sees he's the first. Jack is the first thing Kong sees is like, duh, who the fuck are you?
Please, Supernova,
Exactly.
do the same thing for Godzilla, and I will be happy.
Again,
Okay,
it's too early for that. We need to see a trailer first.
we don't even have a trailer for Halo 5. We don't even know what the movie's going to be technically about.
Also, it's the Monsterverse, so don't expect anything.
Don't expect
I mean,
anything.
Don't
Brent
expect
That's kind of
anything.
harsh, though. That's
Look,
kind of
guys,
really
Grand
harsh.
Foodery.
Don't
Mother.
expect this type of writing in the MonsterVerse. Don't expect it.
Don't
But, yeah, I guess so.
I wouldn't. I'm not expecting the writing quality to be on the level of the first 3 MonsterVerse entries anymore. I'm just like I don't.
I
expect
mean,
that.
I mean,
either
crazier
like-
things have happened, C-Monster. Crazier things have happened.
True. Maybe it will, but I'm not holding my breath for it. I'm just saying, hopefully, it'll be better than the last couple of GBK entries.
and make
But
it a
anyways.
Destroy All Monsters remake.
All 5, please.
No.
Okay,
We have not gotten that
wait.
far yet.
Don't ask for it until we know for certain how
Okay.
Supernova
All right,
goes.
sorry.
Let's go
Sorry
back.
about that.
Let's
Okay.
let's
Let's
get
go
back.
to the island now. Let's go to
Let's
the
get
island.
back.
All right,
Shall
let's
we
go
talk
to the
about
island. Let's go.
The island.
Let's go to
Let's
go.
Australia.
You know,
Well, the
you
thing
have.
is-
It's funny because you have Skull Island, which is like the second most dangerous island, and then you have the Epstein Island, which is the most dangerous island.
Wait, what's the most dangerous
The
You did not
You
just
didn't
go
pull
there.
that.
What's the
You
most
did
dangerous
not
island?
just go there.
Wait, no. What island are you talking about that's the most
Wait,
dangerous?
you don't know? You don't
No,
The
I
Epstein
don't.
Island.
Oh god.
Epstein.
That island.
Oh!
Oh god.
Who's gonna tell him? Who's gonna explain to him?
Is it the island where the natives are don't want to be left alone?
No, we're talking about
No,
the
no,
most dangerous
that's
island is
Sentinel.
Epstein's Island.
No.
Oh,
Epstein-
Epstein's Island.
Wait, now you caught on.
There you go.
I'm half deaf. I'm half deaf.
I'm going to clip that and send it to my brothers.
Alright, guys. Okay. Can we go back to the subject? Can we go back to
Holy
the
fuck.
topic?
Yeah.
Kong
No,
killed
I'm
Epstein.
sorry. I'm sorry, Lau, that was perfect.
Alright,
That was
wow.
perfect.
Please.
Okay, well, fine. Let's talk about Skull Island. All right.
Yes.
All right.
That's Skull Island.
Yeah. Awesome.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
I'd say that.
It is awesome. It is an awesome,
It is
well
a
realized
nightmare
island.
to be in, that's for sure.
Oh yeah, like it's a nightmare to be on before you even see any creatures, before you even see any natives necessarily. Like just the
Yep.
creepy vibe to the whole place.
Peter Jackson knows how to make you feel scared about anything.
Yeah, like you see like bones everywhere. It just makes you wonder, like, can you imagine like how bad that place would smell? Considering like they just leave
Oh,
bodies
no.
everywhere.
Probably
Yeah.
smell like shit.
Oh,
It would
the
smell like
bug
all
pits.
kinds of ass.
the bug pits
Oh.
alone would be hell to be in.
Oh
Yeah.
hell no!
Yeah, I mean, well, yeah, before we get to that, like, how
I
do you?
would even smell semen stuff.
Wait, did you say semen?
Oh no!
I really didn't hear what he said. Like for real, what
Okay.
did you say?
Semen, yeah.
05.
Yes.
My guy.
What?
Be glad
What?
I'm not in this country. Otherwise, I would have done some pretty good beating to you, my friend.
Oh, what? What?
Good.
We're gonna...
Good beating.
He's joking.
Oh no!
Wait, but for real, what did he say?
Yeah, like what? Can you explain? Do you mean like the sailors?
Sailors. Okay.
Oh yeah. Okay.
You could have just said sailors.
Okay, I'm sorry. Let's just go back to the horrors of Skull Island.
Yeah.
No more comedy.
I mean, there will be comedy, but like adult.
No, but like I think circling back to that Unnatural History Channel video, even in the film itself, you get a really good sense of just how not just dangerous but diverse the wildlife is. Like there are, like, even without the extended sequences, there's so much going on.
Yeah.
Wait,
Oh my
why don't
God,
we
that
focus
never
before
made
we
it to
go
the
to
film.
the animal stuff? Why don't we focus on everything else? Because, like, think about
Oh,
it.
yeah.
Like, don't you think that the rocks near the island look too weird to be actual rocks? Like, I think that most of those were like buildings, and you can clearly see that because there's like skulls that were sculpted into the rocks, almost
Yeah,
as
I
if you
think-
had a yeah.
Maybe Skull Island is part of the lost continent of Mu.
That's what I was going to say. I think that
I
there
know-
is.
I know in the Book of Kong, they state the island has been slowly shrinking
Thinking.
over
Yeah,
the
thinking.
course of centuries, like sinking and being destroyed because it is smack dab in the middle of a fault line, and a very active one at that.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. It kind of it would kind of make sense considering that obviously the movie that this film is taking inspiration from, which was the original King Kong. I know, shocker.
Heck, that's a major plot point in Son of Kong.
That's what I was about to say.
Yeah.
Like, you could like sort of obviously, since this film doesn't have a sequel or let alone a Son of Kong equivalent, we pretty much don't necessarily know like if that's the
That
case.
almost
This was-
happened, actually.
Yeah, there was going to be a prequel to Peter Jackson's King Kong.
No, the sequel, Son of
No,
Kong.
it's gonna be a sequel.
Wait,
Yeah.
really?
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
actually, that was an April Fool. Actually, the sequel pitch was like an April Fool's thing where they talked about how it was like Kong like
I
fighting
swear-
Nazis or some shit.
No, I swear that was a genuine attempt at a sequel. One sec.
Well, talks maybe.
You know, like while he looks for that, yeah, like you have like all of these structures in between, and like not only you have that, like also the village itself, and once you go into the actual island, you still have all of these ruins, right? And even the velociraptors are hiding inside some of these, like they're like bursting out of the rocks, which are actually ancient.
Oh, it was an April Fool's joke. Okay.
Yeah, it was.
So, are we going to talk about the natives?
Yeah, we're getting to
I
the
was-
natives.
Yeah, I mean, I was about to get to them, but yeah.
First things first, don't attribute to malice what you can attribute to stupidity. I don't think Peter Jackson wanted to portray black people in such a manner, but eh.
It still made me
Yeah.
racist as a child. Okay, now for context. Because I don't want to make someone think that I like hate black people or anything. I come from the Arctic. Okay, there's literally no black people, and as a 5-year-old, my first exposure was that if you give a black person chocolate, they will kill you. Okay, I was easily impressionable. Okay, I think it's understandable that I was confused. I was confused for a little bit. That's all.
No, Lau, you're gonna get canceled. Holy shit!
My 5-year-old version.
Oh, no.
God. Lau, you're gonna get us canceled before the April Fool's Megalon bit comes out.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, speaking of that,
Christ.
Alex from Madagascar 2 is more Moses-like than
Oh god.
What?
Alright, can we?
I'm just laughing at the awkward silence.
Alright, can we finally
Okay.
talk about the natives, please?
Let's
talk-
let's talk about the proper.
That was the preface. I was just like, don't attribute to malice what you can attribute to stupidity. Anyways, the natives.
Yeah, the natives
Um,
definitely were horrifying, I will say. I think I will say they are more horrifying than any other the other creatures in the island, that's for sure.
Okay,
Yeah,
now that's
I-
racist for you.
Oh,
Like the bugs are way worse. Come on.
No,
Whoa!
Come on.
because they're
God.
oh,
No, but
Come
one thing Unnatural History Channel did get into is that the reaction is somewhat justified, considering the fact that they've been completely isolated. The first thing that they see any outsiders do is come up and touch one of their own children. Jesus
Like
Christ,
essentially
I'd be
harassing
terrified.
them.
Yeah.
Yeah, like Carl's like they're like even the other guys are like, look, she doesn't want the chocolate, Carl. Just let her go.
But no, he insisted on giving her a damn Hershey bar.
Yeah, and to be fair,
Which proves
because
that
you know,
Hershey
like
kills. Hershey kills apparently.
Well,
Yeah.
actually, Hershey's wasn't invented until the 50s. So,
Oh.
Maybe
actually,
it
hold on a
was,
sec.
Kit
Let me
Kat.
find that out. Look up, like, when were Hershey's chocolate bars invented?
and to be fair, after School of Rock, I would also think that I don't want my kids near someone that's so irresponsible as Jack Black. So actually, valid crash out. Just saying.
Valid crash.
Yep.
I still need to see that movie.
They were trying
That's
to
really
kill him
nice.
because they saw the future that he was going to do about.
Oh, it was Nestle.
Minecraft
It was
movie.
a Nestle bar. It was a Nestle.
Oh wait, no, Hershey.
Hershey.
Oh wait a minute. Hershey's chocolates were first made blah 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 in 1903. Okay, I'm stupid. Okay, I'm stupid. All right, I thought Hershey's was invented in the 50s. Apparently not. They were invented way earlier.
Well,
Wait,
regardless,
when
he
again?
should-
When were they invented?
1903.
Oh, so that might have been in Hershey's bar then.
it was
Okay,
it was a
alright,
Nestle,
fine.
but regardless,
Maybe it's an off. Maybe it's like a fictional brand. I mean, you know, maybe because they probably would have to like pay for the licensing for Hershey's.
True.
Well,
But
regardless,
anyways.
he didn't like the chocolate. He tried to feed him, and then now
And plus, she
they
prefers.
killed him.
And plus, she prefers to eat raw meat. So to her taste buds, it would taste like shit.
I mean, but she didn't even
Literally.
taste it, so I don't
I
think
mean-
that's necessarily important. The
Yeah.
thing is, she saw a lot of people dress weird. You know, like it must be kind of. I mean, she was there paralyzed, and maybe we can see it as like creepy girl from Creepy Island. But she could also have been paralyzed because she didn't really know how to react. You know, like, oh shit, I was walking around, and now I'm like in full view for these people that just came out of nowhere. They look weird. They have weird things on their head. You know, so I kind of get it. No.
Yeah.
Yeah, these people aren't half naked. You know, so
Yeah, like what are they hiding there? You know, like baby oil or shit. Like I should be scared.
Stop it.
Come with me.
This is not
crap.
Leave Island! God damn it! Skull Island!
Wow.
Skull Island!
Wow.
Not empty!
Wow.
No,
Wow.
please.
You are going to annihilate this stream if you
Yeah.
keep going with
You're
bullshit.
Sorry.
You're dooming
Loud,
us.
You're
You're
grounded.
dooming us, Loud.
Grounded.
Okay.
Okay, alright. Okay, alright, nope, alright. That's the last time we're digressing like that, okay? About
Can we
I
move
don't
on
know
from the
about that,
natives
though.
if this is going to continue being the thing that we talk
Can
about?
we actually talk about them properly without making
Yes,
Yeah.
let's talk about it properly, please. Loud, stop with the jokes.
Sorry.
Go to church. Anyways, let's
Yes.
continue.
The
All
fuck
right.
is a church? Anyway. Anyways.
But yeah,
Yeah.
like, can we talk about the whole cinematography when like the natives started attacking our crew?
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
it was very intense and ominous, I will say.
Yeah.
Just showed
Like-
how when different different worlds of mankind meet together, it just feels like you've been transported into like a much more cruel time during our history.
Yeah, very, yeah, it's like from a
You're
very
seeing how-
primitive and, very, pretty much a sense, very, almost like Stone Age.
Yeah, you
period.
see how violent your ancestors probably could have acted like in during, like, especially when living in an age where to these people literal monsters used to exist.
Nay,
them, at least.
still do. Creatures that Earth has long since thought dead.
And are still alive, and these people had to deal with it for so long.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, they pretty much even have to, like, put up a wall to keep them out.
Uh-huh.
And they had the pay for
Sacrifices.
the wall.
And they have to do human sacrifices to
Appease Kong.
essentially considered to be their god.
Yeah.
Yeah, like, yeah, and also, can we just pretty much mention that the first person that dies is a guy named Mike? He's basically like the sound design dude for
Yeah.
Carl Denham's film crew.
Bro got shish kebabbed.
Yeah, he
Yep.
gets shish kebabbed. Mike
And
died doing what he believed in.
By
in
being a
doing
human
so-
shish kebab.
And in
Yeah.
doing so, it caused the very first time we hear Kong roar.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah.
After he gets shish kebabbed.
I thought it was like one of the natives roaring for some reason when I was young. I don't know why, but I thought it was. But of course, I realized it was just Kong in the distance.
That must have been a really loud native then in Europe.
Yeah, maybe he
You see-
stepped on a very, very sharp-looking primitive Lego stick.
Yeah, primitive Legos were dangerous back then, you know, because people didn't have shoes.
Yeah, they don't even have shoes.
Exactly, so,
or even
yeah.
worse, a thorn. Yeah, like even worse, a thorn. But yeah, we're getting off topic again.
Yep. Yeah.
I mean, at least yours is more family friendly, so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, can you imagine like how like I wonder what a Skull Islander would react if they like accidentally stubbed their toe. Like that probably would just be like
It would be the most horrifying scream I would have ever heard, and I would immediately rush back to my boat and like go back to Los Angeles.
They'd probably They would probably go, "Ree!"
True.
I don't
True.
even want to think about that genuinely.
Yeah. Mm-mm.
yeah.
Again,
There
this is all
just-
before you even actually set foot
Yeah.
on the island proper. Like, that's basically on the beach still.
Even as someone who loves prehistory, there are definitely certain creatures I am glad are no longer alive. That's for sure.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of why Skull Island is a really dangerous place because those
Yeah.
creatures would still be there.
Mhm.
And they're
Yeah.
bigger and nastier.
And
Yeah,
they
pretty
will-
much.
They will come up to you and no, I'm not gonna say it.
They'll give you baby oils.
No.
Hoshi! God damn it, Hoshi!
I am contagious.
Hoshi, I expected that from Lau or
No.
any one of these other fuckers, but not
No,
you.
I expected Lau to pull this shit, not you, Hoshi.
No, it was gonna be
Yes.
something else.
Oh
I
my
am like a
god,
virus.
Like
that is
DICK.
perfect.
Like DICK. That was
You could
what I was
just
gonna say.
you could say it, dude. You could just say the word. We're all adults here, dude.
Okay.
You could say
Dick.
dick. You could
Dick.
say
We're
dick.
all adults here, dude.
Yeah.
Nah,
Some
Oh,
creatures
But
are
don't
just
say
Nah.
baby
born that
oil,
they will,
apparently.
nah,
Hoshi,
the
that
one.
was.
Nah, this is the one time I'm gonna be a little bit dirty. Otherwise, I'm gonna be a saint and just skip last week.
Yeah.
I'm so glad that Hoshi's gonna be going to hell with the rest of us.
Oh
Yep.
my
Oh,
fucking
I'm going to heaven.
god!
I'm praying for my sins away.
I'm
No,
going to
you
purgatory if anything.
No, you don't.
I'm going to purgatory if anything.
I mean,
Oh no,
okay.
you don't.
I can't even imagine hearing a native scream while they're being sacrificed. That would also add more to the horror.
Maybe they just.
Calm.
Well, here's the thing. It'd probably be more disturbing if they don't. If they weren't screaming. You know, if they were when they were sacrificed, because that it's
They-
like part of their tradition.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
like at least like if you scream, that's because like it would be like a normal reaction. But if you
True.
don't, you know, that's because you've just been raised by that culture. Like to them, that would be normal, but to anybody else, like they would just be like, Jesus,
That's the
okay,
way
Yeah.
they lived. It's
this is
the
all
way they
right,
lived.
all right. I guess
Mhm.
this is how you do it here.
Uh-huh.
Sorry, I'm still trying to get over that.
You need to get over it now.
Yeah.
I'm trying.
But
It's like a tumor spreading through your brain.
it's not a tumor. It's not a tumor.
It's not a tumor.
The
But yeah, I mean, I mean, I pretty much really like how they just, you know, like essentially the aesthetic, obviously, to the whole thing, where it's really, like just like this huge setup that they have going on, where they're just like chanting and
Acting all
I mean,
crazy.
it's kind of like, I mean, obviously, it's like the original. I mean, kind of like the original in a way, but it's like, but it's
More
like on
disturbing.
steroids. It's on steroids, but
Yeah.
and like done, much grit. I don't know. Maybe it's just me, but I kind of prefer. I much prefer like how almost kind of gritty, almost like some sort of realism to it in a
Yeah.
way.
The 2000 the
Yeah,
late,
because like the fact that you have like the lava, right? That means that you're
Yeah.
getting fumes, and the fumes mean that people are going to have seizures while they're dancing, which you see that. So it's not like it's just made to be like, oh, look at these savages. It's like this is based on stuff that actually happened. For example, in Greece, when you had these oracles that will tell you the future, it just so happened that they were always somewhere where you had gases coming from the earth that made them hallucinate.
Yeah.
yeah,
So it's
where
all
they
coming
got the
from
lava from
logical
though?
stuff. The island is said to be, like sinking. So I would understand if maybe there's some volcanic activity that maybe created the island in the first place, maybe,
Yeah.
and then like it's who knows. There's a lot of possible explanations.
Yeah, I mean,
Some
it's
of the
not.
designs of the natives also look horrifying. Like some of them even look blind and have like thorns sticking out
No,
of their
that's what I'm
faces.
saying. That could be the seizure, like their eyes rolling. Okay, actually, I think that there were some blind people, but also like I think some just have their eyes rolling to the back of their head.
Yeah.
And
some-
again, that could be because of the gases that maybe they were exhaling before the ritual started, or something like that. But again,
they're pretty much they're essentially like doing the ritual. It's almost like it's almost like
Yeah.
like what they're doing right now. It's like kind of like akin to religious type of
Yeah.
thing going on.
I just want to say that the mid 2000s to early 2010s was definitely the golden age of dark and gritty reboots. That's for sure.
Yeah, I kind of honestly, I kind of miss that time.
Me too.
maybe
I
Hey.
miss when
maybe
I
I'm
miss when
maybe I'm
stuff
the
was
odd
much
one
more
out
serious.
in that. Maybe I'm an odd one out in that. But I don't know. I've always kind of like preferred like things that don't. That it's like, oh, there's like some kind of practicality to it. sure, we obviously the original is still the classic. I mean, this film. I mean, hell, this
True.
Peter Jackson wouldn't have made King Kong '05 if it wasn't for the original, which was like a favorite film of his. But
Yeah.
but yeah, like I've always pretty much just kind of prefer like the layout of the '05 as opposed to something like the original where they had like a big gong just to get Kong. When really like all they have to do is just like bang on like a bunch of big logs as like a drum set and just like have lava come out of like come down, just to essentially just be like a source of light to get Kong. Like, hey, Kong, it's like, hey, our dear beloved God, come here. We got an offering for you.
We have the Golden Lady for you.
Yeah, it's like this time is different.
We got you a golden lady from far off lands.
Yeah. Yeah, like our essentially the lady, pretty much like the old lady, the old Skull Islander, who I presume is the what would you like. I don't think she could be the head of the tribe, I suppose, or maybe she's like at least the shaman or the witch doctor or something like that. Maybe not, could be the chieftain,
Alright, can we now talk about the first introduction of Kong,
Yeah.
I mean, it's the same thing, basically.
I mean, it's not a whole heck of a lot different. It's just that Kong is like more obfuscated by by the smoke and fog and what have you. So he's not. So it's not. So he's not explicitly like, here he is, guy. Here he is, people. Like in the original.
I said there he is.
There he is.
King Kong himself. I'm
Oh,
not gonna lie.
cool cat. Wait.
Yes, I was waiting. I was waiting.
Erica
Thank you.
Strada.
Yes, I was doing an impression of it.
There he
Anyways,
is.
this is easily the best iteration of Kong. Like the most saddest, the most depth. I mean, and of course, just the
I
most
mean,
tragedy out of all.
I
Okay.
mean,
of
Monster vs. Kong has bodies of his own, but still.
I think this movie explores it much better than any other version of Kong.
Yep.
Yeah, to be fair, like
I'll let you go first.
no, actually, you ask him first.
I was about to say, which is kind of funny considering Skull was going to open with like a Peter Jackson Kong being squashed by the Monster vs. Kong.
That is true.
Yeah,
Kong Skull
and
Island
that's
was gonna
actually
begin like that.
yeah, and the reason why they didn't do it is because someone told them like, "Do you realize that's like sacrilege? What the hell are you doing?"
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. Yep. Good thing they didn't go with that.
True.
It's like you're gonna disrespect a movie that people except for Zim and Confused Matthew apparently
Don't
actually
like.
like. No, I'm saying that people except those two like.
Yeah.
But anyways,
And
think
not
that's
only
what
that, it's like, why would
Skill issue.
what?
Zim has a skill issue.
Exactly.
Oh, honestly, like when he said, well, like when Minecraft, when you said that he said that the movie wasn't as tragic, I feel like maybe we should check on what he said.
Because I might be misremembering. I remember the debate, I believe, was last year. So,
Yeah.
Well, that discussion was last year. I don't remember exactly what he said, but that was, from what I remember, I think that was kind of what I got. I could be wrong.
Yeah, because it sounds like too bad of it sounds too wrong.
That's why I said don't. That's why I didn't. I don't think I said it, but I implied. Don't quote me on that.
Oh, okay.
So
yeah,
guys,
and that's why I probably say, and that's why I say like that, like that's the general idea, but maybe not exact. Like there could be there's probably like a bit more to it than that.
Alright,
Yeah.
guys. So
Yeah?
we're gonna talk about in the Feroctus sequence, the deleted scene.
The Ferrocus.
Yeah.
Oh yes,
That's
Feroctus.
The Feroctus. Yes,
Yeah,
that guy.
Yeah, basically the Yeah, it's kind of like basically the equivalent of like the Stegosaurus sequence in the original. So
Yes.
considering that the end of the scene shows like the creature dying with its tail like
Which-
flopping up and down.
Which in the world of Kong, there is a stegosaur.
We don't see
Ooh.
it, but it's in the book.
No, but
and
in the book, there is a stegosaur. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
If there's one thing I can appreciate about this scene is that, unlike say in the Jurassic World movies or Jurassic Park movies, they actually gave the goal to make the Ceratopsians actual badasses that they are.
you
Exactly.
forgot Battle at Big Rock.
Oh yeah, the Pseudoceratops.
That was
Oh,
before.
and Chaos Theory with the
that's
Pachyrhinosaurus.
still an example of the one time they got him badass.
Yeah, but just like before Jurassic World, where the Ceratopsians weren't doing anything.
Yeah, but I do think that that's more like deviating.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I will say like there are pretty much like a couple points where like during that scene, like Jack kind of has like a bit of plot armor. In fact, the fact that they kind of like it kind of seemed like what the film's trying to like state that like nobody somehow died there because they say like but later on in the film, Carl says like 7 brave men died. And so, if you pretty much want to like tally up like all the action sequences involving the crew, and you just want to like or even then, if you want to like include like the scene where the introduction of the Skull Islanders, where 2 people died there, so you have like I suppose you could say there isn't any confirmation that anybody died during the Farracuda scene. So since there's no acknowledgement of anybody dying, they're just like, well, that's pretty lucky, considering like the fact that the thing is like flinging people around, including Jack. Like that's kind of, but yeah, it's a really cool sequence.
But so, what are your guys' thoughts on the Feroctus' design?
He's cool. He's chill.
Weird, but pretty cool, I will say.
Yeah. Pretty much.
Now let's go to the Brontosaurus scene, which
I think we need to like hold on.
hold on. I think we're skipping. I think we may have skipped the scene. The scene where scene with Anne, being flung around by Kong, and she even like takes the necklace off. That was like it's a neat little detail that they show like apparently Kong just kills anybody who has like those necklaces on. And Anne has that necklace on it, but she pulls it off. She sees all that and is like, oh shit. It shows she pulls it off and tries to escape.
basically Kong strangles his victims to death.
Yeah.
Or eats them?
Oh,
Yeah.
that's actually something I did want to say. One of the things that I'm like, how the hell did she survive? It's like when she's in his hand and he's like running, and you can see her like
Yeah,
she's like
getting face planted into the ground. Yeah, I'm just wondering, like, she should be dead.
Maybe he's being extra careful because she's different.
Or
I don't know why he would have a reason to be careful with her at this point.
Or maybe because of her exotic beauty, he wants.
That's what I was getting at.
her.
I don't know if he would understand that, considering that gorillas are like very brute.
Yeah,
and that's not even like gorillas.
You're even a scene
like even with their babies, they're like very brutish. The first couple of babies they had.
There's even a moment where when Kong's like running, like he makes a jump from one side of a ravine to another, and he lands on all fours. And you would have presumed, and it's very easy to presume that Anne is in one of his hands there, that was making contact with the ground after as he was making that jump.
Tomato sauce.
So and when I saw that, I was like, she should be dead.
Yeah.
C-Monster.
Yeah, and I would say and Darrow has some plot armor here and there in this film, like during that scene, as well as I would even argue during some moments with the V-Rex fight. Although you can say Kong is being more careful with her in that case, but even then, there's a couple calls here and there that just make you go, I don't know, but I don't know about that, but mate.
Or maybe Kong wants to fuck Endero.
No.
05, 05, can you get out? Yes! Victory!
Bro,
He'll be back. Just so you know, but I'm doing the Zim thing.
God. He wasn't even all that bad before he had to. Like it's one thing.
Let me put it this way. I was almost about to do it with Lau about during some of the funny.
Doing some of that stuff.
Okay.
Valid.
All
All
right.
right. I'm sorry. I was just trying to be funny.
No
like
need
Lau.
to apologize.
No
for being
need to
funny.
apologize. Yeah, just
But
This
that was
happens.
foul.
it was foul. It's very foul. Okay.
Yeah. I don't know
Can we
what the
now
heck was in
finally
my
talk
head.
about the Brontosaurus sequence, please?
Yes.
Yes, the
Yep.
Brontos.
Let's
It's
do
honestly kind of funny how back then Brontosaurus was still like a fake dinosaur, like an invalid genus. And then, 10 years after this movie was released, it was discovered to be a valid genus after all. So basically, Brontosaurus was an actual sauropod that lived in the Jurassic period.
I mean, to be
Mhm.
fair, like it wouldn't be too much of a problem to deal since like Brontosaurus was still real in the time the movie takes place. So it wouldn't be too much of an issue to like believe that.
True, but
Mhm.
well, I mean, just think about it. A majority of the animals in Kong 05 are basically not real and are just evolved versions of the famous extinct animals. Kong being an evolved Gigantopithecus, the Ventanosaurus
Yeah.
being an evolved
Yeah.
uh,
Yeah.
Utah raptor,
Yeah.
and of course the V Rex being an evolved T Rex.
Is Kong supposed to be a Gigantopithecus?
Yeah, according
Yes.
to several sources, Kong's species are basically an evolved Gigantopithecus. Although it definitely doesn't explain why they look like gorillas when they should look like
I mean, I
orangutans.
guess it's convergent evolution. It's
Yeah.
convergent.
No,
Yeah.
I had the idea in the back of my head of designing a King Kong that kind of went with that. Like, what if it did look more like Gigantopithecus, or at least what we believe it looked Gigantopithecus looked like?
Hey, speaking of Gigantopithecus, did you guys saw the episode Prehistoric Planet where it was in the episode?
Oh
I mean,
shit! I started watching the Ice Age series.
I need
I've
to get
only
to
seen the
watching
first
those.
episode.
me too. I saw the screen time of it, and that Gigantopithecus story does seem similar to your normal Kong story. That's for sure.
Mm.
Hmm.
Also, plus we kind of already have a Gigantopithecus in King Louie in the live action movie.
Yeah,
Oh fuck!
yeah.
True.
Christopher Walken is a.
Especially since
This isn't
orangutans.
over, Mowgli.
Yeah, especially since orangutans aren't really native to India, so instead they chose a long extinct creature to be the orangutan replacement for King Louis. And it does explain why he's so big in that film.
Like cartoonishly big.
Yeah,
Alright, so any thoughts on the Brachiosaurus Stampede? Or Brontosaurus Stampede?
It's the
Oh,
most
like
rewatched scene in my opinion.
yeah. The thing is, I think it's the only part in the movie where there's like really bad green screen. Like the only part that I think has like bad effects.
there's some wonk
Yeah,
screen
there's
screen.
some shots specifically, mostly when they're like getting caged by all the bodies that are like falling around them. I think that's like the worst one, but like everything is just like super cool.
Yeah,
And of
I
course, with
always
them being
liked it.
chased by the raptors.
You mean the
Venton,
Venatosauruses?
Yeah.
Venatosaurus. Yeah,
Yeah.
I always thought that the Venatosaurus looked kind of a little bit like shit. I always thought that they looked ugly. I didn't really understand the
Yeah,
point
same.
of it,
The
but then
general
yeah,
the general design philosophy was to make a dromaeosaur act very similar to a mammal, or like have
mhm.
mammalian elements in a similar way to, like, I know Unnatural History Channel compared it to one of the creatures from Turok. I don't remember which one he was talking about though. Like which
Yeah,
one it
but no,
was.
I know what you mean because that's what I thought. That's what to me always when I was like a kid looked so odd because it's like they don't actually look like Velociraptor similar adjacent things. Like they look different, and I couldn't really understand what it was in specific. But yeah, like the fact that the skin looks like it doesn't have scales, basically. Like it just it's like leathery.
Hmm.
Yeah, yeah. They definitely like add to like essentially. Yeah, obviously, you know, you have it. This is like the much bigger, grander version of what we got in the original film, where there is like a brontosaurus that just where it's just the one brontosaurus in the original that's chasing the Venture crew, and it just like
It's a very
kills.
carnivore like brontosaurus.
Yeah,
Which is
I've never understood why
yeah.
that.
Also, I'm
I don't
gonna
know.
Yeah, it's like honestly, it's like a pretty intense sequence essentially. Honestly, I definitely much prefer it over the brontosaurus scene in the original because the brontosaurs in this film are actual herbivores, like vegetarians, if you will.
And animals that are just running in fear. And
Yeah,
the
like
raptors.
and the crew that get killed by the brontosaurs, like it's not because the brontosaurs are trying to kill them; they're just in the way.
Yep.
I'm still
Although I do.
baffled at why they are scared of these very small, insignificant raptors. You know.
Yeah, I'm confused more of anything because shouldn't their sheer size like scare the Ventanosaurus?
Not necessarily. Like they could still kill one of them, like that's
Yeah,
enough.
a bunch of venatosaurs like singling out one brontosaur would be enough to kill it.
Mm.
Essentially, like it's even kind of a thing
Or
that
if
you
they
see in
had
the
babies also, which
or
we don't see, but
it's kind of like that set piece with the Diplodocus herd in the Ballad of Big Al, where we have Al and a bunch of allosaurs like singling out one
The
Diplodocus that's weak, that's like very weak and is like in poor health,
yep.
so that he'll die, so that the thing will die anyways. That's kind of like what the Venatosaurs seem to be doing in this case.
Hmm.
yeah.
I guess it's just a matter of like how the trend. Oh, I'm echoing.
Uh-huh.
Well, now you're not echoing anymore.
Yeah,
Okay,
well,
try again.
okay. Echo.
Yeah, no, now it's fine.
Okay. Yeah. All right. But yeah, it just. I guess if like one could say, like, how would they be able to do that, isolating the weak brontosaur in a canyon, in like that narrow canyon, and you could say like that they're just kind of like chasing them through the canyon and just waiting for till they get to a more open space where they
Yeah.
can start.
Yeah, or also like like a lot of them stumble over, right, and they like break their legs, and then it's like there you go, free food.
Yeah, there's that, and obviously the Venatosaurs didn't even take into account that there's prey that's more their size, humans running with the
Yep.
brontosaurs. So some of them would also try to like get a bite out of them, like one
Also,
chasing
one
Baxter.
Yeah, and also one of them was literally already in position. If you think about it, there's this guy who like goes into this hole in the wall, and then he looks up, and there's like one of them like coming out of this ancient ruin. So
Yeah, that was Bruce Baxter. Like like he's essentially like taking cover from the stampede, but then like a Venatosaur is like pops up like right above him, and he's all like, "Oh shit."
yeah, that part to me was always kind of weird because it's like, why is that thing there, right? But if you think about it and you actually try to rationalize it, it's more like, maybe it was waiting for SMP. Maybe this is a thing they do, kind of like how chimpanzees lead whatever thing they're trying to kill somewhere, and they already have someone waiting there for that thing to escape to, So maybe, Venatosaurs do this all the time.
Yeah. Yeah, like some of them, they could either be looking for stragglers or looking for one, like basically anything that would just leave the rest of the herd, that steers away from the rest of the herd, so that they could just go like, all right, we'll single this one out. It's just a matter that Baxter, this Bruce in this case, was lucky that there weren't more than just the one right there
Yeah.
waiting for him. So, yeah. Pretty neat
Okay.
stuff.
Guys, I have some news to say. I'm going to be leaving in a couple of minutes, if that's okay for you guys.
Yeah, that's okay.
But before I go, this might be something that will be weird for you to say, but before I leave, what are your guys' thoughts on Kong and Anne's relationship in the movie?
It's very great. It's well developed. Much better developed than Kong and Gia's relationship, that's for sure.
I think it's better than the original.
Yeah, like
But
Kong and
maybe
Anne.
that could technically be for personal preferences. Like some people might actually like the fact that she doesn't give a shit about Kong. Maybe they like that angle from the original. But I don't really care too much for that. I don't think it's bad. I just don't think it's as good as this.
No, the issue, if there isn't really much of an issue that I have with Kong and Anne's relationship in the original. It's just that, there isn't much of one because Anne's always in the defensive ultimately, from Kong wanting to befriend her or even among other things, but yeah, like Kong and Anne's relationship in the 05 is obviously. There's a lot more meat to it.
But also one more thing I had to say. What are your guys' thoughts on Visasaurus Rex and its design?
It's very badass looking.
Yeah. I've always liked the V-Rex design, like a very, definitely a more gnarly version of the T-Rex archetype. Which apparently that's another thing that Zim kind of takes issue with in terms of its design, perhaps, or something.
Basically, if there's one thing I could say about the V-Rex in general, it's that it kind of basically became the standard of what to do when it comes to creating an awesome bro take on the dinosaurs,
Yeah, that is true.
Yeah.
In fact, some of that influence was in the 65 dinosaur designs.
And to some extent, the Indominus Rex.
Yeah, that is true.
Well, I mean, I think that the most that the Indominus Rex has is just, the fact that she has no lips, so the teeth are stuck to the skin of the jaw.
Yeah.
That's kind of all the Indominus has in common with it. This is the first scene, I think, where so here's where the cameraman dies, right?
Herb. He pretty much, he's the guy that carries he was kind of giving Carl the tripod for his camera before, because he can't really climb. He can't climb the rocks because
because
shape.
He's old. Yeah, he's also a little bit fat. He has
I would say the fact that here's the thing. That is kind of one thing I want to bring. That's like I kind of want to bring up. How was that guy able to keep pace with the rest of the crew during the stampede scene? That's if he was he was limping almost. So how did?
I would say adrenaline maybe, but maybe at that stretch at the last one where
that is a stretch.
And that's
he sacrificed himself he does sacrifice himself at the end of the scene, Vic. But what I'm saying is how he's able to keep pace with the crew. They're
how did he not get crushed by the dinosaurs?
It's not even much of a Herb is running. His version of running is very it's not what you would typically think of as running. He's more quickly hobbling. Which is definitely not fast enough in order to keep up the pace with the rest of the crew that are actively trying to run from the stampede. And even then, the stampede consists of big sauropods that where that like even if they're even if like the locomotives of their running of the brontosaurus is running isn't the same as a human running, they'd still be able to outpace them because like they're just much bigger and the range of like their steps is like much further. Like some brontosaurs are able to run past the humans even at their quickest pace.
And way younger characters too, by the way.
Yeah, and a bunch of way younger characters too. With the exception being Bruce Baxter, who is just actively sprinting in at some point because of the Venatosaurs.
Yeah, and also like the fact that he is at least someone who trains probably because he's an actor.
Yeah, Herb has a prosthetic according to the novelization of Kong 05. That makes sense.
So he should have. Yeah.
That makes sense, actually.
So actually, then I would say, how the hell did he even survive that chase? Because I would. He should have died way sooner.
Oh yeah, that just further further confirms that he should have been able to outrun that herd.
They just wanted to fucking kill him in the worst way possible, motherfuckers. Because here's the thing, like he was like the dad that when I was like a little kid, I watched it and I really felt bad because he was like the happy old guy, So as a little kid, it's like the most.
Yeah,
the worst death, at least before.
Even Carl was all like, "No, I'm not gonna leave you, man. Come on."
Yeah, he looked like a happy grandpa, dude. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, even like you can tell, even Carl like looked as if he felt really bad about it. Like the way he kind of treated Mike's death like earlier was kind of like he was kind of drinking. I mean. Obviously, he probably, he would feel somewhat bad about losing Mike, but, Herb, he definitely seemed hurt by losing Herb. So, yeah. Alright, so, is there anything else? Because, I mean, I guess we'll probably I guess we should just, like, get onto the V-Rex scene. Unless there's any other scenes we want to get to.
I mean, we actually talk about the scene where Kong is shaking her around and all of that?
That was earlier in the film. Yeah, we already talked about that. Yeah. I guess like as far as the scene where Anne is like doing like vaudeville tricks for Kong to like to like entertain him and have him not want to kill her. So she's kind of like flopping around. That's
the one I was talking about. I said shaking her. Sorry, I meant like throwing her to the ground over and over.
Yeah. Like she's like trying to entertain. She's like entertaining him, and then at some point he just like he just know he's like he like there's a pet. You notice like he likes it when she like falls down. Like and that's so he just causes her to fall. It just starts going.
Yeah. That's one of my favorite scenes of the entire movie. Yeah.
And then he just loses his shit when she tells him, "Nope, that's enough."
Yeah, and then he tries to aura farm, and then like a rock hits him in the head.
Yeah, he tries to aura. Yeah. He tries to. He pretty much like slams his. He just like punches into the ground and roars right in her face, and she's just standing there.
Yeah, but then he also does like this pose where he's just like looking to the side, like on all fours.
And then the rock just comes back and just falls. Oh god, I think
and then he starts crying.
I think I remember because I think the Academy Awards or something like that was like on TV back in the day where they were just like and they highlighted Kong 05 as like one of the nominees for like best visual effects or something, and they featured, and I think I remember that scene being featured, being like what they chose.
Yeah.
With the rock falling out, like that's like, oh, okay. Like I mean, I think there's like a bunch of other examples we could pick from, but all right.
I mean, you could technically take anything from the entire movie.
Yeah, I mean, because the movie, for the most part, the movie will look like to this day, it still looks amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then
Vic
oh,
says
yeah.
Vic says he looked back at the chase and you can actually tell that Herb has a prosthetic base on how he runs. Plus, it's the same leg the raptor bites into. Okay.
Okay, yeah, no, then I would assume that if the raptor bites into the prosthetic, that you can just, let go of the prosthetic.
Well,
And
he's dead anyways because if he loses the prosthetic, he can't really move.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah, the raptors would still get him. Like it was just,
Yeah.
it's just a matter of like the raptor would just pull his prosthetic leg off, and go like, oh, that's not real. And then just like go
Yeah, and
for
by
the
then there's already other raptors that don't actually stop with the leg,
Yeah,
they just
there's
come in.
other raptors, that were with that one. So
Yeah.
they would like them just pulling on his leg was mainly just so that they could have like the whole meal just like brought, was so that like the ones like bringing the meal to himself and the others essentially.
Yeah.
Because the really juicy bits is like not in the leg.
Yeah. I mean,
certainly not the
unless you
prosthetic.
fry it. Yeah.
Yeah, but yeah. Anyways, and we kind of mentioned that the log scene is kind of leads us into the bug pit. Hayes dies, Choi dies, and so like Preston narrowly escapes. Actually, like he doesn't fall into the pit with the rest of the guys. So there's that.
Yeah, and so what happens, because I don't remember the order, so this happens with the log, and then you have the whole V-Rex thing,
Yeah.
right? Okay.
We get to that. Actually, before the log scene, you had the piranha. And that's just going off the extended edition. You have the Pteranodon sequence as well as like the Terrorbird scene, where the Terrorbird scene they accidentally like Lumpy shoots out into foliage because they hear sounds of something approaching. And Jack and some of them at the moment thought that he just shot Anne down, but it turns out it was a Terrorbird. And it's sort of like a thing, like, oh, Anne's like in another part of the island, but she hears the gunshot, so she's going in that general direction still. But yeah, so you have that, and you have the Pteranodon scene, which actually, before the Pteranodon shows up, you have like a bunch of scorpions coming out of the water, which are referred to as scorpiopeds.
I honestly never actually watched the extended stuff. And like some of the scenes I watched were like individual scenes on YouTube.
Yeah.
I always watched the movie on its own.
Yeah. The extended cutscenes, like the Pteranodon scene, the Terrorbird scene, the Barracuda scene, they're spliced into the film in the extended cut. So it's basically like the movie that you got, but it's with more scenes.
Okay. I thought those were like deleted, incomplete scenes because I saw one that also had
they are
very
completed
bad effects.
scenes. They are completed scenes. That probably would have made it if I'm presuming like Universal said like, yeah, no, you should probably cut this one down a bit.
Yeah, because it's too long. Okay.
Yeah, it's long. Now I will say like I want to highlight the Pteranodon scene because of like I mean, you want to talk about like some wonky like green screen. There's like a moment where Jack is like at like the Pteranodon
underwater.
Attacks. Yeah, there's a
couple.
couple.
I know. That's what made me think that these were
that's
unfinished.
the one scene, and it's the extended cut, but that's like the one scene part of the movie, visually speaking, that makes you go, okay, yeah, that doesn't look very good. That could have been way better.
Yeah, actually, that's the reason why I thought that they were unfinished scenes, because the CGI was so bad that I was like, oh, okay, so the reason why these were not in is because they didn't finish them because there was no time or something like that.
Yeah, I don't blame you. I wouldn't blame you for thinking that. Because it does look like some of the bubbles even look like pixely at times. It's like, woof, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, which since the theatrical version doesn't have the Pteranodon scene, it's kind of like it's almost sort of like graced by not having that. But
Yeah.
Oh, Vic says, shout out to the Playmates toys of all the creatures, such good figures. I actually have had a decent amount of those figures back in the day. One of them was the Scorpiopede, which, by the way, the Scorpiopede, which are basically Skull Island scorpions, like big scorpions but bigger. They're also an enemy that you fight in the King Kong video game. So I know them from that too. So that's neat. But that's kind of this thing where like we said earlier, I wished that the King Kong video game did get like remade somewhat or remastered, maybe even have like a couple extra levels that call back to the extended cut. That would have been really nice. Another person who hates
The only
King Kong
time I got to. Oh, you go first.
Okay. Another person who hates Congo 5 is Dark Corners Reviews. Probably take a look at that. Anyways, Lau, you were saying?
Yeah, I was just saying that the only time I played that game, because again, like I was like 6 or 7 and I had never really had my own PlayStation back then. So, you know how it is at first when you start playing games. You don't even know how to look at things. You might be looking at a door and you think it's a wall, stuff like that.
Yeah.
So when I went to a friend of my mom's house, her boyfriend had that game on PS2, so I always played the first level and I never went beyond like the first stage because I couldn't get out of it.
Wow.
So yeah,
Okay.
I don't really know how the game was. I only know that it looks great. Even to this day, it still looks like really good because I've seen how I see the gameplay on YouTube and stuff like that.
Yeah, I will say I like the PS2 version graphics wise than the 360 version. Like the 360 version, like apparently that obviously the 360 was like a newer console at the time, but so it's just like, hey, better graphics, but when you have like Congo 5, it's like, is it though? In this case. Yeah, and not to mention, like, the 360 version, like, doesn't even have, like, those really cool cutscenes that come in, like, before you start in between, like, levels. Where that sort of transition from the level you just played into the one that you're about to embark in.
That seems like a really big loss. Like, why would they do that?
Yeah, I know, it's crazy. Like, pretty much, like, one of my favorites cutscenes from that game is, like, the one that comes up when you were about to start, like, the first V-Rex level. And it's like this really scary ambient sort of like cutscene where the soundtrack is just the sound of raindrops and the V-Rex growling, and as he's just walking through, you only see his legs as he's like walking through like some foliage. Like it like just sets you up to be like, all right, it's like, get right, gird your loin, player. You're about to face some real shit. It's real, yeah.
I just wanted to ask. I think the director was related directly to the game, wasn't he?
Yeah, Peter Jackson had a lot of input in the making of Congo 5 of the Congo 5 game. Like he had a lot of like involvement in terms of like some of the, like the look of the game and what have you, as well as like yeah, I mean, I honestly, it's actually kind of like there was like a sort of featurette in the game that it features him like talk about his involvement with it, like how closely he worked with, like he worked closely with the making of the game. so that
You
it
know,
will it will be as accurate to this film as possible.
I think more directors should do that. You know, when you have like tie-in games, because normally tie-in games are kind of bad. You know, like Transformers 2007, Transformers Revenge of the Fallen, but then you have Transformers Dark of the Moon, right? For PS3, and I feel like that's way better than, you know, like most of what Michael Bay has done with Transformers. So it's like if he had like his style into the game, but you know, you leave the story to the developers, I think stuff like that could be great. It's just a pity that they don't really care about that too much. Even
Well,
though,
I mean, considering that those types of games like aren't even made anymore, they're not even. Yeah, it's almost like a dead art. The movie tie-in games, which understandable because there have been some pretty bad ones. You know, like some of the MCU tie-in games. But as an example, but yeah, Congo 5 and stuff like Congo 5 and Spider-Man 2, they had some really solid tie-in games. Yeah. Anyways, get back on track. Now I guess we can talk about the V-Rex seed, which the V-Rex is set up really well because you at first kind of meet, at first meets a couple of photodons, which are these like crocodile, which basically are like crocodile-like creatures, but they're like not really crocodiles, but
they are basically Slurposaurus.
Yeah, they almost they kind of look a bit. Some of them even appear to have some like mammalian aspect to them, kind of like
the eyes are like looking straight ahead. It looks weird. Yeah,
and the snouts even they kind of look. They don't really look as like crocodilian. They kind of like there's some mammalian elements to them. They're very crocodile inspired, but there is definitely like some bits in terms of design that make you go, all right, there's a mammalian aspect here and there. There's not that there's any fur on them, but they kind of look like Chinese like almost like dragons in a way.
Yeah, that is true. But also, I think that part of the inspiration was the initial ideas of an iguanodon.
Yeah, iguanodon.
Yeah, at first people thought that the iguanodon looked way different than we know it looks now. Like, it was pretty much the same thing. It was like super low to the ground, slimy. Like it's probably like slithering all over the place.
Yeah.
So it was kind of similar to that.
Yeah. So
but
they start chasing Anne. Anne tries to go inside a log, but one of them is like just really going after her. While the other one almost looks like he's cheering him on. Maybe. I don't know. Could be. But then that photodon, before he gets her, he gets dragged off and killed by something much bigger. And the other one starts running away. And of course, Anne has like a brief moment where she gets, she kind of get, I guess, harassed by a couple of millipedes, a couple of bugs, which, big millipedes.
Yeah.
Yeah, which
foreshadowing for what's about to happen later on, I guess.
Yeah, it's got a bit of foreshadowing there. And obviously, the millipedes were like a prominent enemy in the Congo 5 game as well. Like you deal with a lot of millipedes. Millipedes and venatosaurs, they were pretty common. And bats. The bats were also very common enemy types in the game. But yeah, she gets out of the log after she's freaked out by the millipedes. When one gets up on her shoulder, she's like, "Yeah." She gets out.
Yeah, I think that was at the time the most disgusting scene I had ever seen in my life. I hated like the idea because also like its antennas, they kind of get inside her mouth because she's like
Yeah,
she
her
just
mouth
keeps
was-
it open for some reason. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe she's like just kind of shocked by like.
Yeah, I get it, but I'm just saying that as like a viewer, it was super frustrating because it's like it's getting in your mouth, stop
your
it.
mouth!
You know? Yeah, and then that's what makes her run away, which honestly, valid.
The other one
I would
that's
have,
like
like-
much closer to her. Yeah, the other one just
It's
like
climbing
crawled
up
on her.
her arm, I think, right?
It was actually climbing up on her. Like, well, she was like back facing the ground. And the thing it like sort of like crawls up on her. I presume would be crawling up on her back and starts going over her shoulder, getting closer to like her neck or area. Or like basically by her collar. So
Yeah.
but yeah, she gets out, and of course, considering that there may be something else bigger that killed that Photodon is out there, she turns around and sees that it's a V-Rex, the T-Rex analog of Congo 5. But this won't be the only V-Rex that we see, as it starts chasing her, even though he still has the dead Photodon in its mouth. Which is
that's actually
a
super
choice.
funny because that's the thing. Like you remember the stories I told you about my aunt, right?
Hmm?
Do you remember the stories I told you about my aunt in other streams?
I'm trying to recall, actually.
That my aunt like fucking hated me and tried to kill me when I was little. Okay, so she bought me the DVD for King Kong, right?
Yeah.
And we were watching it, and I was, watching it with her, my mom, and then there was this little kid that was like her adopted daughter, right? And
Yeah.
she was complaining about the same thing, like why would they chase her if it's eating something else? And she was complaining, and she never said anything about it, right? But then, and this is the first time I realized that she didn't really like me, my aunt, because I was like, I don't understand why they do this thing where Anne like is already in danger, and when she gets on top of the V-Rex, suddenly the music like plays up, like it's horrible. And she was like, well, maybe if you don't like the movie, I shouldn't have bought it for you. And I was like, oh, okay, never mind. So that just gave me a flashback to that
man.
moment.
Man, that's damn. Okay.
Yeah. Anyway, it's one of those things that they do in these movies where it's not really animals; it's more like monsters.
Yeah. That's just kind of make a question. Like, it's like you have a meal in your mouth. You should at least like finish it first. I guess maybe
Yeah,
just
like-
so it could track where she's going, so that he can finish. So that when he's done with the meal, he'll just be like, "All right, now for dessert."
I think one thing that you can always try to use to rationalize it is that maybe it's just curious.
Yeah.
And maybe it's just like playing more than anything else, but at the same time, while it's chasing her, it loses like half of the photodon, and it doesn't go back. So it's like, were you even that hungry, or like what? At that point, I'm like, what's the motivation? Because you lost half of your meal.
Yeah, he lost. Yeah, half of his meal basically half of the photodon gets flung off of the rest of the body. While the V-Rex is still chasing Anne.
Yeah. So I feel like if they wanted to say that it's like curiosity or playfulness in a fucked up way, I think they should have like shown that better. Because as it is, it's just one of those things where it's like evil monster, and that's all there is to it. And all of the other ones are the same, to be fair. Because the truth is, the reason why we don't get eaten by sharks is because it doesn't make sense for them to eat us. We're pure bone compared to what they need to eat. And Tyrannosaurus, I don't think that they can get fed on humans.
Right.
So when he sees Anne, he shouldn't actually even want to, like, eat her.
Yeah, he probably
or
should have just
anything.
like left, because he doesn't even know that Anne is in the log. So he should have just got his meal and left, and and maybe they could have just like headed to where Anne was being chased by something else.
No,
Like
I think it's possible, that maybe, I don't know, he hears a scream, so he stops. He was just eating the thing, right, where it called it. And then
yeah,
he notices like this little thing, and he's like, oh, what's that? But again, then what you need to do is he like gets up to her immediately and like starts like smelling her or something. So you show that he's interested in it, but not necessarily for food, whatever. But yeah,
yeah,
it's one of the flaws of the movie, I think.
yeah. I mean, it's like it's one of those things where it doesn't take. It's one of those things where like all the issues that I have brought up, like aside from maybe some of the plot armor here and there, like it's not enough to really do that much damage to the film at all. It's just like it's one of those things where you can't help but think, probably could have tweaked that here and there.
Yeah.
And if like it's not broken, but it is, but you could do a little better. But yeah, like she hides, and as we notice like the V-Rex that was chasing her is actually juvenile because he looks a bit. There's parts of him that look a bit underdeveloped compared to the other V-Rexes that we see.
He looks leaner, I would
Yeah,
say,
he
and the
looks
other one
leaner.
looks way more like robust.
Yeah, and that just brings us to Anne realizing that there's another V-Rex, but it doesn't have anything in its mouth, so it's like so yeah, she's kind of fucked. But of course, Kong comes in to sort of save the day.
And then the best part of like the OST begins.
Yeah,
Right there, yeah. So dude, like this. By the way, that's something I wanted to say. Also, like the music here is something that no matter how many versions of King Kong you make from now
yeah,
on, I don't think that anything will ever compare to this.
yeah. No,
Because
like
I tried to watch 1933, like I tried watching it, but I immediately missed the music from 2005, and I was like, this New Yorker accent, I don't really like it. It's kind of irritating me. The dialogue is not really my thing. It's very corny, and also the music, like the lack of good music, it's really making me think of the music, from
damn,
2005.
that's spicy. That's a spicy
Yeah,
thing.
yeah, I know.
Hey,
So, but that's why I
would
cannot.
go. I consider 05 to be an improvement over the original 2, but even I would say that's a bit spicy for the as far as
I
like
know, but that's why I don't really say that the movie is bad. I just say that it wasn't for me because I didn't even like get through a quarter of it. I just couldn't. I just immediately thought of 2005. But just to clarify, if you want to get to me, you need to do it through music. I'm very music focused
damn.
when it comes to like almost any type of media. Like actually, the only reason why I ever watched Naruto or anime at all is because of the soundtracks.
Yeah,
I don't necessarily care about those things, but like the soundtrack, if it's good, I'm gonna give the show or the movie a chance. And when I was trying to watch 1933, I just kept thinking of the soundtrack of 2005, and what happened is that I ended up watching 2005 again instead of finishing 1933. So again, I cannot say that I like or dislike the movie because I didn't really give it a try. But I can say that for what I saw, it wasn't really for me, and it's just like the period, like
damn.
how a reactor spoke like this. Like that's just something that like kind of like annoys me.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean,
So,
yeah,
yeah.
you would say it's not. You pretty much would say that it's not objectively bad. It's just that it didn't really, it didn't really appeal to you same way the 05 film does.
Yeah, and because I had already watched the 205, I was constantly reminded of that, and so I just went and watched that one instead again. Yeah.
Yeah. Vic says animals will typically kill, and this is like a reference to the one V-Rex with the dead photodon in its mouth. Animals will typically kill more animals than they need due to entering a frenzy state when hunting. Even if they have a sufficient meal, they continue to kill any other animal nearby. It's called surplus killing, often seen in predatory animals, so it could be that. I suppose.
Yeah,
Hmm.
yeah.
Yeah.
That could be maybe and you could actually count that in a way as playfulness. Like it's happy because it actually got to eat something. It has a meal, so now it plays with stuff around it. Like it's all kind of related if you think about it that way.
Yeah. It's like, all right. Yeah, that's. If that's actually the case, which, I presume it is, then, yeah, that could work.
Yeah, fine enough.
That makes sense. Yeah. But yeah, and then we have have the big V-Rex fight, which obviously is the T-Rex fight from the original, except there's 3.
Times 3.
It's the V-Rex, it's the T-Rex fight times 3. Now, I will say, since this is like one of the scenes where Anne does get flung around like a rag doll a couple times, this is kind of like one of those instances where I would levy some kind of thing of like, all right, I can see why someone would still consider the T-Rex fight in the original to be better because it doesn't involve Anne needing to have some plot armor in order to survive some of these scenarios, because like in the original, all that happens like Anne is that Kong puts her in a tree, to go off and deal with the log, and then the T-Rex shows up, and then you have the fight, and the most intense thing that happens with Anne is that the tree that she was on falls down, but she's like okay, so there's nothing crazy like her like dangling from vines or anything.
And to be fair, also like the fact that, 3 against 1, I don't really think that King Kong should survive that. Gorillas in nature get killed by jaguars. Like people think that gorillas are like this huge Hulk thing, and actually they're just like so fucking chill that they don't really know how to fight.
Oh, you kind of roboted a bit.
Oh, can you hear me fine now?
Yeah, I can hear you fine now. If you could just kind of repeat what you were saying, just so.
Okay, so what I was saying is that in nature, gorillas are not like fighters. They are good at intimidating, but even like jaguars kill gorillas, right? Like in Tarzan, for example, or Tarzan, I think that's how you say it in English. So the idea that King Kong can defeat, like 3 V-Rexes, I feel like while it's cool and it's like super badass, it also lends itself to like a lot of plot armor of these V-Rexes being incredibly stupid.
I mean, like it's like definitely an exciting set piece, but there's definitely like a couple bits here and there where you just can't help but ask, like the V-Rexes should be able to gang up on Kong. So, which is what I definitely think there could have been like a bit more like sort of variation in the choreography. Like Kong could just like while holding Anne could leverage like him swinging around so to just like avoid the V-Rexes overwhelming him, something like that.
The thing is, when the V-Rexes bite him in the arm, I feel like there should be a little bit more consequences to it, and I feel like he doesn't really react all that much, So it feels like the V-Rexes are nerfed during the fight. I'm just being honest, but like that doesn't mean that like this is still one of my favorite fights, I think, ever.
Yeah.
Because it has like so many different stages, and like then they go into the vines, and then you have the 1v1. I just think it's great still.
Yeah. The 1v1 bit is obviously is basically like the remake's version of the iconic, leads us into the jawbreak scene. So which is very the very brutal iconic finisher that Kong does. So the fight, like, as much as I love it, there's some things here and there that I could tweak, to kind of like make it a little more logically sound, which is kind of could be a little
Like,
better.
think about it. If you hurt Kong a little bit more during this fight, then on the plane scene, when they shoot him on the wound, that could be the reason, why he, like, that's the thing that really fucks him up,
Yeah.
It's the planes, but it's also, like, the fact that he already had a wound from a couple of
Yeah.
days ago.
Yeah, the
or
thing is, like,
weeks.
Kong gets like, has both of his arms bitten onto, like, at least once per arm during the V-Rex fight. Like, it gets bitten on one of his arms by V-Rex, and then he gets bitten again, but on the other arm. And that's like where he his arm gets bitten onto, like, so hard that he lets Anne go. And so he has to catch her with his foot. So, yeah, there should have been, like, a bit more, like, consequent, like, some of the injuries that he sustains during the V-Rex fight should have been a bit more. It should have had, like, a bit more of an impact, or been reflected on more, over the course of the fight, and by extension the rest of the film. That could have been, that could have been pretty good. It could have been really good. Like, I'm fine with what we have now, but yeah, it is just one of those things where it could be better, upon closer inspection. Even if it is, like, an iconic sequence from the movie, from this version of King Kong, at least. So, yeah, and this sequence ultimately kind of proves Kong, essentially, like, shows Kong, actually be willing to protect Anne, but of course he kind of like endears Anne to him, to where it's like, all right, is like, okay, yeah, all right, you actually do kind of care about me, all right, and I guess I probably should stick with you for survival. And that's ultimately kind of like, we kind of build off from that from the rest of the film as we get to later on, where they kind of look at the sunset together. But before we get to that, now we have the bug pit.
Like, the villager scene and the bug pit, I always skipped as a kid. I just couldn't fucking watch it. Like, mostly because of those penis worms.
Oh, penis worms. Oh,
Like,
yeah.
They do look like penis
nasty.
worms. Yeah.
I'm trying to figure out what kind of species they're supposed to be, actually.
I think they're supposed to be like leeches.
Yeah, leech. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, because they have, like, the teeth, right? So I would assume that they try to stick to something bigger, and like, so they stick out, they bite, and then you see that black part of them that looks like, the foreskin condensed. That thing, like, just gets, like, fatter and fatter the more drink they blood. The more drink they blood. Holy shit! The more blood they drink. I don't know why I said it like that. And then maybe they explode, hopefully, and die in agony, because those things are horrible.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah. It's definitely a very brutal. It's a brutal sequence. Because of the fact, like, they're just, like, trapped in this pit. Like, their friends are dead, and now they're just, like, essentially in hell, like the worst hell on earth, like, fighting off these bugs.
And to be fair, like, people say that, everyone loves Andy Serkis for this film, but I mean, are you sure? Because this is the only film, I think, where Andy Serkis dies twice. They kill him twice in this movie, and one of those was with penis worms.
Who dies twice?
Andy Serkis.
Did he die twice?
Yeah, he dies to the penis worms, and then they shoot him off the Empire State Building with airplanes.
Oh yeah, because he plays. Yeah, okay, all right. I was about to say, like, wait a minute, like, what's he
It was a
talking about?
double kill.
Okay. Oh, okay, all right, gotcha.
I mean, at least I don't think that he ever died twice in one movie, like two of his characters. But anyway,
yeah,
no,
both of us. Yeah, both characters.
the
he
worms and the grasshoppers, I think, were the ugliest things I have seen in my life.
plays. Yeah,
And I think that it's funny because you have the millipedes, and as a kid I was like, well, that's fucked up. And then I see all those other two.
I think they were supposed to be giant roaches.
That's even worse. that just makes it
Giant
worse.
giant roaches with grasshopper like qualities.
Maybe.
And you got like a giant beetle, that like one that like Carl was like having a fist fight with.
He's boxing with it, yeah. That
he's
one was
boxing with
so
it.
fucking weird. I think that's like a mantis shrimp, but on land.
Yeah. And
Although if it was a mantis shrimp, then he will be dead because those things hit hard for the size. And then there's the giant scorpion things. Or we don't even really know if they're scorpions, but they come from inside the walls.
Right. Yeah. They're not exactly scorpions. They're just like they're kind of like just bigger. I mean, they have like some scorpion attributes because they got the claws, but they're just like much even bigger bugs. And they're just like essentially like, all right, time for wave 2.
Yeah.
And then that's when Englehorn and Bruce Baxter and the rest of the crew come and rescue them. And you have like yeah.
I was just going to say that Carl, like, it's not just that the guy like fights the thing, like he's kind of becomes a badass. Honestly, at that point, like he just literally goes and like, I think that really makes his character way better than what people describe it to be. Because again, like I hear a lot of people say bad things about it, and that's like a common thing that I've heard. It's actually like weird that I hear people saying that like they liked Jack Black in the role or the role itself. Like the character. But it's like, not only you've seen how much of a piece of shit he is, he's also not a coward. So at that moment, you realize that the fact that he is willing to fight and he just chose not to makes him an even bigger piece of shit.
Yeah. Yeah. And obviously, they get out of the pit. Englehorn's all like, no matter how many times you flush a cockroach down the toilet, they always crawl right back up from the bowl. And he's looking at Carl as he says it. So, I always love that detail.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, and Carl's like, hey man, I am out of the bowl, and I'm spreading out I'm flicking my wings off, drying up. And that's kind of like where they start noticing like Jack is on the other side. Like, don't give up, Jack. She's dead. And so that's when Carl decides, hey, is like, we could just put the chloroform to good use, and while Jack brings Anne back to us, with Kong, following, we could still come out of this, okay? Bringing something, this won't be for nothing. Obviously, take some convincing from Englehorn, but yeah. And and Jack goes off to rescue Anne, and then Carl's like, "Sorry, man," But it's like he put it, it's almost like he knows he's about to do something pretty shitty to Jack, essentially like using him as bait. So, yeah.
He like this. I think these are like his best scenes with the bug pit.
Yeah, like the bug pit, just kind of like he just the bug pit would almost have just been like could be considered as like divine punishment for him.
Well, I wouldn't say that, but it
Oh.
redefines him because after this scene, he again, like you see that he is actually willing to fight. Again, he just chose not to do that at any point. The little shit.
Well, actually,
But
there's even
also,
like
yeah.
what was actually what I'm about to say. Like, there is even like in the extended cut, he even has like a little dialogue about being in about hell or something like that. And, before he climbs up the rope, because Bruce Baxter like brings the does come down and gets the people on the rope to sort of climb back up, like Jimmy and Carl. He's like, yeah, why don't you give? Yeah, oh yeah, how about you climb up the rope? And we kind of get like a hint of like Jack using the vines to climb up to the other side. So there you go. So yeah, so that's kind of there's almost like a bit like you can see Carl is a bit like he's kind of lost it at this point. He's kind of he's a bit off his rocker at this point now. Like
I didn't really I didn't perceive it that way, but I did perceive a change. In his attitude.
That's that's what I was trying to say. Like he had, when your life flashes before your eyes, you get to see it in color. That's the line.
Oh, yeah. You know what? I think that maybe that's what Sam was trying to say. That part wasn't really executed in the best way. That it was a little bit fast, maybe, and. I think that would be like a somewhat valid point. But while I didn't necessarily think that he would have gone like crazy after that, I did
maybe
perceive
crazy may not be. Well, I mean, he's crazy enough to. Crazy in the sense like he's willing to sacrifice more lives just to get Kong, just to bring something back, if not Kong, if not a film. Essentially.
Oh, okay.
But yeah,
the
pit definitely, the pit did sort of changed him somewhat. Like something akin to that. Like he had a near death experience, kind of, and then now,
for the first time, because every time before, he was at risk, but he was never the one that was being beaten by something or
right.
being actually targeted. Yeah.
Obviously you have the Venatus, the Brontosaurus the stampede sequence, and you have his life was always in danger, but
but what I mean is that they were kind of chasing the group. They weren't chasing him in specific. It was never like he's the last one in line. It was, I think his name you said was Herbert, the
Herb.
camera guy.
Yeah.
Herb. Yeah, in that scene, for example, it was Herb actually who was being targeted by them because he was the slowest.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Carl wasn't. Yeah, but in this, but the pit, the insect scene was definitely. Yeah, where it's he was if it wasn't for Engelhorn coming in, him and Jack and Jimmy would most certainly be dead.
Yeah.
They just had they were fucked. There was no way out for them. But yeah. And so I guess maybe just to kind of speed things along here, because some of the details during the last part of the movie, the New York stuff, we have gone over a bit earlier, so we'll try to speed through here. Then we have after the pit scene, we have Kong and Ann having a quiet moment in his lair, essentially, and we see.
By the way, did you realize the implication for Kong at that point when he says "beautiful"?
Yeah.
It's funny, right? Because sign language became this thing that everyone was doing, but King Kong 2005 implied it that Kong would have had the capacity to do some basic signs, basically, and understand it. Because the thing is, Coco the gorilla, right? the one that everyone thinks did sign language. Actually, there's no scientific evidence that she ever did sign language that was, like meaningful. Basically, she just repeated random words that she thought meant food or play or whatever, right? It was all interchangeable. None of the signs she made actually had an intent. And the fact that King Kong, I guess, saying Kong feels weird nowadays for 2005, so I just say King Kong. The fact that he sees the sunrise, or the sundown or whatever.
Sunset.
Late sunset, yes. But then it's the sunrise at the end of the movie, and he makes the same sign for beautiful. It means that he actually would have had the capacity to recognize patterns and maybe actually use sign language. So that's even worse. Like you want to talk about tragedy? I think that's more tragic because it means that he's even more intelligent than the original. So the fact that he dies like a fucking stupid animal is even worse.
Yeah.
And I never hear anyone talking about that. I don't know why.
Yeah, that's oh god, I'm just thinking about it. Just think of it. I'm getting starting to get a bit emotional because, like, Jesus. Yeah, like
I know.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, exactly. Like, this film does stuff like that makes it like a worthy that makes it more than worthy as a remake to King Kong. So like anybody that says otherwise, I don't understand. Like you see like the visual storytelling about Kong just like walking through like the sort of like the skeletal remains of essentially like his fellow Kongs, I guess you could say.
Yeah,
just pretty much.
And with that's all you need. You don't need someone to tell you, oh, like he's the last of his kind. It's like, no, you just see it. And the thing is, you don't really know what happened. Like, you assume Kong might not have done anything, but who knows? Like, maybe Kong killed some of them. Maybe there was like a huge rabies outburst and Kong had to kill them all. Like, we literally don't know anything.
We don't really know. We can only just kind of like speculate on like what could have happened. It could have been, or it could just be something, something a bit more natural. Something like
maybe lack of resources. Maybe the food they ate wasn't.
So nothing too grand as far as like them dying. It's what's funny? The original pretty much it has like a character explicitly say like he's the last of his kind or something like that, but the remake doesn't.
Yeah.
So
it's not needed.
And
also, on the first one, they're lying because there's Son of Kong later on, right? So technically,
I will say I did watch Son of Kong like once, like a few years ago. I just didn't have the time to get around to that, before the stream. Wasn't a fan of Son of Kong. I'll be honest.
Yeah, it sounds very unnecessary.
I remember that there's like some good elements to it here and there. Like maybe like there's some neat stuff going on in terms of like what that movie was trying to do for Carl Denham's story being continued somewhat, but it's like a really unnecessary epilogue. That's kind of hollow at the end of the day, and not much, like there isn't really a whole heck of a lot of substance to it aside from what I just mentioned.
In a way, isn't it like the typical, oh, poor stupid animal, you're dying for us to live, oh well, never mind, I guess I'll just go on with my life because I don't really give a shit? Doesn't it end kind of like that? Because like the baby Kong like saves the guy and he's just like, well, I guess I have my woman and everything's fine now, thank God, this is amazing.
hollow
Like
like the
that's
Earth.
yeah, hollow as fuck. That's a thing I don't actually like about a lot of movies from that time period. Um, they don't. I know this will sound very hippie, but I will say it in a basic way, and then I will try to make it more complex. But in a basic ass way, they didn't really give a shit about animals, right? In a more complex way, it came from the ego of thinking that humans are like this best thing ever, right?
Yeah.
And that ego was reflected even in paleontology, where people thought that dinosaurs were slow, inferior creatures that went extinct because they deserved it. And the reason why people said that is because, well, then if we're here, it must be because we're God's chosen ones and we're so superior to everything around us. So a lot of that mentality I could see in those type of old movies, and King Kong was not necessarily an exception. It was like a better implementation of it. The
Yeah.
fact that no
Yeah.
one cared about Kong made it tragic. But then when it came to Son of Kong, it's like now you're just making it like fucking. Now you're just doing the thing that everyone does. Like the first time was nice, but the second time, like I just think that the guy is an asshole now. Like you see this baby Kong die in front of you, and you're like, well, never mind. I have my woman, so everything's okay. And it's like,
The island's sinking, but yeah, whatever. But fuck it, I don't really care. I mean,
Yeah.
maybe we probably could be misremembering some bits in Son of Kong, but yeah, it was honestly, I just mainly remember it just being like a nothing burger of a sequel. Which the fact that I would at least like give it props for having for the fact like they were able to pull off like this like pulling off the production value that they did have, even if it was significantly weaker than the first film. Considering the fact that it was released like months after the original, like they didn't even give them like a year or two to make it. They had to release like, no, you released this by the end of 1933 because the original came out and was a huge success in March of 33.
Yeah.
So it was like a really rushed sequel, in a lot of ways. Even with like the effects where they weren't as quite as sophisticated as the original, even though they still did the stuff Willis O'Brien effects that were still there. It's like for a movie that was like made months after the original and they had to like rush for like a rush job. It's not horrible, at least. Like it's competent, but from a technical standpoint, but yeah, like it's so I just don't know why this needed to exist. And honestly, it's kind of why I stick. And honestly, like that movie, like unfortunately, it's kind of funny. Like, have you noticed, like, anytime you have like a new version of King Kong, that anytime they try to do a sequel, it ends up being kind of not great at all. Like, I mean, just stick with me on this. Kong 1933. You had the original, classic, followed up by Son of Kong, the same year, not classic. And we can also include King Kong versus Godzilla as well, where it's followed up by King Kong Escapes, which I wasn't really a fan of at all. So that's the one with Mechanic Kong, by the way.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah,
now I remember.
Yeah, the '76 remake. Obviously, much more a bit more divisive, but it was followed up. But there's at least like a decent following for that one.
On a technological level, it was kind of revolutionary, right?
Yeah,
like with the
honestly, that's
animatronic and all of that.
Yeah, that was pretty much the animatronic and like some suitmation as well, for Kong. So there's actually like that's why I would say the technicals in that film are probably like the best that stand out in that film, aside from Jessica Lange being hot as hell.
Yeah.
So yeah, but that one was followed up by King Kong Lives, which was very infamous.
Yeah.
And then you have you want to notice Kong 05 never got a sequel. Because then it's followed up by Kong Skull Island, with the monster, which is in the MonsterVerse, and we all know that, and we all know the tale of what that was followed by. So I don't
You know
know.
what? I would even say that to me, GBK is not even a sequel to Kong Skull Island. It's just like you have the destruction of the fucking island and you don't show it. That's not a sequel. Like you just you just fucked up. Like that's just bad writing.
I guess
At
you
that
could say
point.
I guess you could say it's only a sequel in the standpoint that it takes place after Kong Skull
Oh
Island
yeah,
and it
I get
continues
it. But
Kong's story.
technically, in chronology, you would have something even worse, which is the anime.
Oh well, that one.
And then the
That
comic.
one. Oh yeah, that's okay. Oof.
Which, by the way, I don't think that it's like terrible, but at the same time, it's clearly not a Kong story. It's a story about people in the island.
Yeah,
Kong is like an accessory in his own
I thought it
show.
I thought it was pretty fucking terrible. To be honest, like I honestly kind of hated it.
I know that, for example, Omnivore disliked it way more than I disliked it. I still think that it has like some interesting things. I think it's mixed, but when you count the
There's
whole
interesting
MonsterVerse thing,
things here and
maybe
there. Yeah.
yeah.
It almost like you may as well have just not even had this set in the MonsterVerse because it like there's a like almost
Yeah, it doesn't feel like it's the same Skull Island at all.
In fact, you're better off just doing that because if you had like Kong just like being shown to be able to swim from one island to another at some point, then that just would have fucked GBK forever. Like you could have just done that the whole time. Okay. It's like Kong can swim to another island. No.
Yeah, the thing is, like, the original story is such a classic that there's no way to follow it up. So if you want to make some sequel to it, you're just fucked, right? And the thing is, if someone then remade the original again, and someone actually came out with something that's good, then the sequel will also be remade because no one would want to take the risk, because like it's just dumb, right? Like how it's basically like Citizen Kane. Did it ever get a Citizen Kane 2?
That would have been funny if they did.
I know, right?
The return of Citizen Kane. Oh, Vic saying that King
Citizen
Kong
Kane.
escaped. Yeah. Okay. Vic saying King Kong Escapes is not a sequel to King Kong versus Godzilla. Yeah. Actually. Yeah, that's right. Well, I mean, I would say probably. Yeah. I mean, that's fair. It's probably. I guess I kind of include that because it's like it's a follow up in the sense that it's a King Kong. It was like another King Kong movie made by made by Toho. Although there are some fans out there that would probably would try to argue that it is a sequel.
That it could technically be just as much of a sequel as Destroy All Monsters was to the original Rodan. Actually, no, sorry, Ghidorah, the three-headed monster, was to the original Rodan. Which is
True.
Like you could technically say that, but it's not.
Technically, there's there's a lot of looseness to that. Also, we got the good old Macaroni here.
Hi.
So people were talking about monkeys here, and I thought, what a perfect place for me to interject because, well, it takes a monkey to know a monkey, right?
Dude, I said some things that could get us canceled. So yeah, let's do it already.
No, you need the token monkey to talk on monkeys. I'm the authority on monkeys here.
Okay.
Yeah, Kong 05 is a very interesting movie, I think. I don't remember what Zim said about it. I think Zim said that it was not that great.
Yeah.
Now,
but what I can say is that I remember there was like one time, and it was like before that debate stream on Kong 05 that he hosted. Like he said something along the lines of that Kong 05 is to King Kong what the Polygon trilogy is to Godzilla, which That's still
That's a bit
to this
harsh.
day. Yeah,
That's crazy.
that's just wrong.
That's a bit harsh, I think.
Yeah,
Hold
that's an
on. I think my
understatement.
microphone is
I mean, we can hear you fine. In case.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I don't want to not use my microphone.
Okay.
So I don't, with what little I remember of Kong 05, I thought it was, I mean, yeah, it was long, but I think the length was necessary for the type of story it was trying to tell. For the same reason that Lord of the Rings was long, for the same reason that Watchmen was long, not for the same reason Justice League was long, but there are movies that just have to be long, you know, for the purpose of telling the story. Like, length isn't really the problem; it's more so what you do with the length.
Exactly.
However, I do think that it is an understandable complaint, especially if in this day and age where people's attention spans are fried. But at the same time, I would just say skill issue.
Yeah, that's what I would say. Yeah, that's not the movie's fault. That's your problem. you can't withstand a movie being 3 hours long. I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah.
It's a skill issue. But also, I do understand, because time is a limited resource. Time is a very limited resource. You can't always, spend too much time. But if what the movie does with the time that is spent is important, then I would just say, well, yeah, no, at that point it's a skill issue. Now, if the movie wasted time, like in
Yeah.
Justice League, then I would say, fine, okay, that's a valid complaint.
Yeah.
But I don't think Kong 05 is that. So I'm just saying, okay, you know what? I think this doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things.
Congo 5 devotes a lot of time with its story, but it's time that is very well spent.
It's also interesting that I see that usually, because what's the reputation of what's it called? What's the reputation of Kong remakes over Godzilla movies in general? Because I don't really know. I'm not a huge Kong guy.
So sorry, could you repeat the question? What's the consensus on?
Yeah, on Kong remakes and sequels compared to that of Godzilla, like their quality, I mean.
Oh, I am normally what I've heard, okay, but again, I'm not like a super Kong dude necessarily. Like, of course, I'm more informed than like a normie, but still not like my thing. I think Minecraft probably knows a little bit more. But basically, it's like every time that technology can advance the story in a meaningful way, the story has been remade. So in a way, it's kind of like a statement of the times, kind of like Avatar nowadays, right?
Right.
And it was always seen as like, oh, the classic is coming back, like it's something that people wait for. And so the 70s version, while it was not better than the OG, like it literally has a fucking snake, it's disappointing as hell. It was like this thing that, first of all, they spent a lot of money on. They made this huge animatronic. So it's basically like, and we just talked about this, it's kind of like Citizen Kane for adventure. Kong as a whole, like is such a classic that he's basically on that level. So when people remake it, it's not like, oh, how dare you do this to this classic? You're killing it. It's more like, yeah, now we can have a more immersive version of it. So it's normally seen as like a really great thing. And then when 2005 came back, it was announced, and you had the trailers and all of that. People were super excited because everyone knew King Kong. Everyone knew the story, but they didn't necessarily want to watch something that was in black and white. It looked amazing, and yeah, it was a huge boom. I think that this hate, or not necessarily hate, but this what would you call it? This dismissal of King
Resentment?
Kong 2005.
Dismissal.
Resentment, dismissal.
Contention.
Yeah, I think it came recently.
Yeah.
Like a couple of maybe 5 to 6 years after the movie came out. But when it came out, people were like crazy about it. People thought that it was great. And it's like, yeah, like the guy who made like Lord of the Rings made all of this, right? So it was all part of this perfect storm. To be fair, I think that if 2005 hadn't been this good, remakes for King Kong wouldn't actually be seen in a favorable way, because the 70s was fine, like it was entertaining for some, as Hoshi said, and as 2005 said for himself. But like I think most people that like the original think that a snake, for example, in the sense of action, is a huge downgrade from a T-Rex, and they're right. So it's like uh, it's 2005. I think that cemented the remakes as this thing that probably will happen again at some point when we have enough technology to make, maybe, I don't know, make 4DX movies in VR, right? And then they will make King Kong then, right? Uh, but yeah, like they're not seen in a negative way at all. They have always been like a new statement of the technology of the time. And
Yeah.
Hollywood always promotes the remakes for King Kong in this super gigantic way more than Godzilla. So yeah,
Right. Yeah, no, that makes sense. Because I always found it rather interesting because usually whenever you get to that point where you just create a story that's like super revolutionary, super what's the word?
Timeless.
Timeless. Yes, timeless, that's the word. The the first instinct will usually be, how do I recapture the magic, right? How do I um how can I capture the minds of people? How can I uh, capture lightning in a bottle again? Right. That's usually and so whenever there's like a remake, I feel like I don't know if this is necessarily true. So you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm fairly certain that that is the spirit behind it. You just want to recapture lightning in a bottle again, and because that story is like basically an American myth of sorts. You kind of don't want to stray too far away from it.
Right.
Of course, Skull Island came out and kind of undid it, kind of turned it on its head.
Yeah.
For better or worse, I would argue for worse. Not because the movie was bad necessarily, but because of, the
What came
spirit
after?
that
what happened
influenced.
afterwards?
No.
Maybe.
Not even that. It's just like the spirit of like what. Why do you think the movie was made? Like, do you think it was made because they wanted to tell like an actual good story? They wanted to set up Godzilla versus Kong in the long run. Like,
They
Yeah,
if I'm being
exactly. That's
super
what I mean. Godzilla
cynical,
vs Kong. Yeah,
if I'm being super cynical, it was for Godzilla versus Kong. It was
Yeah.
purely for God. That's all they really.
I
It just
don't
so
even think
happens
that
that the
it's
movie was good.
necessarily cynicism. It's just that King Kong versus Godzilla was like a completely different thing from King Kong, and they wanted to recreate that lightning in a bottle instead of actually recreating the original. I think that
Yeah.
we
It's
have those two aspects of Kong, and they just decided to go for the less known one at the time. But at
yeah.
the
Like
same time, it
Hollywood.
is very known.
Yeah, Hollywood had like an opportunity because like you have Godzilla 2014 that was pretty successful, like successful enough to where it would warrant them wanting to do a follow up on it at some point. And you have like the whole shared universe sort of trend that was going on at the time. And you also have like King Kong versus Godzilla. That was kind of like, like essentially one of the more, in at least in the US, like one of the more iconic Godzilla movies in terms of like, because the fact that it featured these two iconic kaiju, these two iconic monsters duking it out, and so it's like, hey, why don't we have the opportunity to sort of like capitalize on the whole. We have an idea for we have shared universe being a thing. We have these IPs of King Kong and Godzilla. Like, why not just do like a whole new version? And if there's been many years since that original King Kong versus Godzilla, why not just use that foundation as potential to do a new take on that sort of story? Maybe even just sort of build it up to it.
Yeah,
Yeah, no, I think it
because
was
here's the
a
thing, like
perfect
you were,
storm, like a combination of all three.
yeah,
Not just like the one thing. I think it was just like the perfect storm. Like, we could make something new, but also we can just remake this old thing that's always worked, and just do that until it stops making us money, and then we will pivot to whatever suits us best at the time. Like, okay, well then the versus Kong, we already did that, but we can't keep doing that like 2 consecutively. So what do? We team them up. That's never been done before. Even though it clearly was like those kinds of versus stories, like they always end up in a team up.
Yeah.
And so,
But I
And
suppose
not only
like
that,
people,
I would also say that that gives you some free space for the next time that they actually decide to remake the actual classic 1933 story, which
yeah,
would be needed because if they had done like a remake for King Kong in 2017 after the things that 2005 did, I think that would be completely unnecessary.
you
No,
go
no,
right
no, you
ahead.
go
I was
first.
about to. I was about to. No, you want. I'll let you finish. Yeah, because of
I
what I was
was
about to say.
literally just going to say that tonight I'm watching Lord of the Rings just because of Peter Jackson. You know, like we were talking about this whole thing and we mentioned Lord of the Rings like 2 or 3 times, and now I just want to watch all of the movies at once. That's all.
Nice. So I actually have the exact like little speech or monologue that Hayes states about after Jimmy asks him about why doesn't the lead character Heart of Darkness like turn back and what have you, and Hayes is like, a part of him does want to, but but then you have like, but there's that curiosity in all of us that compels us. Um, yeah, and it's kind of like, and there's like a montage of like showing, like obviously this kind of like backtracks a little earlier, it's much earlier to the film, but it like shows a montage of like Carl and Anne and Jack and all the rest, like walking through essentially like the first part of the island, until they get to the village. Where and I have the quote here exact from Hayes. I'm saying, we could not understand because we were too far, and could not remember because we were traveling in the night of first ages. Of those ages that are gone, leaving hardly a sign and no memories, we are accustomed to look upon the shackled form of a conquered monster. But there you could look at a thing monstrous and free.
Yeah, dude, like this movie just has like a bunch of things.
Yeah, there's like and I think like one of the things that Zim was mentioning, like how the film tries to call back to the Heart of Darkness stuff, and he thinks like that wasn't like that's like kind of misses the point of King Kong or something like. Don't quote me on that, as Minecraft would put it, but I think that's something that he may have said, something along those lines. Because I guess it just sort of begs the question of like, the whole thing of like, if whether or not that would still like, if that's like, as long as that stuff was implemented well into the film, would it still be like, could it at least be considered like a good adaptation, if not like what if it's not exactly 1-to-1 in terms of like the thematics, what have you, because the original King Kong, it's it doesn't really like, there is like, you have the Beauty and Beast aspect to it, as well as the whole thing of like Kong being a king of his own domain that was sort of take that that was sort of taken out of his element, and then he dies when he tries to resist, essentially, and it was all because of the fact that he fell for something, for that which he couldn't really have, which is something that this film carries over, but this film obviously also includes the that sort of element. Those other like other elements that sort of expand on. I don't
Yeah,
know. What do you think?
I understand that some directors, like have watched this movie, right, all their life, and then they want to make their own version, and they have all of these ideas and verses and, in a way, poetry that they relate to their idea of the story and the themes
Yeah,
and what it represents. And I also understand that sometimes if you are making a remake for something like that, you will maybe put a lot of it, right?
yeah,
The thing is, adding those things to the story and maybe not going in depth with every single one of them and make it like fully cohesive is actually not a bad thing. I don't think that you need to like commit to one or two. If you're just mentioning another one, it's like food for thought. You know, like you're leaving it to the viewer to find meaning in it if they want to, and if they don't, it's just like really cool dialogue.
Yeah.
You know, like I don't think that we need to be super robotic with everything and be like, yeah, but this character says this and that completely changes. Well, you know, like I mean,
Yeah.
it can, but also like you can see it as, you know, like that's just something that the director feels relates to the story. You know, it's like a
Yeah.
project of love, and I
Yeah.
think that this is clearly the case for that too. You
It's
know,
absolutely
it's
a
just
project of
yeah,
it was absolutely a product of love, essentially. I mean, obviously like you would have the studio in mind, which like they would absolutely, like Universal, they would absolutely want to do a remake of King Kong because King Kong is a recognizable name. But you know, Peter Jackson, you know, considering that he is that much of a fan of the original, and he's given the opportunity to do like his own sort of take on it, and considering that he proved that he is capable of like, you know, doing really good stuff like with Lord of the Rings.
yeah.
It obviously absolutely, you know, lends to him being able to put together a version of King Kong that you know, can still be viewed as it like Peter Jackson's own version of King Kong. It is not like it's not like a carbon copy of the original. You know, like it's not like beat for beat or note by note, frame by frame. There's definitely quite a bit about it that's expanded upon and is even pretty different, quite different from the original. But they still maintain what the soul of the original. They maintain like they pretty much like essentially stay true to the spirit of the original.
Hi, folks. Are you guys ready to go ape?
No.
So I've laid a few rules down in the past of what should happen when you try to resurrect something old like a remake or a reboot. The first is that a good remake or reboot should give people who haven't seen these things a reason to maybe want to check them out. And the second is that it should give people who have seen these things something that they haven't seen before.
All right. Does Con 2005 tick those boxes?
Yes.
Yes.
I would
It does
argue
it
the
perfectly.
first one, yes. The second one, yet. The second one depends on who you ask.
Honestly, I think Kong 05 checks those 2 points very well.
Actually, wait, no, it checks both of those pretty well because it has a very distinct, albeit, it has a very distinct take on Skull Island in its own right. So it's doing its own thing while still understanding the original.
Yeah.
If anything, I think
it also, it just straight up is a strong remake. It doesn't have any of the faults of either end of the extreme. It doesn't harp on the original too much like The Lion King, but it also doesn't completely annihilate the point of the original like War of the Worlds.
especially what I like about it is that in the original Kong, and Daryl was like consistently afraid of Kong, even when Kong saved her from the Rexes. But in this version, and Daryl is now like bros with Kong, I guess. After the V Rexes, and
They
do
don't
have the
actually make it
opportunity-
uncomfortable like the 76 version.
Exactly.
Oh yeah.
Right.
Exactly. They have a I don't know what kind of relationship you could describe Anne and Kong, but almost like mutual friends or companionship, I
Yeah,
believe.
it's a friendship.
Yeah. It's not simping like most people would say, but it's definitely a very, very like insightful.
This film fails both of these tests because unfortunately this is one of those remakes that lives up to the title in all literalness. It's just the original King Kong again, except with needlessly overextended scenes that drag on and on and on.
No,
if you've seen the original,
I will half agree that it is a little bit self-indulgent. That is a bit of a problem. The extended cut completely fixes the pacing in every way, shape, and in practically every way, shape, and form. with the exception of the boat stuff, and even then, the boat stuff has its point. That said, why is this a problem if the formula of King Kong worked?
Yeah.
It's simply the fact that he really didn't want this movie to even exist, because the fact that what was even the point of you making an already good film with this one?
By improving some aspects of it.
Yes. I did like the fact that when they go into the theater to show Kong off, they have like copies, remakes of the original tribe costumes.
Yeah.
Like from the first film, I was like, oh, that's a nice touch. Anyway,
Yeah, it's like
King Kong. Then not only have you seen this film already, but you've seen it far more streamlined than this. In fact, that point actually introduces a new rule for remakes that I would like to lay down right now. This is rule number 1. Big time rule number 1. You should never try to remake a film that was already good. Why do...
So, by that logic, War of the Worlds should never have been remade / adapted, ignoring the fact that all 3
Or The
major
Fly.
adaptations, well, debatably all 3 major adaptations, have some reason or addressing to modern popular culture.
Yeah, by that logic, David Cronenberg's The Fly with Jeff Goldblum shouldn't exist. Did that.
Exactly.
Even the newest Nosferatu movie shouldn't even exist.
Or even
Yeah.
-1 shouldn't even exist because the original was perfect.
Well,
-1 one's not a remake. Yeah, I get that. -1 is not a remake, but I get the point. But I do understand the point. Like,
Toho's reboots.
yeah, no, that's a better option. It's like, one, this movie exists for the same reason Del Toro remade Pinocchio and Frankenstein.
Yeah.
Oh, The Thing? Yeah, The Thing.
That too.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
Thank you, Nico.
no, that wouldn't even apply because the original thing from the 50s was not considered great. But, or at least
So
it
that's
isn't
like a-
considered great.
You know, it's funny, like, Confused Matthew's gonna say something and be like, why don't they just make movies that didn't work out that well the first time around?
Yeah,
You know,
yep, he'll say that.
Yeah, he's gonna say that, just to prep you.
filmmakers do this? What is the point of this? I can understand trying to remake films that didn't go over so well the first time. Hell, who wouldn't want to see the Wachowski brothers call a do-over and try to make good sequels to The Matrix?
Oh, that's hilarious.
Hilariously.
Yeah.
Like I said, Matthew, my brother, it's not like Peter Jackson did this movie because he was a fan of it or that this was like his ultimate passion project that he wanted to do it since he did the Lord of the Rings remake, you moron.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he did the Lord of the Rings trilogy, and, you know, someone was like, hey, we're pretty much hoping to maybe eventually do a King Kong remake. It's like,
Yeah,
and Jackson's all like, what'd you say?
In fact,
He was basically, it's that one clip of SpongeBob where he just bursts out of a wall.
in fact, the Lord of the Rings remake literally made Universal hire Jackson again to like revive their Kong remake project. Basically,
Yeah, Peter Jackson was a huge fan of the original King Kong. Universal wanted to do another iteration, a new film version of King Kong, and they were like, well, why don't we? Well, this guy's not only clearly a huge fan, but he made like essentially three game changers in terms of like modern cinema, you know, with the Lord of the Rings trilogy. So, you know, why don't we just get him?
yeah.
Again,
And we'll
it's
just
the
let him.
same-
We'll just they pretty much counted on him making like the best film that he could because Peter Jackson at that point was a name that, you know, studios can trust.
Yeah, it's the same reason Guillermo del Toro remade Pinocchio and Frankenstein, like I said earlier.
It's almost like you can look at a story that was made, a good story that was made, and, you know, add something to it, make it a bit different, come to different ideas for it. It's almost like good stories have a lot to offer. You know?
Yeah. Yeah, you don't have to view them in like one narrow mindset. Essentially, like you can't like there are like if someone asks you like, why do you need to remake this film that's already really good? It's like, well, there could be some room for improvement, or there could be a a different sort of angle that you could take the story in a way that makes it to just make you go, oh yeah, that's a neat little direction that you take here.
Like that's not to say that's not to say the 2005 film is devoid of problems, but like to say it fundamentally fails as a remake is to be incredibly disingenuous and to ignore the fact that Kong 76 objectively faltered the story of King Kong even while doing its own thing multiple times over.
But all of the movies that are remade these days were fine the way they were. I already love the films these remakes are based on. Now you're telling me that I have to start all over again and...
Planet of the Apes is one of the funniest examples considering what the new ones did. Oh my god!
Tim Burton's prison. Are you serious, Matthew? What?
Well, I mean, he's saying what he's saying. It's like the original is already good. Why do you need to do a remake when it's unnecessary? If it's going to be not as good, essentially. Which, in the case of Tim Burton's Planet of the Apes, sure, yeah. I mean, yeah, Tim Burton's Planet of the Apes is terrible.
Yeah, it's not good.
Accept something new on completely different terms, and I can't help but compare it to the originals, and it's never gonna...
Oh, yeah, this is 2012, because he's pulling up the Total Recall remake, which was 2012.
And I know remake?
Yeah, the one, it's right here on the screen.
I didn't even know that.
To be that good. What is the freaking point? Now, I don't know how good the original King Kong was, but it's all...
What? What?
Matt, what are you talking about?
Let me, hold on, I'll go rewind that. The fuck?
Now, I don't know how good the original King Kong was, but it's already a classic. It is...
You say it's a classic when you don't know how good it actually is.
I came back to this.
What the fuck?
Matthew, my brother.
Wait. So you completely discredited your own opinion with this?
Oh no,
brother, Matthew, my guy, are you high?
No, better yet.
That's probably not it. He's probably drunk or both.
Were you dropped on your head as a baby, Matthew?
Oh god!
Because what you mean that you don't know how good this movie is? Why do you even bother comparing it?
Why are you bothering with this?
Who's playing the video? Who's playing the video again?
It's the Animus.
Animus, can we stop, please? Can we stop?
No, we just started.
Why are you even bothering with this video, with this remake video now, when you have no idea what the original movie is in terms of quality? Like,
oh god.
Yeah, the original Kong is good, but you shouldn't assume that if you haven't seen it.
Yeah, exactly.
That's like me saying, man, they shouldn't even remake the original 1954 film Godzilla film, even though I have not watched it. You moron.
Yeah.
Okay, let me rewind it. I want to hear like the full line. Maybe there's more context we just haven't heard yet.
Let's hear it out.
I don't want to hear it.
You will.
Can't help but... Now, I don't know how good the original King Kong was, but it's already a classic. It has reached its iconic peak. You don't need to remake something like this. Peter Jackson, if you want to have a do-over on something, how about trying to remake The Freaking Frighteners? Confused Matthew Frighteners review coming this Halloween. This movie gives us nothing that the original...
That's it.
That's pretty much it.
So you're ignoring the context of why Jackson remade this film?
Oh god, I am...
As well as completely annihilating your reputation after having not seen... Completely annihilating your point with with this video after admitting to have not seen the original, so you have no value to gauge from it. Therefore, its remake, outside of as a film.
Film didn't already offer, except for maybe special effects, but who cares about that? It's
Whoa.
What?
Let's try this again.
This movie gives us nothing that the original film didn't already offer.
Wow.
It offered nothing that the original didn't already offer aside from special effects, but who cares about them?
Holy crap, Matthew.
The irony of saying who cares about special effects in relation to King Kong. A movie.
Yeah. King Kong
Whoa, movies
are the way they are.
The absolute irony.
It's essentially the same story, it's essentially the same characters, it's essentially the same basic situation.
Essentially the same characters when
it's
we've
not.
already talked about how Anne Darrow is significantly different.
Exactly, Matt.
We talk about not even just that, but not even just that, but Driscoll.
Yes.
Yeah.
Then
You
again,
have characters
Matthew
like
literally
Mr.
admitted.
Hayes, Lumpy, Jimmy, Dano's friend, those guys.
Well, I mean, we don't even have to talk about the characters that this movie introduces. We'll just talk about like how Driscoll is different from how he was in the original. Like he's not first. Like Jack Driscoll is not the first mate of the venture. Like that's pretty much Hayes.
Yeah. But are you guys surprised? Matthew literally admitted to never even watching the 33 film.
Which, if you're going to compare this movie to the original, wouldn't it just only benefit your video by watching the original?
Hang on a minute.
Yeah.
He doesn't know how good the first film is, but the first film, this new remake, is basically the first film again. How does he know that?
I don't know.
Knowledge again, articles,
He
reading
read
Wikipedia,
the
I don't know, but
Wikipedia
it's
page.
still pretty
You read
poor on
the
his part.
Wikipedia page.
Why do you do this to me?
It's obvious he looked at Wikipedia.
Yep.
Yeah, he
That's
did.
what I said right now.
In fact,
Crying out loud.
majority of these quote-unquote critics did that.
Oh, yeah.
The only difference is it's a lot fucking longer. It's so long and tedious that it makes you pray for the original.
What?
No.
Not crave
I
for the
wouldn't say
original.
that
I do
either.
agree. I agree with the length problem. I feel like, well, again, the extended cut fixes some of that. But yeah, I get the boat.
I didn't have a problem with the length. I quite enjoy the length.
Me too.
But
yes,
I can understand that there are some scenes where like this does feel like he's trying to like. It's not drag it out. That's not the word I'm looking for.
No, it's really indulgent.
Focusing a bit too much on it.
Yeah, I will say.
The 1933 King Kong was about 100 minutes, which is pretty standard running time. This monstrosity is 187 minutes. 3 hours of our lives that we're never going to get back. And what does this film do in 3 hours that the other film didn't do in less than 2? Nothing. Basically, they just take all...
What? It did a lot of things,
God,
dude.
this-
It did
you know,
so
Matthew?
much things that the original couldn't do.
Yeah.
What are you talking about, my guy?
Can I just point out to everybody here, we are 3 minutes in.
3 minutes?
Oh, we're making pretty good time,
24
actually.
minutes to go.
The scenes from the original King Kong, double them, and overextend the fuck out of them. It makes me want to bang my head against the wall. It's the same movie, just more.
How do you know if you haven't
You
seen
see,
the
this
original?
is what I mean? This is little torture.
He has to just be like assuming that, oh well, since the original is shorter, that means like those scenes are shorter.
Yeah, I'm thinking.
Yeah.
That seems like the main point he wants to make here. But again, you may as well like the fact that he doesn't know how good the original is would pretty much imply like, so has he watched it or not, or at least like you'd think that you would at least get like a refresher on it to prep for this video if you're gonna make the comparisons.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's just so many things that the new one does that the
So
old
be
one.
it.
Just the fact that he did the
yeah,
comparison between the audiences and Kong as just like Kong is a big brutish, like simple creature, and he reacts to her performance in a very similar manner to the audiences in the theater in New York, trying to make the comparison of like, oh yeah, the audiences are like very brutish and simple. It's just like doing little things like that, and that alone is like worth seeing the film for, let alone all of the other things.
And the worst part is that the formula that it repeats is beyond dated. There are moments in this film that might have worked in 1933, but in 2005 they were trite and unimpressive.
Right, hold
It's called a period piece. It is.
Hold on to that.
Point.
Hold on to that. He's gonna quote unquote elaborate on this.
I was gonna say.
Oh, no.
I was gonna say. What do we think he's talking about? Can we predict what he's gonna say?
Get ready, folks.
Right. Okay. Hold on to your butts.
Oh,
Which is
shit.
why I don't understand why Peter Jackson did it this way. But I'll get to that as we go. I'll start the review now, but trust me, this will not end well. Now, this movie moves in 3 stages. Crew going to the island, encountering King Kong and friends on the island, and dealing with King Kong in the city. Each stage has its own unique set of problems, and we'll go through them one by one. And the first act of the film has the following problem. It's all one long, boring dick tease.
What? What? Are you talking about 2014? What? This is not what?
What do you even mean?
What? Dick tease? What?
How?
Why? How?
Does he have
Okay, we're gonna need to hear him out because I need to hear him out. Why is it great long dick tease?
What?
I have been fighting like hell not to use the term dick tease since I started doing these reviews, and you're just going to have to forgive me for that one.
No.
We begin in 1932. That's right, Peter Jackson needs...
I mean, the fact that he's only like one number off, that's like the least of this video's problems.
I know. It's 1933 still, Matthew.
Which means that this is a period piece. Now, the original King Kong was set in 1932 because it was 1932.
Oh my...
Okay.
Oh.
Yeah. Okay, go on, Matthew.
That wasn't a period piece. It was made in a time and of a time. The story of King Kong is universal. It's not period specific. It would have been the same difference if he had set this in modern times. The story would have been the same, and setting this remake in 1932 was not only completely unnecessary, but it gives Peter Jackson the added responsibility of making us believe we're in a specific decade.
That is a problem. Why?
I was gonna say, what's the problem?
And
Yeah,
here's
why
the thing,
not?
did Peter Jackson
He
not
played
do that in this
During
case?
the Great Depression.
Like, I don't doubt King Kong could work in a modern day setting, or hell, post 1932, hell, Kong Skull Island. That said, why is this a problem?
Yeah, I don't
It's
see it.
because he didn't want this to happen.
Nico Stud, hang in there.
That's a habit, Andrew.
Me too.
It's simply the fact that the reason why he did say this is because he thought that this was a pointless choice, and he thought that this movie should have took place in modern day, i.e. the 2000s.
The point that he's trying to say is that the movie just shouldn't exist. That's kind of that's really what it boils down to. So he's like so it's like, yeah, but it does exist. So you may as well at least try to see like whether or not it does the period piece thing well. And if it doesn't do it well, elaborate on why it's not doing
Try
it well.
to engage with it.
Unfortunately, the idea of this being a period piece is just shot in the foot from almost frame 1. The whole city of New York looks like a big special effect. I'm supposed to...
What?
It's a special effect.
Are we just going to forget about the fact that Peter Jackson actually went out of his way to actually record/capture the old buildings that were actually made in 1930s i.e. the behind the scenes. Man,
No,
you moron.
no, he was meant to get a time machine and go back in time and film the action.
Exactly. You know what's funny? Like, a lot of this. Here's the thing: if this movie was made in 2025 and Peter Jackson wasn't making it, well, I mean, Peter Jackson post the Hobbit films, made it, I suppose. Then everything would be like green screen. But there's like whole sets that are just like constructed to look period centric. Like,
wow.
Even the city streets, when Anne's like following that guy to the restaurant, like that's like there's some green screen there. I don't doubt, but I can only imagine. So, but for the most part, it's a set. Like,
That's
it's
what I like
practical.
about old movies, like around this time, because it was they had some set pieces and then they had green screen. It wasn't just pure green screen. I don't know, to me,
it's a
that's
good
more
balance.
Minus One did that, kind of.
It's like Frankenstein, the recent one. It's like the sets on that are all built, all handmade. Apparently, took months and months to build.
Yeah, that too. That's why I appreciate that movie more after I watched it. I watched it behind the
looks
scenes, and I didn't know that there
amazing.
was
It's so beautiful.
miniatures.
Visually, it
and
looks
a set piece, and I
phenomenal.
was like, okay, we're going back to like the old ways. It's not just pure green screen.
To believe I'm in 1932, but this time period is presented so terribly that I think this might be the worst period piece that I have ever seen.
How so?
What?
It perfectly captures the Great Depression. At least the early parts of it.
How? Freaking how?
The whole city of New York looks like a big special effect. I'm supposed to believe I'm in 1932, but this time period is presented so terribly that I think this might be the worst period piece that I have ever seen.
Pause in for copyright issues.
high?
Blah, 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 blah.
Yeah. I'm not listening
This
to you,
doesn't
Matthew.
feel like 1932. It feels like a bunch of actors in costume pretending that it's 1932.
What the fuck are they supposed to do?
How? Freaking how?
Time machine!
Explain, dude. Don't just say, dude. Explain.
Unironically, like, if this film doesn't know how to do a period piece well, I'd like to know what you think does do it well. Because
Good question to ask him.
Yeah. I wonder if he ever could. Oh wait, he can't, because I don't think he's ever going to. He's just gonna say something and then just move on without any elaboration. Like how many critics try to do that.
Suddenly, this half-hour video seems really, really short because he's going into like such specifics, but undetailed specifics.
Oh yeah. Exactly.
That's what happens in
It
Kong
discovers
Skull
Skull
Island.
Island now because satellites.
Yeah, basically, what Martin's saying there is essentially what happens in Kong Skull Island. Is like, yeah.
Moving on.
If you want to remain so true to the original movie that you set this in that time, that's fine, but it's your responsibility to make that time period believable, and this isn't.
look at the costume design and look, like, the film is like set during the Great Depression, showing all these people in the streets, in food lines. You got vaudeville going on, trying to entertain as many people as they can who could afford it, essentially. And you got prohibition happening here, like. Again, like, what does this movie have to do to convince you that this is set in 1933? Oh, I'm sorry, 1932.
Yeah.
Yeah, like.
But doesn't that shoot his point in the foot? That the original film was set in like contemporary times, so they didn't have to set anything up. It's just, we are filming this now, so we don't have to set anything up. Whereas this film is being set in a different time period, so it has to set the time period up.
Yeah, as accurately as he can. You know what I mean?
And then he's saying, "Oh, this doesn't look realistic," and he's like, "Okay, what's not realistic about it?" And so far, he hasn't said that.
It's not helped by the fact that he didn't even watch the original.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I am so surprised this isn't rage bait.
You know what's So far, his point has been, I don't believe this is the right time period because I don't believe this is the right time period.
I don't believe this is the right time period because I know that these actors are from 2000 and not the 30s.
Yeah, exactly. I think this is 2005, but apparently this is
If I were to
supposed to
say
be in the
this,
30s.
that's like the equivalent of Matthew saying, "Oh man, Blade Runner," or at least in this case, Blade Runner doesn't look like the future. What do you mean?
Or him or Matthew saying -1 doesn't look like it takes place in late World War II Japan.
By the time they all get on the boat, I completely forgot this was supposed to be set in the 30s. I really did.
That's skill
My
issue.
subconscious just assumed they were in 2005 until.
What?
What the hell?
What the hell kind of point is this? I don't understand.
What the fuck?
But that's because they leave it. Wait, like the ship?
No way,
the
dude.
ship.
This is...
How? Hang on a minute. Let's find a good shot. Let's find a good shot.
Wait, this is a good shot, yeah.
Just to let you know that what he would say to about
Yeah, this looks like
The
2005.
Yeah, definitely 2005.
Yep, that
The
looks
cars,
like
wow.
2005.
It's like 2005.
The automobiles from the 1930s, those Ford mobiles, yeah, those are from 2005.
Yeah,
Oh.
those futuristic rat-like creatures. Yeah, that's definitely 2000.
When they get on the steam ship, yep, that's 2005.
If you want to remain so true to the original movie that you set this in that time, that's fine. But it's your responsibility to make that time period believable. And this isn't. By the time they all get on the boat, I completely forgot this was supposed to be set in the 30s. I really did. My subconscious just assumed they were in 2005 until they got back to New York.
Think about what he said there. Think about what he said there.
Yeah.
Until they got on the boat, I thought it was 2005, and then only remembered it was a timepiece when they got back to New York. What is that sentence?
Okay, what he's all right, no, hold on. What he's saying is what he's saying is by the time they left New York for the trip to Skull Island, he completely and while they were on Skull Island, he completely forgot that this is supposed to be in the 30s until they got back to New York.
How does he even? Honestly,
Wow.
yeah, this guy didn't even watch the 05 remake. Honestly, I'm just gonna say it.
It's on the screen though, but he's watching it while he's making this video.
As a period piece, this thing just sucks. Example, one of the first opening scenes where the down on her luck out of work actress has the following conversation.
Yeah, just never way to cover it.
Forget you was ever there. Wow, what an amazing period-specific delivery. You're fooling everyone. I mean, honestly,
that's his example for why this film fails as a period piece.
That's what I was trying to say.
That's the one you go with?
That's his example of why this movie fails as a period piece, just the way he delivers it.
I mean, honestly, did that fool anyone into thinking we're in 1932? Really?
What's his problem with it?
The way he said it? Is he say? I'm trying to figure this out. Like the way he says "forget you was ever there," like as if it's supposed to be like it's artificial.
That's literally American talk, Matthew.
How does this break verisimilitude, though? Like that, I don't. Just the way he said it. What he's saying, like he's being try hard by saying "forget you was ever there" as opposed to "forget you were ever there." Like he's from New York.
Exactly.
30s New York.
Yeah.
Of course he's gonna talk like that, Matthew.
That's what I mean. It's like I've heard the line. He's going, "Oh my god, that line." I'm going, "What? What's about it?" What?
Yeah. It's like this is a complete and this is not biased towards the film or anything. Like even if I was like someone who's like not a fan of Kong 05, like I would still just be like, "What's the problem here?" What I don't.
That's like watching Star Wars going, why is everybody speaking English? You just... Even if the dialect is a little bit different, maybe the accent's a little bit different in this film, it's like, yeah, okay, fine. Everything else is working incredibly hard to immerse you in the time period. If someone's not talking exactly right, okay, fine. The rest of
for
it's doing the job.
example, why is it that in Kung Fu Panda the characters speak in English even though they're from China?
Line was delivered sums up this problem with the film altogether. It all feels like a bunch of people from 2005 pretending they're in 1932.
I don't
This
see how
line
that's an
is
argument.
everything that's
Yeah,
wrong with this movie.
It's
don't
called
see
acting.
the argument. What are
Called
you
acting.
conveying, dude?
If Peter Jackson was like gonna say like, no, cut, hold on, no, that didn't work, Mister, what's your name? You know, like, no, you gotta say it like this. If Matthew was the director, like, what would he want that? How would he want that guy to say it? Like, I need to know. You got to give us something to work with here for like what he should have done instead.
I'm like, Matthew, do you want the entire actors to be deep-faked as the original actors and have it be a black and white filter overlaid to it to convince you that this takes place in the 1930s, dude? Come on now.
Okay, not gonna lie, that would actually be very cool. I won't lie.
There was a film, made-for-TV film, a few years ago called 12 Little Soldiers. It was a murder mystery, Agatha Christie murder mystery. A film that was made of it in 1960s was called 12 Little Indians, which people decided was a bit problematic, so they turned it to 12 Little Soldiers. But that wasn't the original, because the original was 12 Little N-words.
Mm-hmm. I feel like I've heard this story before, yeah.
So now imagining that Matthew here is watching the newer version of 12 Little Soldiers, screaming at his screen, going, "No! You have to use the N-word!"
Jeez.
It's like the equivalent of calling them 12 Angry Men.
Oh my god.
How dare you assume their pronouns?
Alright, let's continue, please. Let's continue.
In Testing Inspector, wonderful name, has just brought up a point. Is that Suitmation is actually bad because it's people pretending they're in kaiju.
They're the kaiju.
They're the kaiju, sorry. But it's also quite an interesting point of, is he going to bring up, he's like, I'm sorry, this is not a good King Kong film. This King Kong film is CGI. It should clearly be claymation.
Oh boy. He doesn't say anything about claymation, but just you wait.
Oh, what? Really?
Man, the suit?
There's some foreshadowing.
Oh boy.
Get ready.
Shit.
The supercut on this is going to be great.
But what baffles me about this casting choice is that it just feels so damn random. They really could have plugged anyone into this role. Usually...
Wait. They could have plugged anyone into this role, but also they've got people in these roles that are clearly not doing a good job.
Yeah,
I'm liking the duality of this.
Like, apparently as long as they're not from 2005, if we're going by his logic previously.
Yeah, that too. Like I said, time machine.
No, right? Imagine they gave this bitch.
Usually when you give a mainly serious role to a comedic actor, it's for some sort of purpose, tapping into a side of them that they don't usually show.
And also that the fact that comedians can make very good actors because they can hold their emotional state quite well, which is what happened with Leslie Nielsen.
Yes.
Yes.
What's he going to say?
And this actually works surprisingly well most of the time. Robin Williams, Nathan Lane, and Jim Carrey have all given very good serious performances, but this character is so stock and played so stock that having Jack Black play it is just unnecessary.
It's played stock?
Yeah, I don't know.
Like STOCK.
Does he mean bland?
Bland, generic, something like that.
The same words that these assholes always have to use.
Having Jack Black play it is just unnecessary. I would expect more from such an unusual casting decision. But this character is and does all sorts of things that we have seen before. The Weasley type who uses underhanded manipulation to get what he wants.
Okay.
And Jack Black plays it really well.
Yeah.
Yeah, like...
God, imagine, you can say that about so many acts and so many characters. Oh, we've seen this guy. Oh, he's evil. Oh, God, so stereotypical. Jesus Christ.
Oh, boy.
Oh, he's saving people. Oh, we've seen that before.
That's so strong.
Oh, he's
Actually saying
a
that.
time machine. He's making an invention. Oh, so original.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Godzilla again.
every filmmaker has a time machine, I guess.
yeah, it's
What
like
I'm going to say is that this is like when people say, "Oh, it's Avatar," which is like the same as Dance with Wolves, which is like, okay, and so what? So what if it is the same thing?
yeah, like, and they don't elaborate on why. That's kind of that's
Yeah, it's like you have to assume that it's bad because it makes you look like ignorant in their eyes. So
it's kind of the thing. It's kind of one of the main reason why Doug Walker pretty much hates Avatar, because it's like, oh, I've seen all this before because I've seen Fern Gully and Dances with Wolves, and because like the plot doesn't do anything new that he hasn't seen before, aside from
Honestly,
the visuals.
that's just subjective. I think the problem is if they executed well, and I don't think Avatar really did.
No.
The studio just scrapped his next film, but Denham makes a break for it before they can finalize that decision. He's determined to get this film made.
That's not what happens. They go, yeah, we're going to fire him, so he just steals all the stuff.
Yeah. I mean, they did say like scrap the picture, but yeah, that is also. But yeah, they're firing him as well, and so
he takes all the film reels, goes to the ship, tells the ship to leave as soon as possible before they can get to him, and just stop it all. It's not him like getting away from them signing the dotted line or something.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of like the process of ultimately like scrapping it or something, there could be like some documentations and all that going on, but they would fire him because of the fact that he's been using their footage and spending their money, on a project that's just that they're losing money. Carl's pretty much losing them money more than anything.
Yeah.
And so they're like, we need to let this guy go.
So you can guess what comes next. He convinces Anne, the out-of-work actress, to participate in the film.
Right? Okay.
Okay.
He skipped a whole section there about him bumping into her and all that sort of thing, but sure.
Yeah. Like Carl Denham tries to find many different women to hire, and then when he sees Anne, he immediately goes after her.
He's all like, hey. He's like, oh my god, she's not a slut.
No, but also like she has the like tragedy about her. Like she just sees her and she's like, "Oh, you're like the most depressing thing I've seen in my life. You're perfect."
And the fact that she's poor and that she needs a job even after she was fired.
Or
it's
at
just
least
like the period
down.
sort of informs her decision almost.
Or at least like unemployed. I don't think they were fired. Like they were unemployed because the business they were working for got shut down.
Yes. Yeah, their vaudeville gig was shut down, closed until further notice. And they pretty much even said that we haven't even had a paycheck in 2 weeks. So it's like they're kind of Anne's pretty much in a desperate situation, needless to say.
Making her think that this is a big production instead of a production that has already technically been canceled. And the rest you can pretty much guess for yourself as well. It's all completely routine, with Carl trying to keep up the ruse and scrambling to keep everyone on board for the project. From the moment the film starts to the time the boat leaves, it's essentially one long roundup scene, getting...
Well, like a lot of films. But also it's not routine. The stuff that he does here is not routine. Like, he'd keep him on the boat. The bit where he says to him,
very entertaining to me.
The bit where he says to him, like, "Oh, if you love theatre, you would have jumped." That's a show of like him and like being able to tell someone's character. And this is basically a scene where he basically judges everybody's character and plays them. It's like that's not standard. What is he talking about?
This is not routine.
You tell me. I don't even know. I don't even know at this point.
Getting all of the characters together and setting off.
Oh,
like
do you think he complained about Magnificent Seven?
He's literally doing the thing that you always talk about animals, which is like he's just talking about the plot and saying it with a sarcastic tone.
Yeah,
that suddenly made it that.
Basically, what this man is saying that he would not survive the first half of Seven Samurai because he'll probably hate it.
You want to know something? Back in the day, he didn't like the Avengers.
Of course.
That
The
just
first
proves my
Avengers,
point.
by the way.
That
I want to
just
make that
proves my
clear.
point even more.
Really?
Yeah.
What the hell?
This man has no taste.
The problem is that we don't get to know these people as characters. We know them as roles. Anne is the out-of-work actress.
Dumbass, you idiotic simpleton. You get to learn plenty about these characters before they got to the island. You got to learn the mystery about Skull Island and Kong. You get to learn about Jimmy and Hayes. You get to learn about Lumpty and his relationship with Troy. You get to learn about the relationship between the sailors and Anne and his relationship with Jack Driscoll. What do you mean there is no development between the characters? You goddamn idiotic simpleton.
He's gonna contradict that by saying something. But let's play it.
Has he actually watched this film? Because I'm feeling like he hasn't watched this film. The whole
He may have
Wikipedia
watched
thing
it,
is
but he
fun.
didn't watched it. There's like two different ways of looking at it.
He was in the room whilst it was playing.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, you could say that.
Boat captain is the salty boat captain. Adrian Brody's character is the writer here against his will. Lather, rinse, repeat. We spend so much time just getting this damn boat moving that you pray to God they're going to go somewhere soon. And boy, do they not.
It's
Do they not? Does it mean
well, they don't get there quick. They don't get there soon enough. But apparently, that's what he's trying to trying to get across.
I guess so.
It's one of those. This really is just one of those things where this sounds like the kind of a similar argument to saying like we don't get to the monster action soon enough. This is pretty much that. When you break it down, it's pretty much just a new way of a slightly different way of saying like we don't get to see Godzilla. Godzilla doesn't show up soon enough. Like you hear people say about 2014.
I wonder if this person would like GBK and JSK.
Oh, I bet he would. I
don't know. I don't know. To be honest with Confused Matthew, his tastes are pretty unpredictable. Like, I mean, let me give you like an example of like some tastes he had back in the day. He pretty much hated the first Thor movie because he said like all that happened was that Thor went to Earth. And maybe just a few fight scenes and Loki being a more interesting character than the title character, but for the most part, Thor just went to Earth. And he said that's all that happened in that movie. But he liked Thor 2 for some reason.
So he's literally just a contrarian.
I'm not even like it, and it's weird because then he also like he has some good takes like he considered the Winter Soldier to be good. He liked Iron Man 1.
That's not hard.
Well, that's not. No, I get that. That's not hard, but it's just. Yeah, I don't know. you cannot really tell with this guy.
Only two things happen during this voyage. They establish a budding romance between Anne and Jack, and as Carl tries to get the boat to some mysterious island to film there, everyone on the boat explains how mysterious and dangerous it is.
So build up, which is a good
thing. It's all build up to the island and the mystery of Kong himself.
Yeah.
It's like, I don't want to know these people, just kill them already. Basically, that's what he's saying.
It's pretty much kind of what's kind of what's happening. He says the only two things that happened that are noteworthy is the crew being uneasy about them going to Skull Island and Jack and Anne starting to have a relationship.
To be fair, I'm going to admit that I think that both part is a little bit too long, but like I never thought that it was like unnecessary. It's just something that happens. Like you can either take it or leave it. But I don't think that it's even like that long. Maybe like 10 minutes at most, and maybe less actually.
Yeah. Also, you need to establishing the. Like he says that all that happens is they establish relationships. Like, how quickly do you want that relationship to be established?
Yeah, like exactly. Like if anything, I kind of consider that the original film it's like it spent just as much time, and that film even had gone on to say like later on when they're back in New York in the original, like they would just say that Driscoll and Anne are about to get married when they're showing Kong off. So whereas with this film, they don't do that. They don't just So if anything, this film actually is it. If you ask me, I would say this film kind of does the relationship between Driscoll and Anne better than the original. Like it
Yeah,
actually,
makes more establishment. Oh, someone just died.
I want to make something clear. Just those two things comprise the first third of this film. And for what? Jack and Anne are not interesting enough to carry this much of the movie.
Wait, pause it. So he literally said that also we get introductions to everyone and we literally see how Jack Black manipulates everyone. So those are not two things. Those will be like three.
yeah,
And
it's
we
like
also get there's actually like 7 things going on.
yeah, we have plenty of things happen in the first. Yeah, we had more than 2 things happen in the first hour of the movie. That's
You also got the establishment of Carl Chandler. Is that his name? Can't remember now.
Yeah.
You got his establishment of his character being a bit of a selfish git.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Bruce Baxter is Kyle Chandler's character name.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, it's almost like there's quite a few things going on here that this guy just completely skips over because he was watching the screen.
Yeah. He literally has the attention span of a goldfish.
It's the Aquaman syndrome. There's no explosion on the screen.
Over it.
Yeah.
He didn't even skip over it. He mentioned it, and then he ignored what he himself said.
Yeah, yeah, that's pretty much what happened. He contradicted himself. Almost like you need to redraft this.
And the constant babble about how terrifying and forbidden Skull Island is just beyond frustrating.
The constant babble in like one scene.
They're setting up how scary the island is going to end up being. Like they're building it up.
Exactly.
But it's not constant babble though. It's like there's one scene where he says, "Oh, there's a mysterious island that no one's found yet," and then there's this scene that he's got on the screen where they pin him down and go, "Did you know this island's not undiscovered for a reason?"
Yeah. They just talk about like, hey, maybe there's a reason why this island hasn't been found because people don't want it to be found.
Yeah.
Or they died.
Basically, every moment with these people on the boat is just a drag. I mean, what is King Kong about, really? It's about a giant ape.
Oh, God.
Oh, my God.
No.
Oh, my God.
Are you
serious?
Let me rewind. Let's get the full quote.
Basically, every moment with these people on the boat is just a drag. I mean, what is King Kong about, really? It's about a giant ape, right?
No, that is literally it.
Really?
Yeah, I think this does confirm one thing. He would definitely love GVK and GXK, that's for sure.
Oh God, yeah, no. Oh God, he would have to be over the moon with those movies then. You get plenty of Kong.
It's not like the story of King Kong is the story of tragedy, loss, trying to find something one that loves you. It's a story about Beauty and the Beast. But no,
Exactly.
it's just a story about a giant ape fighting dinosaurs getting killed by plane. Nothing special, nothing dramatic.
Yeah, apparently.
And yet, if you were to try to bolster his point, like if he actually did watch the original, it's like, okay, so what's the difference between this and the original then? It's like, oh, the original King Kong is just about a giant ape. Why are they taking almost 45 minutes before we get to see him? Like, because that's the original King Kong.
You need to remember,
isn't it?
he didn't even see the original.
He said the film is like the original film, but
you want to know
longer.
something, guys? Here's something. You guys are not going to be prepared what he will say or he'll talk about Kong and Andor's relationship.
Yeah, we'll get to there. We'll get to there, but I don't know if somebody had a point they wanted to finish first.
His thing earlier was that King Kong 2005 is like King Kong 1933, but longer. He then says King Kong 33 is a classic, but this one is long and boring, and all it is about a big ape. So how was the original a classic if that is all it was about?
Yeah, exactly. Like the original became a classic because they put into the work of like the original King Kong did start out got made because the filmmakers wanted to see like a monkey or an ape like fight a big lizard essentially. Like and they wrote a story around that. But the film became classic because the story that they wrote that sort of conceit around was actually
No,
good.
guys, actually, you're all wrong. The reason why it's a classic just because it's about the monkeys, because if you think about it, the classic setting of humanity is monkey, right? So humans are like the advanced version of monkey, which is the classic.
Yeah, Frankenstein is just about a corpse running around going rah.
Yeah.
But
exactly.
But Venom is a monkey.
Okay, gorilla or monkey or whatever. It's about a giant ape. So what are we all waiting to see? We're waiting to see King Kong.
You can say the same about the original. Again, it's like we're just here to see King Kong.
Guys, is we with us in the stream right now? Is we in the room with us? I don't see any we.
Yeah.
Who's we, Ken Wasabi?
Oh God, it's Mugler again.
Look,
The
there's no we, Matthew. You don't speak for us.
The general audience, the normies. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, King Kong, as far as like the character, is like something that people, pretty much would go to King Kong to see because he is the big thing. But there's more to the story of King Kong than just a giant ape. Like, that's a reason why it's endured the test of time. It's a reason why Peter Jackson even wanted to remake it in the first place, because it is a story worth retelling, even with new technology.
Exactly.
After what?
Like 70 plus years by
How about
2005.
say 80 years, right? Like, is it or no?
It's like 90 years, actually. It's 92 years old.
Holy fuck.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's
God.
almost 100.
It's getting there.
Yep.
It's a miracle how a movie from the 1930s managed to survive all this long. I appreciate that.
Yeah, that's because maybe it's because they're actually quite good. Which, I mean, Matthew would agree with us if he actually watched it and knew how good it was.
Because there's some movies from the early 1900s and I think up to like the 1940s that are just lost to time now.
Yeah.
Because
Oh yeah, there's a bunch of
film.
film, unfortunately.
Yeah, London After Midnight. That was like a movie that got lost essentially. Like all we got are like frames or still images. Essentially.
Yeah.
So every moment that they drag this out, every second spent with them just talking about getting to this place breeds nothing but impatience. I mean, what are they really setting up here? This is a remake. We already know what's waiting for us on the island.
Ah! What did he say earlier? What did he say earlier?
It's a remake.
It has to be a film that people who don't know nothing about it can get into.
The first is that a good remake or reboot should give people who haven't seen these things a reason to maybe want to check them out.
We also know that he's gonna die by the end, so why even watch the movie?
Exactly. You know what? Here's the thing. Pop culture references King Kong all the time. They reference the airplane scene from the original. It's like, oh well, I know that King Kong gets shot down by planes at the end of the original. Why do I need to go watch it? Because I've seen a reference to it in How I Met Your Mother.
One reference that I remember is a movie that was released in the same year as Peter Jackson's King Kong, and it was Chicken Little that did that reference of all things.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen that reference in seen the original, see King Kong. I know King Kong dies at the end of King Kong because I saw Chicken Little reference it. So why do I need to go watch the original?
The fish, that's a reference to King Kong.
Exactly.
Why bother watching any Dracula film? You know everything about it.
Read the book.
Why should I watch every single Godzilla film when he's either going to destroy the city and get destroyed by the military, or fight another monster and then be friends with humanity? Why should I watch that?
Why bother watching the Jurassic Park movie without watching the first movie?
Guys, why should you even watch the first Jurassic Park if you know that dinosaurs were killed by a meteorite? Like, that's their weakness.
Yeah, why bother watching Jurassic Park? No one cares about the special effects.
Exactly. It's like we know that there's dinosaurs on an island in the novel.
God.
Sorry, let's continue, please.
Awful.
It is impossible to describe how long this drags out. Everything that happens on the boat is all completely by the numbers.
It's impossible to describe how shit this video has been so far.
I like. I really want to be. I'm being pedantic. It's impossible to describe how long this drags out. No, it's not. You can just look at the runtime.
Yeah, exactly. It's all relative, you know. It like how a movie feels, you know, whether it drags or moves pretty quickly. That's subjective, my man. I don't know how to tell you.
Bits of the movie are filmed on the ship, actress and screenwriter fall for each other, and everyone goes back and forth on the issue of the island. They're gonna go, they're not gonna go, Carl's jig is up, Carl's jig isn't up. And what makes this bad is the fact that this whole first third of the film doesn't make us care about the characters because they're only setting up one or two situations.
Shut your damn mouth up, you insignificant speck of waste.
I want to say that I do relate in a certain way because here's the thing. I said this the other day. Like I went to watch The Shining because of the anniversary re-release, right? I think it's like 55 years or 50 years
45.
old, something like that. 45. Sorry, 45 years old. And I also think that the movie's incredibly like slow. I think that Kubrick doesn't really understand tension when it comes to horror. He might understand it for drama or like maybe action, but I think that for horror he just fucks it up, and that actually fucks up the characters in like as a result of how slow things are.
You're the goat.
If I was going to make like a video on it, I would say why, right? Like I wouldn't just say, oh, it's like really slow. Like say why it doesn't work, because here's the thing, before I actually like make like a public video on why I don't like the movie, I need to really make sure that it's not like completely subjective, and that there's a base to me saying like this is just slow, it's not really tense, right? And not just being like, oh well, it could have been this, the other thing that's completely different, and that's why the movie sucks. But
Well, he
he's
does.
just saying that
Actually, this is the thing. He says all this stuff about it goes on a bit. It goes on. It's just these situations, which is just a description of the film, and then he gives his subjective take where it felt really like it drags on, and then he gives us what his evidence is.
And everyone goes back and forth on the issue of the island. They're going to go, they're not going to go, Carl's jig is up, Carl's jig isn't up. And what makes this bad is the fact that this whole first third of the film doesn't make us care about the characters because they're only setting up one or two situations.
That's his evidence.
Not really, no.
But also he's contradicting himself because again, like the whole video
is wrong.
Yeah, but also like for example, he's saying, "Oh, this doesn't really do anything." But if what you tell me is true, which I know it is, if you're telling me that he said that if you're new to the story, you should be able to understand the movie, and then there's nothing wrong with taking time to establish the characters, for example. So then you see what happens in the island, and it makes sense.
And this the thing is like he's saying he doesn't care about the characters. Okay, I do. Now
Me too.
Yeah, I
Most of
do.
us do.
Me too.
I feel the frustration of the captain where he's like, "We're not going anywhere," and Jackson, "Oh yes, we are." No, we're not. And then you got Then you got the other two characters, like the younger seaman who's like more enthusiastic about the adventure, and the older one who's
the blonde guy, the blonde kid.
Jimmy.
All these different characters interacting with each other and conflicting, and all this going on. He's just like, "Oh, I don't care about any of these characters."
Yeah, like I even always criticize the movie because Jimmy just disappears after the island, right? And I'm like, dude, I saw this guy lose his father, basically, right? And like, I don't want the movie to keep him for no reason, but like, I would like to know what the fuck happened to him afterwards, right? Because I care. And I'm not even one of those people that cares about every single character. I know that nowadays we have a lot of people who will have like some type of mental illness or obsessive disorder, right? So they see like an extra for 2 frames and they obsess over it, and they're like, "Oh, why didn't they make this like a more important character?" And it's like, because he's an extra, This mostly happened like I saw this a lot in Arcane, where people were like, "Oh, Loris, I wanted more Loris," and it's like, dude, he was just a guy with a shield. Calm the fuck down. or there was like this black girl with the blue hair, and people were like, "Oh, she's so cool," and it's like she hasn't done she doesn't say anything. She
I know
said
which
she
one you're
says like
talking
two
about as well.
words. Yeah, and there's people who are like that, you know, and I understand that that's that one extreme, but then this guy seems to be on the opposite side of the spectrum, which is like, I don't care about anything, just give me like spectacle with no brains.
Give me
Yeah,
big
Like, I don't want any
Give
soul.
me
Yeah.
dumb, fun action, basically.
Give me
He
Michael
you
Bay
know you
Like
know
an
what it sounds like he
nonsense.
wants. It sounds like he wants the story to tell, not to show.
Mm-hmm.
That's how it sounds to me so far.
Yeah.
He's also just thinking about it. He's gone into a Peter Jackson film, and he's expecting it to be short.
I mean, isn't Dead Alive like short?
I mean, it's not really short. It's like normal, I think.
Yeah, like maybe like average like hour and a half or something.
Yeah. It's like normal length for like a horror movie of the time.
Yeah.
But you know, like, and that's one thing that I don't want to do when I criticize The Shining, because it's like, you know, it's a Kubrick film, right? So what am I expecting? You know, so that's one of the problems I have when I want to criticize it, because it's like maybe there's something I'm missing, but at the same time I feel like it's fair to criticize it as a horror film too, because I think that it's not a good horror film, whether it's Kubrick or not. So I think that the length linked to the director is not necessarily like a good argument. But if you judge it for its own genre, adventure, it's still just like a necessary thing. You set up the characters. That's like what every good movie does.
Yeah, it's like
You
any
cannot.
movie does pretty much. But like
There's not that
technicality,
many good movies that don't set up their characters. That's the thing. I understand if he says, you know, like, oh, I understand that you have to do it, but maybe like I don't feel like I actually got to know them all that well, except for one or the other. But he says that everything sucks, that everything is like generic mediocrity, right?
yeah,
That all
and-
the characters apparently are like whatever.
yeah,
It just
and it's
doesn't make
like,
sense.
yeah, he's just like in a place where like, look, I've seen the original already. We know it's about a giant ape. Why are we wasting time on these people? And even though the film is clearly putting in work to establish these characters, but it's just not registering with him.
Yeah.
I mean, and at that point, like, what can you even say to him at that point? Like, if it's not registering,
It's a
if
you
something doesn't
problem. That's
register
all I
with
would
somebody,
say.
then they're just. If something doesn't register with somebody, like no matter how much you try to explain to them, like or how clearly you explain it to them, there's nothing you could really do at that point.
Yeah.
Well, may as well be anybody caught up in all this. And if the only thing that matters to the writers at this point is the situation, then why drag this out further than it needs to be? Just fucking do it.
He answered his own question because they don't care only about the situation, because they're professional writers. They care about how the characters make you feel. You fucking idiot.
Isn't it like Peter Jackson did this with his Lord of the Rings movies? Particularly Fellowship of the Ring as an example, because that's obviously the first installment of the trilogy. What did that movie do that this movie failed to do? That's as just an example, essentially.
And I'm gonna be honest with you, Gimli, for example, doesn't have almost any character in the first movie. It gets organically developed through the first two movies, and his relationship with Legolas.
Yeah.
So most characters are just as developed as Gimli or more in here. Just saying.
Right.
And I still love Gimli.
Are you talking about Return of the King?
No, I was talking about Fellowship of the Ring, because it's the first installment.
No, I was talking to Lau about the movie he was talking about.
No. I mean, Two Towers and Return of the King, they're kind of like the ones that further develop him and Legolas's camaraderie.
Okay.
I think a perfect example of what confused Matthew here is sort of what he's arguing for you probably say. Arcane Season 2, which was brought up earlier, there's that little girl that Jinx saves. We get like 5 minutes with her in like the series, and then when she, spoilers, dies, it's this big dramatic moment, and you see like Jinx, oh, and all this sort of stuff. And it's meant, and you see all these flashes of events that we didn't get to see, and all this sort of thing. And it's like the series is trying to go, look, this is dramatic, guys. This character is really meaningful to her. And you're like, I don't know who the fuck she is.
It's like, almost, wait, who are you again?
Yeah, it's like almost like
with some movies,
the series like just skipped over all the setup and build up of the relationship to get to the climactic end of it.
Yeah, you would just be like Thanos in Endgame when Scarlet Witch just tells him, "You took everything from me." You're just like, I don't even know who you are.
Yeah. Yep. Except, weirdly, the Marvel did set up all of that, so we do know what she's talking about. But with Arcane, it's like, we are Thanos.
Yeah.
That's kind of what Matthew's arguing for here. It's like, don't give me all the setup and the build-up and the character depth and everything. Just give me the dramatic moments.
Yeah. The thing is, I'm not even sure what he pretty much wants at this point. Like, the film is trying to give him characters, but it's not registering to him for whatever reason. Like, he's saying all that's happening is Jack and Anne having a relationship, and and Engelhorn just in the crew being uneasy about the fact that they seem to be going nowhere. Despite Carl insisting that they stay the course. But it's like, that's stuff that's happening. There's character stuff happening in the film, like, and those are just 2 examples of what's happening. And there's more beyond that. Sure, they're not the most like it's not to the point where it becomes autobiographical in terms of like who these characters are, but it is like still. But you still,
you get enough.
The film's doing shit, and you're just not registering it somehow.
It's doing enough so that you understand the characters to the point where you've got the captain being frustrated with the whole situation, really.
Yeah.
And then he's like, we're going at this point. If you're not back, we're fucking off and we're leaving you here. And then he stays because he's a good egg. But then he's also being like manipulated by Jack Black's character, I can't remember, Denim, which we've already established earlier in the film. Denim likes to manipulate people, and he's manipulating people later on. And we didn't have that earlier in the film. It would have been a bit of a weird thing to do later on, but they established that because they actually do some good writing.
Yes, exactly. Exactly. And the film sets up these characters so that when they get to the island and they start dropping, and a good number of them start dropping like flies, you pretty much feel bad for them. You kind of care.
Yeah.
I like when movies do that. They just build up the characters and then they, kill them off later. At least we get to like a breathing room of who they are and where they came from.
I like realistic, like almost non-dramatic deaths, just like deaths that come out of nowhere.
Yeah.
Like
for me personally, I think this movie, its length, even though the boat scene is a little bit draggy, like it drags a bit, I think it's perfect. Like it's good,
Yeah, example is Hayes. He has the film sets up him and Jimmy's relationship and establishes them, and then Hayes tries to go out go out in a noble sacrifice when he's trying to save Jimmy and by extension the crew from Kong.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't die he dies in a dramatic way, but in a sense of when you get right down to it, Kong just throws him into a rock and then he just falls.
He gets slapped into a rock and falls over. That's it.
Yes, it's not even it's not even that ceremonious when you think about it. It's a guy just got slammed into a wall, dead instantaneously, and then just his body just slumps down into a chasm. But it's the characters definitely feel that way. But if you pretty much look at it from just a general point, it's he's trying to do a normal sacrifice, but he couldn't even, he wasn't able to save them because they tried to stay behind anyways.
The fact that Lumpty himself got in politics.
Another example I can use is Titanic. I like the relationship between I forgot the character's name, but from the Titanic, Rose and Jack, I think that's her name.
Yeah, Jack and Rose.
Jack and Rose. Yeah, I like their build up in like the first up to like the first hour and a half. I think that's, and then after that it turns into like a blockbuster like movie, because I actually do feel like, man, like all this shit is going down because I spent some time understanding these characters and seeing their struggles, their issues, you know.
Oh, that film was way too long. We're all just waiting for the iceberg to turn up. Come on.
What's this film? What is Titanic about? It's about a giant ship. Like, oh wait,
you guys hear me? So,
yes.
As I was saying, Lumpty, the character who we all saw, has a really deep relationship with Troy, and the guy who told Jack, Denim about the story of Skull Island, and the fact that he was probably one of the nicest people on the island, got probably the most brutal death imaginable when he was in the pit of the bugs.
Yeah, dies a really brutal way, despite the fact he cares about his mates. When they put after the stampede sequence, he's all like, when people ask him if there's anyone injured, he's all like, injured? 4 of us are dead.
This movie is like a clown car for nothing. I have never seen so much nothing crammed into the first third of a film in all my freaking life.
All of nothing. What?
Like, so much nothing. I mean, well, how does that, like, that sounds paradoxical, but all right.
I've got nothing from this review so far.
Yeah, man.
The only thing I can see is very subjective is the Jack Black and I guess the boat scene. But like, other than that, I can't find anything else that I agree with him.
I also like the fact you got this scene here that he's got on the screen. He said, nothing happens in the film. Nothing happens. This very tense scene where one crew member after another like appears and surrounds them and makes it a lot more tense. Nothing happens there.
And if you think I'm exaggerating about how overextended this part of the film is, consider this. In the original King Kong, the beginning of the film to the end of the voyage on the boat took about 25 minutes.
How do you know that?
I mean, okay.
Wait, hang on. The first film was 100 minutes long, did he say?
Yeah, it's 100 and something, 100 minutes, maybe some, maybe I'd say it's like 143 minutes, I want to say. Well, even then, actually, it's maybe, some of it is the overture, but so it's like, so we'll say 100 minutes. We'll just say that. And 25 minutes is for them getting to the island.
Time 1 hour and 40 minutes.
Yeah.
So that's about 100 minutes.
Yeah.
So a film that's half the length of this one has a shorter beginning part.
Pretty much. Yeah, I mean, mathematically speaking, sure.
In this film, the exact same scenes of the exact same film take up the first hour.
So, the first third, yeah? Cool.
Yeah.
Again, the original film was set in the time period that it was filmed, so they didn't have to set anything up. This one's it's set in a different time period, so you need to set the time period up.
Mm-hmm. Even if you have to extend some of it, but I think what Jackson did was pretty good.
Yeah, I was actually when I saw Jack Black in the film, I saw him pop up, and I was like, oh god, is he going to make a joke out of this film? And then slowly but surely, you just completely forget about the fact that it's Jack Black. It's like, oh yeah, he's doing.
I mean, he's playing a serious role, and I like that. I like when actors do that.
Yeah,
or even comedians in general.
So after bullshitting around on the boat and wasting most of the audience's time, they finally.
Okay, be pedantic again. The first third of the film is spent on the boat. He's wasted most of the audience's time. I don't think you know how to maths.
Alright, so they finally arrive on the island, and almost immediately they are ambushed by the natives. So now you're thinking, oh good, they're finally just going to get on with this. But you'd be wrong, because immediately after the attack, everyone gets back on the boat and tries to leave. No!
That's what happens in the original film.
That's what happens. That's the
Yeah,
point.
you know what? Here's the thing. In this film, they have even more valid reason to want to leave immediately than in the original because a couple of people died.
Exactly.
Yeah, he just, I don't know.
They nearly died. They want to get out of there.
He mentions the fact. Oh, I hate it when they do this. Technically, he did mention the fact that something happened, but on the other hand, he mentioned it so quickly that you'd be mistaken for him not mentioning it at all.
Yeah.
Because something fucking happens, but he just completely skips over it.
Yeah, they all nearly died.
Mm-hmm.
I don't. Yeah, of course they get attacked by the natives. They're like, all right, well, what happens when they were getting attacked? Like, what are the specifics? I wonder that would make them want to leave immediately.
Yeah.
Is this some kind of significant event that introduces Kong?
Yeah,
You mean Turu Kong?
and on top of that, yeah, like when Anne screamed after Mike, the Foley guy, pretty much gets killed. Kong roars, and that just kind of prompts the natives to be like, grab him.
No, you just got here. It took over an hour. Fuck.
All right, here's the thing. I'm going to just assume that this bit was a joke, but the problem though is like I'm very tentative about the assumption, okay? Because at this point, it's like a Cinnamon Sins thing where like I don't know if this is meant to be a joke or legitimate criticism.
We're also pretty sure he hasn't seen the original film.
Well, yeah, like he doesn't know how good it is, so which means has he seen it?
We're almost there to talk about his opinion on Kong. And
The natives have other plans, though, as one of them pole vaults onto the... Oh, my God.
Okay.
He captures Anne again.
No, that's it. He just says, oh, my God.
Wait, is he saying, oh, my God, because of the pole vaulting or the way the native looks? I'm perplexed. Like, what does he mean by, oh, my God?
The natives have other plans, though, as one of them pole vaults onto the... Oh, my God.
No, yeah, I think it's the pole vaulting.
Okay.
No?
Well, I mean...
It's anyone's guess.
The natives, they go out fishing, and they don't like to go out in there's obviously indications that they go fishing, because you see fish heads, like, around the village. And they don't want to go on the other side of the wall, because, you got the dinosaurs and all that stuff, unless it's necessary. And obviously, the terrain by the shoreline of Skull Island is pretty treacherous, and but there's plenty of rocks. I mean, they can pole vault. I mean, yeah, pole vault can work. It's pretty feasible for them, especially if they're fishing, hunting. They gotta eat too. Yeah.
He captures Anne again, and the rest of the crew have to go back and save her.
Yeah.
Now, how the hell did that guy get her off of the boat? He doesn't have his pole anymore. Oh, he swam her out?
Wait.
Damn, that guy is a jack of all...
No, he's a fucking idiot.
All right, now...
You can see the rope around him.
Yes! Yeah, that's what I was about to say. Like, he had a rope around him that the guys were, sort of like letting loose when he was getting to the ship. And so when he grabs Anne, they're pulling him back in.
Damn, that...
Yeah, you can see the
Yeah, look at that! Matthew, come on! You had the footage right there!
What did I miss? He didn't become... Look, okay, I see at which point of the story are we. Are his takes as bad as my 5-year-old version who became racist?
Right, that's point number one. Keep that in mind. Point number one. They're trying to leave already. He hasn't seen the original film.
Yeah,
the natives have other plans, though, as one
they're being logical.
Pole vaults onto the... Oh, my God.
Point number two, he pole vaults.
Yeah, because he lives there. Like it's understandable that maybe he's a fisherman, you know, and he goes around jumping from rock to rock and
That's what I said.
yeah. Like, don't they have fish like literally everywhere when they get to the island? Isn't that
Yes!
like show don't tell?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, yeah.
Now,
So
and
he
here's the
watched
thing.
the movie with his eyes closed.
Yeah, and here's the thing. No, you know what's funny? Like he's saying, like, oh, he swam there, man. How did without any rope, man? He's a jack of all professionals. While he's showing footage of the guys with rope pulling him in.
Man.
But we have now reached the point in the film where they finally start to show us King Kong. So now I'm like, all right, bring on Kong. They wasted a lot of time on the boat, but now we're going to see the big thing. Let's go. Let's do it. Let's see the awesome Kong that... That's it?
Okay, let's
Keep scrolling.
Deep breaths.
Keep scrolling. Keep it.
I mean, yeah, it's a CGI ape, but somehow I was expecting something more than this.
That will be your own fault.
Like what?
Up.
Like
Shut
what?
Up, you
I don't know, dude.
God.
Like what, dude? Like you're being disingenuous. You could expect way better. You could expect way better. You could expect him to, I don't know, have a silver tooth, to have like an infinity gauntlet. Yeah, stuff like that.
Motion. What?
All right,
let's-
I'm gonna say it. All right, let's.
Why does he hate it?
Matthew, my dear friend, the reason why Kong is like this, it's because the fact that the gorillas were social animals and the fact that he's supposed to be a gigantic ape that was modeled after gorillas, but also the fact that it's CG and the fact that you thought that did you think that there were going to be other special effects that designed for this specific movie? What are you talking about, you goddamn idiot? What do you mean that Kong is supposed to look completely different? What did you expect? You goddamn idiot. Moving on.
Dude, I know. What the hell? Jeez.
Yeah, there is an interesting
guys.
point here.
Anyway,
Right?
guys, I'm going to be leaving now.
Yep, fair enough.
Yeah,
This video is a travesty, and I don't mean it like in a, oh man, this video is cringe, oh man, this video is dumb. No, I genuinely mean the fact that this video pissed me off because of the fact that how much this movie means to me in general and how much of a weight it is. So to see this complete utter douchebag trouncing on it and making fun of it, it genuinely pisses me off because of the fact that not only does it is a giant middle finger to this movie, but it's also a giant middle finger to the amount of effort that the crew members or what Peter Jackson tried to do with this movie. It completely squanders anything that this movie tries to say, what it's about, and just the deeper meaning behind it. This video, Matthew, what he tried to say is a complete travesty, and I'm genuinely am so baffled on what he said, and because that this movie, what he said, is complete insult to not just this movie, but King Kong in general, the legacy of what this movie is supposed to represent, along with its original. It's terrible.
So what was I going to say? Right, the only thing that I can say, because his whole point is, oh, it's just a gorilla. That's I was expecting more. With Kong Skull Island, they did actually make Kong look like the 33 Kong in terms of he's an upright stance. His fur is more. I think they said the original Kong's fur was made out of mole skins. The fur was different. They modeled that onto the Skull Island Kong.
Wasn't it made out of rabbit fur?
I thought it was mole.
Like, I heard rabbit, but you know, like it might be different versions of the little
but yeah, it's
stop motion model.
Yeah, it was different. It wasn't it obviously wasn't going to be the same as an actual gorilla fur. And when they made the Skull Island Kong, they made it quote unquote accurate to the 33 model, which wasn't gorilla like, but they made it accurate. So in a way, you can say that, yeah, this Kong from 2005 isn't King Kong accurate, but he is gorilla accurate, which in a way
was
is
the intention.
Yeah, was the intention.
Yes. He's a giant silverback gorilla.
Yeah.
And I think it works really
Yeah,
well.
it works. And
Really
yeah,
well.
it does. They do a lot with it.
Oh yes.
It does. It makes it stand out from the other comparisons of King Kongs. Other incarnations of King Kong.
Yeah.
For the better, I think.
And right here is when I realized what this movie's ultimate problem is. The original King Kong became famous mostly for its new special effects. No one had really seen anything like this before. There was a lot of this in The Lost World about 10 years earlier. But
It is already such an insult to the original. Like
Yeah.
he only spoke for like 5 seconds so far, and he's already insulted the original beyond like forgiveness. It wasn't just the special effects, dude. Like it's the story itself.
Yeah.
It's literally
That
one
was
of the most important adventure movies ever made, if not the most important one.
Oh yeah.
just a warm-up for what people were going to see in this film. The effects were so outstanding for the time that they actually had to warn people not to see this movie if they had a heart condition. That seems so silly today when you look at it, but that is exactly the point. And this is just a problem that I constantly run into with films that try to make it all about the special effects. Special effects today are kind of like flying today. Flying used to be a novel event. It was a privilege. People dressed up for it. But today, it's just become a routine part of life. Not for me, of course, I have a tremendous fear of flying, but to the average person who isn't a complete phobic wuss, it's something you don't even really think about anymore. Special effects are just that. They were this new and amazing thing in the 20s and 30s because, well, so were movies. But this...
Not true.
Is he alright?
No.
Is he alright?
Special effects were new in the 20s and 30s.
No.
Did he have a railroad spike go through his frontal cortex at some point?
And you compared it to flying? Like, what? What does that have to do? It's just a pretty bad comparison.
The comparison should work in terms of flying used to be like a special thing for special people, but now it's more commonplace. But special effects are still special effects, and the choice to make Kong more ape-like has nothing to do with the special effects.
Yeah. Yeah, like if anything, like the CGI approach made it easier to make him more expressive, because not only is it's not just CGI, but it's Andy Serkis's mocap.
Yeah. And like I said, in the Skull Island film, they made him almost exactly like the original King Kong model.
Yeah.
They chose to make him look like that. In this film, they chose to make him like an actual gorilla. It's the special effects did not affect that choice.
Actually, like if you want to talk about special effects, 3D technically was invented in 1922, right? Technically, like of course it wasn't as good as it is now. In the 80s, it wasn't as good as it is now, right? In the early 2000s, it wasn't as good. So like, this is just like ignorance from someone that doesn't understand anything from the past.
Yeah.
And it's so used to the present that they cannot fathom that all things actually were not as primitive as he thinks.
Yeah.
This is Critical Drinker listening to Red Letter Media opinions on special effects.
Yep.
If you're aware of what that is.
Anyways, that's all I got for today. Go away now.
Wait, who are we? Are we the Critical Drinker in this case?
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, for fuck you, the animals.
Oh no. See, Critical Drinker's opinion on special effects is like, oh, it's special effects. Oh, that means nothing. That has no merit whatsoever. If anything, it's a negative point on the film. Is that why does he think that? Because
so
Red Letter Media said that once.
Okay, great. Then, Cinemas, I love you. Thanks for joining me in the Critical Drinker hate brigade.
Yeah.
Where did he say that? Like, I'm kind of like that's just bizarre.
He just implies it a lot in the way he says.
He says it all the
CGI
time.
something that's like a CGI thing, as if CGI was like a bad thing instead of
I wish
practical effects. The typical boomer arguments, like old man yelling at cloud.
I wish I could remember what stream it was. It was him and Mauler on the stream, and Mauler pinned him down on it and said, "What do you mean by that?" And the critical drinker like, basically said, "Oh, it's CGI, so that makes it that means it's really easy to do." And then Mauler basically just ripped him apart and said, "Well, surely someone made the 3D model. You think that's easy? Do you think someone had to texture it? Someone had to put the camera in place, etc."
Exactly. Yeah.
You start going through it.
Exactly.
It's
As someone
basically
who
like
has done
making
3D
anything.
modeling with ZBrush, I can relate to that. It does take some time.
Yeah, I mean, even Red Letter Media got shit from EFAB when they criticized like the opening shot from Revenge of the Sith, which is like a long tracking shot that is all CGI, and Red Letter Media like criticizes just being, look, it's just a bunch of CGI models that some guy rendered on his computer, and it's like it wasn't just some guy though, like it was a whole team of people
yeah, it was
that had to render each and everything and have to do it at frame by frame by frame.
Yeah, and even the automatic parts, like rendering, which is now automatic, you know, when you're rendering the final product, right? That can still have issues. Like Revenge of the Fallen had computers melting because of Devastator.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Like they melted.
I heard they blew up, or one of them did.
Yeah, like, I mean, they caught on fire, I think. One and the others just overheated so bad that there was.
Yeah, the amount of processing power to render something as complex as Devastator was like insane, especially for computers back in 2009. Like or 2008 actually.
Running on Windows 7.
2007, 2008.
Or Windows XP.
Yeah,
or Vista.
Yeah, like computers, they weren't like even back in the late 2000s. Like they're not at the level that computers are at today. You know, to handle that kind of thing.
Even just the sheer complexity of somebody had to sit there and make all that.
Yeah,
somebody had to sit at a computer and work all those bits out and sort out the other. As somebody who's done it in the past, knowing that you can set something up. You press render, and then 5 hours later, you go back to it and find out that there's like a certain effect has gone completely wrong and turned all the nice glossy stuff into fuzz. And you go, oh, for fuck's sake, I'll do all that again. Yeah. just yeah. That's what I'm hating about this. It's just like, oh, it's just CGI.
But this is the 21st century. We see special effects all the time. They have now become as routine and uneventful as taking a flight from San Francisco to Cleveland. The time has well passed for people to be...
I'm just going to ask, so Mortal Kombat is good because of its time? So is Green Lantern good because of its time? No. No, it's not. Like, taking merit out of this movie, which, by the way, still holds up to this day, except for some scenes at most. Like, some scenes, some shots. It's so fucking good. Like, he disrespected the OG movie in ways that are unforgivable already. I can't call that.
Yeah, like he's dissing the original even when he's not even talking about the original in some way.
Yeah.
Imagine someone who's watching Del Toro's Frankenstein going, oh, look at all this. Great, they made a boat. Oh, whoop-de-doo. Oh, they made some ice. Whoa, amazing.
Yeah, it's dude, I can freeze water. You know, like if I blow cold enough, water will freeze. So it's easy. Therefore,
I've got a fridge. I can see that whenever I want.
Look at me. I have a freezer. I'm a filmmaker. You're a wizard, Harry. You can melt ice and turn it into water.
Oh, you got a wand, whoop-de-doo.
You got magic.
Really impressed by something like this. So the only thing this movie could potentially have going for it was just a dud.
Wow.
What the fuck?
The only thing?
He's not only talking for everyone else in the world, he's also talking for everyone else in the world in 2005. He's saying that people in 2005 weren't depressed by this.
Can I just... Earlier I said that this is... oh, I can't remember his name. It's Gramuglia. This is Gramuglia all over again.
Oh, God.
Do you remember that point? I don't know if you've watched the video when he said people don't think the Return of Godzilla is good.
Oh God!
People say it's not good. It's the majority. Blah blah blah. It goes on and on. And then later he says, "Oh, let me go to my article that I wrote about ranking Godzilla films, where he said, I think that the Return of Godzilla is worse than Godzilla '98."
Oh God! I don't. Oh God! I remember that.
You know why I
What
remember
the
that?
heck?
Because I didn't know Gramulli at the time, but I knew his article, and every single person I knew thought that his article was trash.
Yeah.
So when you told me, oh, he wrote it, I was like, dude, it's like finding out that Hitler was like a Nazi, you know? It all makes sense now. It all makes sense.
But it's the conviction whenever he was talking, saying, "Oh, it's the
I
general
know.
consensus. It's everybody."
And then he self-references. He says literally,
it's just
source,
him.
I made it up. Yeah, source, I made it up, literally.
And this is exactly the same thing. He's saying, "Oh, we aren't impressed with CGI anymore, but the people aren't impressed with any of this anymore." It's like, it's just you, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm still impressed by the CGI 20 years after having seen 20 years later. Like I'd seen this movie in I saw this movie when it was in theaters. I want to keep that in mind. That is how old I am.
Hey, I saw it in theaters too. I don't remember much of it, but I remember some scenes when I went to see it in theaters.
Like the effects were the CGI blew my mind when I first saw it. Like it was like one of the most incredible looking films I'd ever seen. And even rewatching it 20 years later, I mean, like I've rewatched it many times over the years, but you know, even still watching it today, like I'm still blown away by it. It like if you release this movie today, and just like not like pretty much say, here's this new movie from Peter Jackson. It's called King Kong. People would just be like, well, shit, this looks better than most of everything that we get these days.
Oh yeah, for sure.
It's not what you have; it's how you use it.
Exactly.
And Peter Jackson did that. He had that experience with the Lord of
That's
the
what
Rings
she
trilogy.
said.
Not to me.
What made the original King Kong new and exciting for its time is just routine and dull in our time.
Oh my God!
What?
They did not have CGI back in the 30s, you clown!
What the hell? Computers were not that advanced, dude.
What are you talking about? They had computers in the 30s.
No, I think it was in the 40s. I think that's when they started coming up with computers.
Like, these are two different effect styles, Matthew.
Wait. Can you repeat that? Can you go back 5 seconds?
Do I have to?
Because CGI was.
Do we want to?
So what he's saying is that people will just not want an improvement over the 33 version. So by that logic, the 70s version is also irrelevant.
Routine and dull because they use like suitmation and miniatures. You know,
Yeah.
like,
So basically what he's saying, even if he doesn't realize it, is that the 33 versions doesn't need to be updated, or the 70s at least doesn't need to be updated, which is bullshit, right? Because I think that this looks way better than the 70s version.
Yes. Yeah.
This is a shit argument for wankers.
Wankers. Oh man, I was waiting for that.
Yeah. Apparently, what he's saying is that by the time this movie came out, like we're so used to like CGI, you know, at that point that like at that the movie just seems routine. Whereas the 30s, like nobody had seen like stop motion effects quite like that, except he literally cited The Lost World from the 20s.
It's like also saying that because King Kong was a thing, nobody was ever impressed with stop motion ever again. No, why bother doing stop motion ever again? We've seen it in 33. So why ever bother doing it again?
Yeah.
Why did Anomalisa have to be like have to do stop motion and puppets? We've seen it all before.
Yeah, dude. Like, why did they make this movie? Like, why didn't they wait until 55 when we have VR movies, right?
Why didn't they just go to an actual island with a giant gorilla?
Yeah, why don't you take the audience to an actual island with a giant gorilla?
This is such a stupid argument. It's just mind-bogglingly stupid.
It's weird because he's saying something dumb, but also the implications. It has like other 5 dumb implications every time he says something stupid.
Yeah.
It's like a Russian doll of stupidity.
Yeah.
It's an onion. Shrek will cry because of this.
It's like an onion. There's so many layers of stupid, and they all make you cry. I like that.
Yeah.
It's a big CGI gorilla. Who cares?
Oh my God! We can't even get 2 seconds in.
Oh
Guys,
my
I
God,
you know what?
dude.
Wait, no!
No way.
Gollum is not an important character.
His whole thing was we're here to see the gorilla. The gorilla comes out. Oh, it's just a gorilla. Ah.
Big
No, it's just a
gorilla.
CG
It's
gorilla,
over.
so it's literally the critical drinker. This is a critical drinker. He's a critical drinker wannabe.
It is, yeah.
No, girls. No, Matthew predates
I
drinker.
was about to say,
Maybe
before drinker.
Yeah. Maybe not in real life, but on YouTube.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. In that case, this guy is the root of all evil, and we should ban him for his crimes against art.
This is why I rage quit.
Yeah, it's just like so Smeagol and Gollum don't matter, right? Because they're CG. So Caesar, basically any good character that Andy Serkis has ever made doesn't matter because it's CG.
What are you talking about? Caesar's just a chimpanzee. Big deal.
He's not even like a big chimpanzee. He's just like a.
He's just a chimpanzee. He's not even.
Oh my God, this is so stupid.
It is.
Be like, he's not special because he's not like the original from the 60s.
I wonder if he will say that all
Like,
animation
because
is
he's
like bad
not
because
walking on
it's
field
just a
without
cartoon.
talking and doesn't have a lab coat with him.
Yeah.
It's a big CGI gorilla. Who cares? I've seen that before. And this.
It just gets worse.
Okay, I'm trying to recall like what CG gorilla has been.
To be fair,
I almost called it
Mighty Joe Young. To be fair, Mighty Joe Young, and it's really good. The Disney remake
yeah, you're
is
right.
actually
I like that
really,
one,
really,
Mighty Joe.
really good with the CGI effects and the practical. Like it's honestly like super admirable.
That movie's
Okay.
great.
Besides
I love
that,
that movie. Mighty Joe
besides
Young.
that, it's like completely different in the story tone. Just to be honest.
Yeah.
And this problem alone makes the entire second act of the film one of the worst experiences I have ever had as a movie.
Everything about this film is the worst he's ever had.
The whole second act was one of the worst experiences he had as a moviegoer.
You know,
So
I
he
like
doesn't like watching movies.
Kong because that's kind of us right now.
This has to be hyper. Is that you know what? I'm just gonna for the sake of my sanity, I'm just gonna assume that he's being hyperbolic. It's not. No. It's like Lovecraft. I'm treating this like a Lovecraft story. It's like if I pretend it's not actually the case. Maybe it'll go away.
Yeah. Just like ignore the interdimensional abomination right next to you. Just drink coffee. Drink coffee and pretend like it's not there.
I don't have any alcohol, unfortunately, so I can't.
Well, you can always drink a bullet straight out of a gun. Kurt Cobain style, if you want to.
Oh, man.
The whole middle part of the film is routine and dull.
What?
Oh my God!
Dude, he's just saying shit from his ass.
Guys, the back bit is routine. It's not one of the most traumatizing experiences that any person is going to have. It's routine.
Jesus Christ.
Anne gets captured by Kong, and the party goes off to search for her. And
that's it. That's his description of that.
And along the way, they find things similar to what the original cast found in that movie, but Peter Jackson had to needlessly add more to it. The original film had a brontosaurus attack in it, while our film's going to have 1 million brontosauruses and raptors, and they're all going to be running after these guys at once.
So it's not the same. Cool. Anyway.
It's not exactly the same.
Not only is that unimpressive, but the scene is absolutely ridiculous. We have people running away from the dinosaurs who somehow are running just as fast as the dinosaurs are.
He says as the dinosaurs overtake them.
Yeah, exactly. They're literally running past them.
God damn it. The scene is absolutely ridiculous. We have people running away from the dinosaurs who somehow are running just as fast as the dinosaurs are.
Oh, that is ironic.
Yeah.
To be fair, we did criticize that some of them can keep up, which is a different thing than running.
Yeah, there's like yeah, that's right. There's a couple of characters like Herbert, who was like Carl Denham's like, you know, wait, I'm not sure what his role was, but like he's the older guy who gets eaten by the raptors by the end of this sequence. Yeah, like he has like a prosthetic leg, so he's kind of like has like a bit of a hobble. So like even at his quickest, at his fastest pace, like yeah, like I mean, he pretty much wouldn't be able to keep up. That's pretty.
But and I just wanted to say, because ever since that stream, I was thinking about it. For the dinosaurs, actually, it's not like so easy to go fast because they're on a very tight corridor, basically.
Exactly.
You know? So they are basically like slowing each other down, you know, constantly.
Yeah, they're all rushing, but they can't. Like they can only go so fast because they're just bumping into each other and into the walls of the canyon and all that. You know, because they're desperately trying to get away from the raptors. In fact, here's the thing: them trying to move as quickly as they could, you know, even with the, you know, yeah, it's like, you know, not only does that lend to them just sort of like still ultimately kind of like backfiring because of the limited space, but some of them, you know, end up going off the cliff because they just like they get thrown off once they get like when they have like more open space when they're at that edge, like at the cliff, and that's how some of them end up sort of. You know, like sort of like falling off, or running off, actually. So,
it's almost like there's a lot going on with this.
Yeah, there's a bit of these momentum.
Either these human beings are running at superhuman speed, or these dinosaurs are just jogging along, man. Second, the dinosaurs look terrible.
Why?
Because
he doesn't like it. Because I just want to say something, because I was also one of the people to say that I didn't really like the design of the dinosaurs here. And the thing is, at the time when I was a little kid, I didn't like them because I like Jurassic Park, right? Can you hear me well, by the way, or is it like too noisy?
It's pretty noisy. I'll be honest.
Okay, never mind then. The thing is, this is aesthetic and it's subjective. That's all I was going to say. These are Slurposaurus based.
Again, the dinosaur effects were groundbreaking for 1933, but this was 2005.
I love how he corrected himself there. The year.
Did he look at Jurassic Park and go, "Oh my God, I don't care. We saw this in 33."
You know what's funny? Jurassic Park is one of his favorite movies. Yeah. So, like, if he were to say, like, Jurassic Park, if he were just, like, comparing the effects in this film to the effects in Jurassic Park, then at that point, that'd be one, then, he probably would have a better leg to stand up, because at least he's comparing an example of CGI to another example of CGI, and how, how Jurassic Park was groundbreaking with its CGI and the mix of CGI and practical effects. So King Kong, sort of doing it as yeah, it's kind of more or less what you expect. But he's comparing this movie to the original, which again he doesn't even. I mean, we keep reiterating this. He doesn't even know how good the original is, but he still cites it as a classic. You get what I mean? You understand what I'm saying? I don't want to have to reiterate that stupid point.
You just made me think. Jurassic Park. When did Jurassic Park come out? 92?
93.
93.
Yep.
So this film came out 12 years later.
Yes.
12.
Yeah.
That's not that long.
Yeah, it's not that long, and CGI has still, has only I mean, CGI theoretically has only like gotten like better and better over time, essentially, because the technology is getting better over time. Obviously, now, granted, if you look at something like Quantum Mania, as an example, you may be fooled, but but I mean, if you look at something like the Dune movies, like the Denis Villeneuve Dune movies, you'll be like, holy shit, the CGI is amazing.
Or Avatar, or at least the new ones.
The new Avatar. Yeah, like Avatar. Like that's another example. Yeah.
We've seen this in 3 Jurassic Park films by now.
Okay, never mind. Oh well,
dude, I thought that was Cianemus pretending to be him. Did he say that just now?
He did just say that just now.
But this was 2005. We've seen this in 3 Jurassic Park films by now.
Why the
Hell, the
fuck did you
Jurassic
just
Park
use the
sequel was
Jurassic
almost
Park
10
film?
years old when this film came out.
Okay.
And it still looked better than this. Some of these dinosaurs look downright hand-drawn.
Because, oh my god. Dude, like, oh shit. Dude, what the heck is going on?
God.
No.
They look hand drawn.
Yeah, I heard you. I didn't just hear that, right? No way.
This guy totally
The
uses
sequel
AI
was
to
almost
draw.
10 years old when this film came out, and it still looked better than this.
Jesus.
Some of these dinosaurs look downright hand-drawn. Oh, did that guy just kick that dinosaur in the face?
Oh no, you motherfucker. You're not going to say that when in the Lost World, the black girl did fucking gymnastics. And then she went and said, hey, you to the rapper, and punched him out of the window. Shut up.
Yeah.
Really? What the hell?
Yeah, don't even.
Come on.
Yeah.
Oh.
That's his criticism. He kicked.
That's his criticism. Oh, Agent Brody kicked the Venatosaurus in the face. How stupid.
By the way, while he was running, so he had like a bunch of force on the
What
game.
the heck?
Awful.
That's like an argument I would have.
So
if I
while
was
this
60 years
dino
old.
attack is taking place, Ann and Kong basically just sit around together, and God almighty, get used to that.
They just sit around together. They don't do anything.
Yeah,
they
dude,
don't
just
put
sit
up the
around. You know.
characters.
Yeah.
They
There's no
didn't
character
move an
dynamic.
inch. They didn't fight. They didn't fight 3 Basisaurus Rex. They just stayed in that single spot.
Yeah, what? Yeah, like
Oh,
they
no,
know.
he means the scene before that, but still, like,
They didn't move
there's
an
no relationships developing. They just literally sit down and look at each other in awkward silence.
They just stare at
for
each
5
other.
minutes.
Yeah, I mean, look. I mean, this scene right here, like Anne's doing something. Like she thinks Kong is about to kill him, and then she uses her vaudeville skills to try to entertain him. And then when she says that's enough, Kong throws a fit, and he becomes humbled. Like,
There's not a scene where she's.
I really like that scene.
Where she's trying to escape. No, there's none of that.
yeah, she tried to escape.
Yeah.
She thought she was trying to find a way out.
But Kong wouldn't let her.
Yeah, Kong wouldn't let her. And then Kong did let her when she, after she tells him no. I said no.
That's it. That's all there is. And then boom, pounces.
Well, no,
and
doesn't
then
he
he
run off?
leaves.
Doesn't he run off when he hears gunshots or something?
I think he just kind of like goes off and no, there weren't any gunshots. Like Kong just kind of like after
He just
Kong,
left. He just left.
No,
After
yeah,
Kong-
he leaves.
after his
and then
bit,
she
he
hears-
kind of all like,
After a rock hits his head, he leaves.
Yeah, he leaves, and then she hears gunshots and she runs off. That's the bit, right?
yes, yeah,
Yes, sirree.
Kong is getting a bit ornery, but Anne manages to tame the beast through the power of vaudeville. I'm not kidding. I'm not fucking kidding.
And why is that
okay,
a bad
why is this
thing?
bad?
Why is
Yeah,
it bad?
exactly.
Does it break the film's themes? No. Does it serve zero purpose? No, it does.
if anything, she's like calling, like, if anything, this kind of calls back to the opening where, like, she is like trying to entertain people for survival, not so much like surviving like an island filled with dangerous creatures and all that, but rather just surviving the Great Depression. And,
and her just trying to make some money.
Guys, can you believe this? Like, I played the YouTube video, and then the video played. Can you believe this? Wow. This video sucks. It's playing. How is it doing this?
How's it? What?
Wow, Kong is a way more forgiving critic than I am. Oh, maybe not. So from this point on, it's all just a bunch of people walking around the island and getting attacked by things.
He's dead.
It's an adventure about jewelry.
It's an adventure about jewelry.
He died.
God almighty. It's so dismissive. It's like,
I know, right?
at the beginning of the film, they're just going from one place to another, and nothing happens. Then they get to the island. They try to leave the island.
That sounds like Jurassic Park, by the way, which is his favorite movie, or close to his favorite.
Kong and her just sit around, and then the other guys just sort of wander around for a bit. You know, what is this description of this film?
Good question.
It's so dismissive.
They're trudging through a dangerous island looking for Anne.
Yeah, and they have no idea. Like
they're trying to figure out. This island is all new to them. They're trying to figure out where the fuck to go or where to find her. They're tracking him.
Let me reword this. A group of people are adventuring through this island, being attacked on all sides by the island's denizens. There you go. That's better.
Yeah.
So just by the way, like this will mean that Kong Skull Island, by definition, is also like a terrible movie. And
yes.
Again, Jurassic
Everything
Park is also a terrible movie. Like 1, 2, and 3, by the way, they're all terrible movies.
Think about the amount of films which are literally adventures walking through places getting attacked.
Yeah, it's like like the original King Kong. You could just, I swear, you could say this shit in the same way he does, in the same tone, same wording, and everything about the original. You could do that, but people don't do that because they're not stupid.
Exactly.
And it's so long and repetitive that the first time I watched this, I honestly had to fast forward a lot
Sounds
oh
like
my
a skill issue.
Wait. Can you repeat that? Did he say
Minecraft, are you here? Does this sound familiar?
Did he say the first time he watched it?
To fast forward a lot of this.
I need to be very, very mean now, okay? The first time he watched it, probably he was like a broke-ass bitch who was watching it on the smallest like TV that he could steal from some poor person, because he didn't get immersed, he didn't appreciate the music or anything. Apparently, like he just hates everything. Probably the TV was broken. He watched the movie in black and white with some weird stripes of static and vertical. Okay, so that's why.
Okay,
then also.
For context, like a few days ago, like I was on a stream on one of Minecraft's streams, where we covered Adam Does Movies video on Primitive War, and Adam said something pretty much the same, where he's like he fast forwarded through parts of the human stuff just to get to the dinosaur shit.
This is Godzilla killing the monsters all over again.
It's like that, yeah. It's just like. We keep coming back to this, except this is this is years before King of the Monsters. Like
years.
This is a precursor.
They're getting attacked along the way. I get it. Move on.
Except he's criticizing the monster stuff along with the human stuff. You don't even get the respite of being like, well, at least the monster stuff is cool. Too bad there isn't enough of it. But no. In this case, he's criticizing the monster stuff too.
My face is in my hands. I can't believe. I seriously cannot. His criticism at the start of this video was, we are all here to see the King Kong. We're here to see King Kong and all the monsters and stuff. But that's what we're here to see. Why are we wasting our time with the boat stuff? We get to Kong, and now he's saying we're just wasting our time with this.
Yeah, because he wasn't satisfied with the Kong design and thought it was something else.
He's not satisfied with dinosaurs, you know. He's not satisfied with Kong's look.
Yeah.
He fast forwarded through parts of this movie the first time he watched it.
Guys, has he even said something good about the soundtrack at least?
I don't think he's
At any
mentioned
point?
music.
No, he's never mentioned anything good yet.
No.
What a diva! Like,
What diva?
A diva?
Yeah, yeah. No, a diva. Diva. D-I-V-A. You know, like just pretending that he deserves so much better. Like he's like they're like, bring me Citizen Kane for dinner. You know.
But make sure there's a big monkey in it.
I think very much.
Yeah, Citizen Monkey. You know, he just wants every movie to have a monkey in it. You know, so you have like Citizen Monkey. You have the Shawshank Monkey. You have the Green Monkey, which is like the monkey version of the Green Mile, which is, actually that would be kind of racist if you think about it. Monkey Busters, which is an upgraded version of Ghostbusters. Jurassic Monkey. He just has like a full
It's basically
collection.
just Jurassic Park, but with monkeys instead of dinosaurs.
The Super Monkey Brothers.
He has Planet of the Humans, where a monkey goes to a planet.
God, first they're doing nothing on the boat and you just want them to get to the island, then they're doing nothing on the island and you just want to fucking go home.
Oh my god!
I'm getting a drink.
I don't blame. I'm taking up. I'm going to the bathroom real quick.
The original Kong had a lot of
I'm
attack
back.
scenes, but once again, pretty much just to show off the groundbreaking effects for the time.
Oh my god. Anon. He's just said there were fight scenes in the original King Kong, but that was just to show off the effects. It was not storytelling in any way, shape, or form.
No.
It was not for the adventure, for the drama, for the danger. No, it's just to show off the special effects.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
He's focused on the special effects and nothing else.
Yeah.
And once again, this film has to take what was groundbreaking then and overextend it. Original Kong had a few dino attacks. Well, we're going to make everything attack these guys. Giant insects, bat attacks, man-eating vagina things.
Dude, hey, can you tell that this guy cannot differentiate a vagina from a dick? By the way.
Oh my god.
Maybe he's scared of them. That's why he thinks they look like that. But I do like bugs. Okay, they were in the original cut of 33, but they got cut out because they were too scary. Bat things. Well, there was flying monsters in the original ones. They get attacked. In King Kong, the original King Kong, there was a montage of them being attacked by things.
Yeah, they encounter a Stegosaurus, they encounter the Brontosaurus, and Kong. Well, I mean, the montage. I guess, like, if you go off of the extended cut of Peter Jackson's King Kong, like, there's obviously more scenarios that they encounter as opposed to, you know, the original where there's, like, not quite as many because it's a shorter film. But you got, like, the Stegosaurus, you got the Brontosaurus. I'm trying to think if there was something else that the crew was encountering. Before Kong does the log thing and everything.
I'll just go rewatch it, but yeah, it's the idea is that again, his description of this film is that it is 33 but longer, and now he's complaining about stuff that's in the film, not because it's long, but because it's just in the film. There are dinosaurs in it. They're being attacked by stuff. They're wandering through the jungle. Oh my god, this is so boring. This is in the original film. You say the original film was a classic.
Yeah.
So why is this one not? You make no sense.
No. See, Animus, you don't understand. This movie sucks. You know what they should have done? They should have taken Kong to space. That's what they should have done. They go to Skull Planet, and they get this space fucking monkey, and they get attacked by space fucking dinosaurs. You know, that will make everything better.
You know
You
what it's
ignorant
like?
swan.
In The Simpsons, they do a spoof of, I think it's like Titanic 2 or something like that. Or it's Titanic, but directed by somebody else. And
Roger Corman's Titanic.
And in the spoof one, it's literally like the film starts. It's just like the iceberg appears, Titanic hits the iceberg, Titanic sinks. And that all happens within a couple of seconds. And then it just gets to the two main characters, and the woman starts undressing in the boat. And it's like that is what this guy would want from Titanic. And I imagine that's the sort of thing he would want from a King Kong film. It's like, let's go to the island. We're at the island. There's King Kong. He's killed a lot of people. It's just like everything's happening so fast.
I mean, to be fair, like I probably would like to see that version of Titanic, but not because I think James Cameron's Titanic is bad. I mainly just want to see that version of Titanic because just to see what that would be like. That sounds hilarious.
Oh, do you know what this is? This is a TikTok. He wants a TikTok video of King Kong.
Don't you understand? TikTok was after this video.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
So what version? So, what would it be, like Vines or some shit? I think that would have...
I don't know. What was in 2005? Oh, this is 2012, wasn't it?
Yeah, this video was 2012. I think Vines were kind of the thing at the time. Like, that they were like TikToks, but shorter.
Pointless scenes of self-contained action that have nothing to do with the plot and only serve to overextend the film.
Nothing to do with the plot. Them trying to survive the island so that they can rescue Anne. Nothing to do with the plot.
The actor comes back for them.
Yeah.
And the film gets destroyed.
And here comes the existential crisis.
I feel like I'm making the same point over and over again, but so is the movie.
What? Well, we feel like we're making the same point over and over again because you're making the same point over and over again. It's stupid then, it's stupid now.
You always don't need to say anything, do you? Because he's just saying the same things over and over again.
So as these guys are attacked, Anne and Kong are also attacked in a scene mirroring the famous Kong versus T-Rex scene.
Which again, this is the same. Your argument, your whole thing is this is the same film again. It's like, yeah, this is the same film again, but it's like updated and longer. So why?
And once again, Jackson has to overextend the fuck out of it. We're gonna have 2 T-Rexes fight him now.
3.
Well, I mean, he's gonna put the correction there, so.
How about that? No, what the fuck for? You think just adding more shit to the same basic scene is gonna make this better? It just makes it fucking longer! And it also makes this fucking stupid. You've got 2 T-Rexes that are putting themselves in mortal danger.
Damn, I just came back and I see him shitting on the T-Rex fight. Are you kidding me?
To try to eat something the size of a bland appetizer to them. Even when they fall off a cliff and are dangling in midair, they still try to eat this girl. What is she, covered in dino-loving sex sauce or something? You'd think...
What? No way.
What?
I think they'd be like, fuck this, man, I'll just try to find a bigger and easier meal someplace else. But no, they just have to have some scrawny blonde. Yum yum.
I mean, to be fair, that's a sentence uttered by many an Essex boy.
You know, guys, you have to imagine that the T-Rexes are like, eating this blonde will make you a goddamn sexual Tyrannosaurus.
Just like me.
You know, it's not like animals fight to the death over like scraps of food. No, that doesn't happen in real life.
Yeah, my crap is saying food is running dry on the island. So, I mean, I'm trying to figure out if there's any hints of that in the film itself per se, without external sources.
Right? Like they don't fight for food. They shake they shake hands with each other and then they share it. Right, guys? That's what animals do.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's not like that. You know, it's not like it's nature and everything. You know, nature's being metal and all that.
Like I said, animals will literally fight over food, even scraps of food. It is a thing that happens. So I don't understand why he doesn't get it.
Yeah.
So, fuck. Eventually, Kong is subdued, and after this long, slow, boring, pointless, eventless second hour on the island...
I just realized something. He skipped over so much. He skipped over a lot.
He literally said bugs, and that's it. No mention of how horrific the fucking thing is.
Listen to what he says.
Eventually, Kong is subdued, and after this long, slow, boring, pointless, eventless second hour on the...
Guys, I know how to use words. Big words. Big brain. I'm smart.
No, here's the thing. Here's the thing. He left out the whole part where Kong takes Anne up in his essentially his domain, pretty much. Jack rescues her. You know, you have the thing with the bats, obviously, but mainly Jack rescuing Anne, Kong chasing them, and that's what results in Kong getting subdued because of the trap that Carl sets up.
Yeah.
And by the way, the sunset part, which, like, as I told you, remember the other day I told you that it turns out that scene has a deeper meaning, saying that Kong could potentially actually use sign language to communicate with people.
Yeah.
In a basic way.
Yeah,
So
when
Kong
Anne says
was
beautiful,
like the first one.
Yeah, Kong looks at the sunset, when on the island, and Anne says beautiful, does the gesture, and he sees that. And then later in the film, when they're on the Empire State Building during the sunrise, Kong makes that same gesture as if he understands what Anne means. And in his own way, he's saying beautiful. And Anne's all like, yes, beautiful.
That's really good. I know about any of that. That's really cool.
It's great. It's great stuff.
I realized.
Yeah, no.
I don't know when I realized that, but it also took me like a lot of watches to understand. Holy fucking shit! Because at the time, the concept of monkeys doing sign language wasn't so common as it's now. It basically became a trope, but because it became a trope, suddenly I was like, holy shit! They did it first. Because even in Congo, I think the monkey Amy is using a machine to speak, right? So I really think that King Kong 2005 was the first one to introduce the concept of sign language for monkeys, taken probably from Coco the gorilla in real life, which is like a hoax, most definitely a hoax. But still, it's the first monkey in cinema to, I think, do that. And it was well done because it was hinted at the capacity to do it. They didn't like abuse it in the same way that the Monster does, or even Rampage did after like Planet of the Apes made it like a thing.
Yeah. Yeah,
No, that didn't happen.
No, that didn't happen. No, they just sat around and did
you know what? I'm overthinking it. Yeah.
Nothing happened on the island. It was completely eventless.
They're just walking for no reason.
Right?
What a take.
Just trying to film a film.
What an absolute take. I can't believe he said that. Long, boring, and eventless. Wow.
Same as his video.
No,
the problem is his video is not that long. Well, compared to what you typically cover on here, but
honestly, for how many brain cells I've lost, you could have just like given me LSD and it would have been faster. So yes, this is way too long. I could have just done like hard drugs if I wanted to lose this many brain cells.
They're ready to cart him off to New York and present him as the eighth wonder of the world. So this is the problem with the majority of this film. The original King Kong became a classic because it was groundbreaking for its time.
Oh, he's making the point again.
Here we go.
Oh, yeah, here we go.
All right, guys, get ready.
Oh, boy.
Trying to do this all again in the 21st century is just so damned pointless. It should be a foregone conclusion that what was groundbreaking and thrilling in 1933 has now become routine and just plain ordinary, but somehow Peter Jackson just doesn't get that.
Little kid, you don't get shit. Little fucking kid, little bro, I'm gonna explain something to you. This story is a classic. Do you understand the meaning of classic, you stupid little shit? It's timeless. Timeless. It's one of the modern myths. Literally. King Kong is something that everyone knows, even if they didn't watch the movie. The story is timeless. We will get another remake. And it could be bad and it could be good, but it's not going to be because of the story. It's going to be because of the changes they make.
Yeah, what exactly is he complaining about? That
he's basically saying that they had low standards in the 30s, so that's why King Kong worked. And now that we have real standards because modern people are awesome and everyone else is like stupid and ignorant, then there's no point to remaking the movie because the movie is like primitive and like bad.
What is extraordinary in 33 is now common and boring now. And he said that about the special effects, which weren't in 1933, so I don't know what the fuck he's talking about there. And now he's saying this about Kong being taken back to New York as a prize?
About the entire story. He's literally saying that the story is not that great. It was only famous because people at the time were easily impressionable. That's what he's saying for real.
The adventure story is not a template that the original King Kong used. I don't understand what the fuck he's talking about.
Because again, like he's not really saying what he's trying to say, or I think he's maybe too stupid to realize what he's actually implying by the things he says, which is people only like the story in the 30s. Because they were easily impressionable and they had no standards because they had no reference for what could be done with special effects. Therefore, if you don't have like that new freshness or whatever, or innovation when it comes to the effects, the story is inherently worthless. And if you're going to make it, you should make it as short as possible because it's not worth exploring. So he's insulting the original story by saying that the only thing that matters is the effects. And if you're going to use it, you should make it as short as possible because it's a waste of time. If you try to develop any themes, you're just wasting everyone's time, apparently. It's so stupid.
This film is a perfect example of take what was already done and add to it. Add stuff to it.
Yeah.
Because every scene has got something extra going on with it than the previous one. And this exact moment here is perfect because in the original, Kong turns up, they throw gas at him, chloroform gas bombs at him, and then he falls unconscious and that's it. Here, they do the same thing, but now they've also got the whole Kong emotional state between him and Darrow going on as well. It's just like it's the same scene, more in it. It's like
now, to be fair, this is something that I criticize in Frankenstein, which is people have two ways to read Frankenstein. Either like Victor Frankenstein was a victim of his own stupidity and ignorance, or he was a complete asshole and piece of shit. Okay. Normally I hear that from single moms because he abandoned his son. And people who are parentless or something like that. And they really hit on that point. Oh, Frankenstein was a monster. He was a son of a bitch. And the new Frankenstein goes completely in that direction without giving you the ingenuity of having that chance to see it in both ways. Like he wasn't really a villain. He was someone really smart, but at the same time really ignorant. He was a flawed human. Like he had one of the biggest flaws of humanity, which is doing something that you don't understand. And then when you have the consequences, you realize that you should have never done it in the first place. He is a victim of himself. He's not like a complete straight up evil person in the way that he's in the latest movie from Del Toro. And in a way, I guess you could say that this movie does the same by really nailing it, that, we're really going to victimize Kong way more. But the thing is, they do it right. They don't have the line where they go like, Frankenstein, you were the real monster, it's not in your face. They're just expanding on something that was already there. This movie is not like simplifying the themes of the original, it's just expanding on them.
Yeah.
It's not choosing for you, it's just giving you more to have the story. Because to be fair, the original King Kong, he didn't have two ways to look at the story with Kong. You know, it is a tragedy, and that's all there is to it. So again, like everything he says about this movie is actually criticizing the original, and it's like he's too dumb to even understand that.
Yeah, like he has a thesis statement about this film being completely pointless because the original can never really be topped. But the examples he uses for why that's the case are reasons that he's just kind of describing that could easily be construed as him describing the original as well. Like he's essentially criticizing the original without explicitly saying the original doesn't work because blah blah blah. Like he's doing it in a very roundabout way. It's kind of like Chris Stuckman in his Madam Web video where he's like, "I'm not about bashing films, so that's why I'm not going to talk about Madam Web."
Man, I heard they got him forever.
Yeah. Vic is asking, what would you guys say sets 05 apart from other remakes? I guess it depends
other
on
Kong remakes in specific, or do you mean other remakes as like remakes as a whole?
Yeah, it's kind of, I mean, it's a bit vague because I'm kind of like going off of like, well, I mean, if you compare it to most other remakes, I would say like because Kong 05 is like amazing, whereas like remakes, you know, like there's definitely good remakes out there, but there's also some pretty bad ones too.
I mean, there's a lot of remakes that do the same, but the level of quality that they have doing that same thing is different, you know. So it's just one that's like very
remakes
like,
as a whole.
Most remakes are pretty
Remakes
bad,
as a
but there's some good ones out there. You know, like very few remakes do surpass the original in some ways.
Yeah,
like Fantastic Four.
Like
that wasn't even a remake. Yeah,
or like The Fly. I really like
The Thing, The Fly, The Blob, King Kong 2005.
Yeah, Nosferatu.
Nosferatu.
By the way, I also still think that the new Frankenstein is not necessarily like a terrible movie or anything. So I would still say that that's like an improvement over the original film. Like, you know, the one from Universal or Hammer.
To answer the question of the remakes, I think having people who make remakes because they want to make the film again, like in this case, it's Peter Jackson having a bit of a passion for the film and wanting to add more to it and explore different aspects of it. Whereas you get something like Fantastic Four, where they need to remake the film so they don't lose the license. Or in case of the MCU, they just want to expand their universe and make more products and stuff like that. It's there's no passion behind it. They don't want to remake it because they want to remake the film. They want to remake it because marketing or money.
Right.
Yeah, exactly. That's usually most of the cases. But yeah, I think it's just finding the right
Now,
people.
just about everything that happened in this film so far was in the original King Kong, more or less. But at the time of the remake's release, that was 70 years ago. Filmmaking and storytelling have changed since then. And what was acceptable in a film in the 1930s has become completely unacceptable in a modern film. I mean,
I think he was about to say.
some things you just don't question in 1933 because it's a moving picture. It's new. The logic doesn't really matter. We're all just coming to see something move on a screen.
Jesus Christ.
Oh my God. But let's hear the example that he gives because you'll love that.
Oh my God.
But in 2005, we're all just a little more conscious of the logic you're presenting in your film. So this remake just begs the question of how the fuck they got that big fucking thing onto the fucking boat!
They didn't. They dragged it behind the boat with chains wrapped around it. There you go.
Well, here's the thing. Like, even if this is like a valid criticism, you could say that about the original.
Yeah.
Like,
I can't remember where I heard it. I'm pretty sure I heard they said they'd drag it behind the boat. I'm sure I heard someone say that somewhere.
I'm kind of I mean, I'm not entirely. I don't really think there's anything I'm trying to see if there was like anything in the film that would even suggest that that is what happened. That's how they got there. Like anything that set it up.
Because in the 70s version, they did show a scene of him being under the boat. I remember.
Yeah, that's the 70s with the oil tanker. They just had him in the
Yeah.
oil tanker.
Yeah, I mean, well, here's the thing. I think I even said like the 70s version probably did like as somebody who doesn't like the 70s version, I think that one actually kind of did the best in terms of like accounting for how they were able to fit Kong in the boat. Because of the fact they had a ship that was big enough to fit him in. Whereas with the Venture, it's a bit iffy. I will say, especially when you take into consideration, and not to mention, like the fact that they lost like a good number of the crew, like the amount of manpower it would have to take to get him in the boat or what have you. It's just, that like, and it's not like the villagers would want them to take essentially their god.
They're throwing Kong.
They're not like, so it's a bit, so yeah, this is probably like here's the thing, like this would pretty much be the one point from Confused Matthew that I would agree with him on in terms of this film as far as what you could criticize the plot for, but him just saying like you don't really question it in the original, so it's not that big of a deal in that case. Then that's where I go, no, that's a problem in the original too. You may as well just like I just don't it. I guess it's just because like the original is like such a classic, like it's such a monument of cinema that like for some reason like it would almost be considered heresy to even criticize it for anything, I suppose. But at that point, at what point do you just kind of say, well, you're just kind of like criticizing the remake for things that you could criticize the original for? And again, he doesn't even know how good the original is.
Yeah. He did state that at the very beginning.
Exactly.
By the way, notice how when it comes to anything else in the story, and they set up things and they explain you the motivations of characters, it's like, I don't want to think, I want spectacle. And now for this one thing, it's like, how does that work? It doesn't make sense. Like, very hypocritical, by the way.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh, how do they move it with both?
Mm-hmm.
And now the only possible thing that this movie could do right is showing us the ape ransack the city.
Actually, just thinking about it, sorry. I know we want to get to the end of this, but one of my complaints about Godzilla versus Kong was the fact that they got Kong onto the ship. When I brought this up, I think Omniviewer actually commented to me about the Kong. They got Kong back to New York in the original film, and it's I'll argue it was a case of scale because yeah, Kong is a big ape here, but he's not huge. He's not as big as the boat that takes him that they take him back with. And again, I'm pretty sure they say they wrapped some chains around him and dragged him behind the ship. But with Kong in the MonsterVerse, he's 100 meters tall, and they've got him inside of a dome. So then they've got to somehow inject him, and it's just the logistics around it are absolutely insane once you start taking in the scale of him. And yeah, that's clearly something they just did not want to even approach in Godzilla vs. Kong. Whereas with this story, it's perfectly feasible. There's ways of doing it, and it's perfectly within reason.
Yeah, I mean, like, obviously King Kong in Peter Jackson's version or the original, like he's not a kaiju technically, but he is kind of, it's mainly just sort of logistics of how many people, like the amount of manpower you would need to get him on there, and assuming like how would they even be able to sort of control him unless it's the fact that Anne is there, maybe sort of calming him down, because otherwise they'll just the ship will just go down, I suppose. And
I could make that argument what you said, Animus, about that scene in GBK where they carried Kong through Antarctica with the helicopters. I kind of think that won't be enough manpower to carry Kong entirely through that net.
Yeah, that was ridiculous as well.
I was like, yeah, how did they do that?
They did it because it's the callback to the original King Kong.
I know. I mean, that's the only reason. That's the only reason. But
it's really the only reason.
Yeah.
Here's the thing. It was dumb in that movie too. All right, I'll just be real here.
It was funny though. Like he just stood still.
I mean, I know, but still.
It is. It's dumb though.
It's one of those things. I'm like, if I call GVK out for doing that, for doing the whole carrying Kong with a bunch of helicopters from point A to point B. Well, oh wait a minute. Actually, in the original King Kong vs. Godzilla, was it actually just balloons that carried him?
I think it was balloons, and I think 2 helicopters were on the side of him. I could be wrong though.
I still think that probably wouldn't be enough.
The thing is, and again, it's all about scale. In King Kong versus Godzilla, I'm pretty sure they were 50 meters tall.
Oh yeah, they were.
So they were half the height, and which would make them an eighth the mass. Is that right? 2, 4, or a quarter of the mass, or something like that. So they are a quarter of the weight of the MonsterVerse version of Kong. It's the whole scale issue. You start getting up to that, and you're thinking, Jesus Christ, how the hell did they?
Yeah.
Actually, let me find out.
There's a few scenes also in 2014 that are also like that, with the whole scaling.
Oh yeah, I remember the whole thing with that was they originally wanted Godzilla to be 600 feet tall.
Damn.
But then they scaled him down. But then they obviously had set pieces in there that they wanted to keep, so they just kept them in.
Like he was taller than the Golden Gate Bridge, and there was one scene where one of those helicopter what are they called, those boat things, carriers, aircraft carriers. He was like a lot bigger than any other aircraft carriers compared to GVK.
But yeah, again, it's just like they had him at 600 feet, and then they scaled him down for most of the rest of it, and it's just like they clearly didn't think about that, or they did, and they just wanted to keep the spectacle.
Yeah, that's how I was thinking. Just the scale and the moments.
In 1962, King Kong vs. Godzilla, it says Kong was scaled to be about 45 meters.
Huh.
Yeah, half the height, so about a quarter of the mass.
So half the height of like GVK Kong, I'm presuming.
Yeah, but then you've got the square cubed rule, whatever it's called, where you if you double the height, you're also like doubling his width and breadth and all that sort of thing.
Yeah. So 45 meters is 148 feet tall. So for the original King Kong versus Godzilla Kong.
Man, I can remember the hype for that movie, GVK.
Yeah.
Man. It was just like yesterday.
I know, right?
Yep, man. What the hell?
At this point, it's probably not going to be all that great, but it's all we have left. This was admittedly the best part of the film for me, but don't go taking that as a compliment to the film.
Okay.
Okay, screw you, dude.
Okay, then. Sure.
Let's see his reasoning.
At this point, my expectations were so low that I was expecting something lackluster.
That face says it all.
Which is exactly what this third act is. And that's when the big ape actually does something.
What?
Oh my god.
Hold on, I need to
Let's remember he did fast forward through most of the island stuff, which is
Dude,
why
the first time he watched it.
At this point, my expectations were so low that I was expecting something lackluster, which is exactly what this third act is. And that's when the big ape actually does something. Once they get it back to New York, we don't go right into what they're doing with Kong. We have to sit through bits of 2 completely off-the-point Broadway acts.
Off the point?
No!
Oh my goodness.
No!
Take
This
a
is
shot.
building off of Jack and Anne's relationship that started on the boat! Set up, payoff!
It's King of the Monsters all over
Oh
again.
my god.
Oh, God!
Why do we keep going back to the human stuff? Because there's a human plot going
Jack-
on? Oh, I wasn't paying attention to that, though.
Jack literally Jack tells Anne, "I wrote a play for you," and she's like, "Why did you wrote a play for me? Why would you do that? Why would I write a play for you? Isn't it obvious? This is that play that Jack is at."
Exactly.
Oh
Isn't
my
it obvious?
god!
Apparently not.
Bro, it's ignoring character development.
Jeez.
I'm losing my shit right now.
Oh god, his point, his whole
God,
thing
dude.
about the first third of the film was that all it was doing was setting up the relationship between these two characters. And now we get into the third act, and he's like, "I don't understand why this play stuff is here."
Watch the movie again. Like, what the?
He
How do you not
pointed
know?
out
Were you
that
paying
it's a
attention?
relationship thing.
You know what? Here's the thing. He doesn't even have to watch the movie again. He needs to just look over the script, what he is writing.
Yeah.
Okay, this is painful. This is actually painful.
It is.
It is.
One of which Jack wrote for Anne. This is supposed to be...
Wait. No, he actually acknowledges it.
Oh, he does.
Why? What?
We have to sit through bits of two completely off-the-point Broadway acts, one of which Jack wrote for Anne. This is supposed to be getting back to the issue of Jack and Anne being an item, but what the hell for?
Oh my god!
An item? What?
They were an item on the boat since they were on the boat, and that's the reason why Jack risked his life to go get her.
Yes. The heck.
Sweet zombie Jesus.
That issue was dropped over an hour ago.
What?
What?
No, it wasn't! No, it wasn't!
Where you fucking going?
It was Jack's motivation in the second third of the movie! What the hell do you mean it was dropped?
The reason Kong ends up being chloroformed in the face by
Jack Black is because of Jack Driscoll.
Is because he saw he saw Driscoll dragging. Oh God!
Jack rescued Anne, but in Kong's eyes, he thought Jack was essentially kidnapping her.
Yes,
and that's like I can't.
That was the trigger for him. Oh my God! But it was dropped an hour ago, guys.
Dropped an hour ago.
His brain dropped out his arse an hour ago.
We saw their budding romance in the hour we spent on the ship, then the film was about dinosaur attacks for an hour.
Ah!
Why do you think the dinosaur stuff was happening? Because Anne got kidnapped by Kong, got taken by Kong, and Jack is trying to get her back.
He fast forwarded through the film, so he doesn't understand.
Now we're supposed to be getting back to their romance again.
As if somehow we skipped it, but again, he didn't watch the film.
So you've got...
As if their romance was never part of why the second third was happening, why Jack was partaking in the adventure in the first place. Bro literally watched the movie wrong for real. Yeah, I know that I know that Patrick Williams gets memed to death about saying like you're watching movies wrong, and that's a stupid thing for him to say. And in the context of his video, yes, that is really stupid for him to say. But sometimes you can watch movies wrong.
It's kind of amazing that phrase has just come back to haunt.
I know, we don't want it to haunt us, but god damn it, there's people out there that just make it so hard to not say that sometimes.
It is unfortunately the case of he admitted that he fast forwarded through a lot of the second act of this film.
Yes.
So he missed loads of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And now we're getting to this point where he's going, I don't understand why this is happening or that's happening and why is that? Yes, because you didn't watch the big chunk of the film.
He missed
You know that.
this part. He missed the first third apparently as well because the whole he acknowledges that Jack and Anne have a relationship. When that that happens in the boat, but for some reason that no longer matters now.
I'm pretty, he didn't talk about the cave stuff too, so I'm pretty sure he forgot about that character development.
Exactly. He literally skipped over the fact that Jack getting Anne away from Kong was what brought Kong down, essentially.
Mm-hmm.
Like Jack didn't plan for Carl to set up a trap. Like he didn't. Like if he had known about it, he wouldn't want that to happen. Anyways, he would just want to get Anne back. Because when Carl and Engelhorn set the trap, Jack is all like, "Are you out of your mind?"
Yeah, the whole reason that she was saved was because of their love story going on. But no, it was dropped an hour ago.
It was never a factor when they were on the island.
Come on, we can get to the end of this.
Got one huge piece to this puzzle missing.
My God!
If the middle part of the film isn't building the romance that was established in the first part.
Oh God! Right, hold on. Let's hear this. Let's hear it go through.
Spent on the ship, then the film was about dinosaur attacks for an hour. Now we're supposed to be getting back to their romance again. So you've got one huge piece to this puzzle missing. If the middle part of the film isn't building the romance that was established in the first part, then this just doesn't work.
Dude, are you kidding? Are you serious?
Why does this happen to me?
This video is like just crumbling worse than in your hands, worse than wet bread. Like this is insane. I feel like Squidward right now. Future.
This guy's an idiot.
All right.
Gee, maybe they should have done something in the second act other than have these people get attacked by special effects.
Ah! Keep going.
We gotta keep going. We can't.
So Anne and Jack are... who cares? Carl...
Oh my God, it is...
Oh my God!
Did you just say who cares?
I can't!
This is the monsters all over again.
And he's ready to sleaze his way back to the top. Unfortunately, Kong has other plans as he finally breaks loose after realizing the girl they presented him was not Anne. Apparently, Kong has...
He was also agitated by the flashing lights from the cameras as well. The girl, like, being a fake, not turning out to not be Anne, that definitely... Let's just say... Him being taken off of his island and put in chains just for other people's amusement. I mean, obviously that would, obviously that puts him in a fugue state of just depression and just being like, fuck it, what the fuck, man? Flashing lights from the camera, obviously that'd be obnoxious. Obviously that would piss him off. But the fact that the woman that he's presented with isn't even Anne Darrow, the woman who he actually has a connection with, that is kind of like is what makes him sort of snap.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's not just that. There's a build up to it.
Mm-hmm.
He's developed a bit of an attachment to Anne specifically after, all their sitting around.
We've talked about it.
Now, here's the weird thing. Kong is mindlessly rampaging, destroying everything in his path, until he notices Jack. From that point on, he singles Jack out specifically and tries to beat the life out of him.
Right, place your bets. Is he going to say, why is he doing this?
I bet. Yeah.
I'm gonna bet.
Yeah.
Now, the way they set this up is just bizarre. The two of them face each other down like two rival lovers who are after the same girl.
Dude! Are you kidding me?
Is he going to say why? Is he going to say no, they're not? Or is he going to say what? When was this set up? He's going to, isn't he? He's going to.
Which is really unsettling because one of them is a human screenwriter and the other is a 25-foot gorilla. This is one of those elements in the story that just doesn't play well. It comes off as almost unsettling and creepy.
What?
Okay, that was different.
Okay, you fast forward through parts of the movie. I would not be surprised if you fast forwarded through him and Anne chilling out. It's not just them sitting around doing nothing. Okay, there was stuff happening. You somehow missed it. You're not watching the movie right. There's no sexual tension between Kong and Anne. Where the fuck did you get that from?
Unless you're talking about the 76 version, then that's fair.
If this is like this would be the worst case of Mandela effect ever if that was the case.
Oh no! Remember, he clearly skipped through big chunks of the second part, probably including the bit which
second
we already
half.
discussed. The second half, where we already discussed the fact that Jack took Anne, and Kong thought he was stealing her from him. So now Kong sees him and is like, "Oh, you tried to steal her from me, and she's not here now, so you've probably got her."
Yeah.
It all makes sense if you've watched the film.
Yeah. Yes,
yeah.
This continues for the rest of Kong's ape escape too. Kong is out tearing ass through New York looking for his woman, and I'll admit that some of this was kind of funny. I like how he's grabbing any random blonde he finds and picks them up, then when he realizes it's not her, he's just like, meh, and he just chucks them away.
When he does it to the first woman on stage, it's kind of not harrowing, but shocking, I suppose. He throws her right across the theater, and you see Jack Black like watching her go flying across the room. You're like, oh Jesus, that's a distance. She's not going to be all right.
Mm-hmm.
And just watching him do that with all these women, you can just imagine every single one of them is just like breaking their legs.
He's not really hurting them. He doesn't really want to hurt them. He's just disinterested.
He's not.
I mean,
really
he's
hurting them.
kind of hurting them because he's throwing them down. Well,
yeah, I'm gonna say if you got dropped from that height, I don't think you'd be having a
I
good
think
time.
he's talking about intentionality.
Well, I mean, what we're saying is like people still kind of get hurt.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
Especially because it's cold during this time too.
Yeah, Joe Smo's saying, "Are we still going?" Unfortunately, yes.
Yes, I mean YouTube almost tried to kill us at one point, but but we're still going. We're getting close to the end.
That was pretty good. But then we get back to Kong versus Jack as he manages to get a hold of a cab and steals it, and once again Kong is thrashing random people and things until he sees Jack, and he specifically singles him out again.
Why is that a bad thing?
He doesn't understand.
Especially when you consider that the movie set this up.
Yeah, in the scene where nothing happened.
Yep.
What would be the policy violations? Oh, yeah.
Hate speech, racism, ableism, terrorist support, animal abuse because Kong is dying on screen. I just wanted to say that I think that the guy was born confused. Like his mom wasn't aware of what was going on.
Yeah. Maybe.
Born different, born innocent. Yeah, the new video I've just uploaded is the end of the video with my face on it.
Okay.
It really makes the tone of this uncomfortable. It also gives us another problem with this film being set in 1933, as Jack does a fancy bit of stunt driving to get away from Kong. I don't think those old cars handled this well.
He made a mistake.
I would have to ask, like, is he sure? Like, are you sure about that?
I don't think those old cars handled this well.
Are you sure about that?
So Jack is royally fucked until Anne comes to the rescue. And if you thought you were creeped out before, boy howdy. They go ice skating, or ice scooting at least.
Did he say creeped out?
Yes.
Yes.
Why?
At this point,
Why would we be creeped out?
At this point, he's fully endorsed in the Kong and sexual relations.
Wow.
Yeah, this guy doesn't fuck clearly because it's not like there's different types of love, you know. I guess if you're an incel, maybe you think that it's all about physical stuff.
Or he just doesn't have friends, so he doesn't understand that a man and a woman can just be friends. They don't.
Well,
have
apparently he does have friends.
That
He
would
even
explain
had.
why he's unable. Oh, really?
Apparently he had. Not only did he have. Does he? Not only does he have friends, but he even had. I think there was a point in time he did have a girlfriend at one point.
Lies.
Yeah, no, lies. You lie. If you keep lying, I'm gonna call you the government of China.
Even the United Sovereignty of Uganda and China.
Yeah, exactly. No, but for real, like, if he
what the
had no
hell?
friends, it would explain why he's so unable to have, like, some type of objective recognition of the movie instead of just saying that the movie is, like, he seems unable to see other people's points of view or maybe even, like, criticize himself. Like, if he lived in a cave, I will believe it. A cave with YouTube on it. So he watches a lot of Critical Drinker and Nostalgia Critic. And so he thinks that's criticism.
I know he's watched Nostalgia Critic, but I don't think he's ever watched Critical Drinker.
Yeah, 2012. I don't think Critical Drinker was a.
Yeah, Critical Drinker wouldn't even have been around.
Sorry. We established that this guy was the root of all evil when it comes to Critical Drinker. Yeah, sorry.
It was the other way around. Who is the master and who is the apprentice?
Somehow, this guy, whose name I don't remember, has returned.
What kind of relationship are they trying to establish here? Because it's coming off like bestiality.
What?
No, it's not.
Nah, man, dude.
It's
Dude,
coming
you know, like,
off like
E.T.
bestiality.
E.T. is an analogy for Michael Jackson's relationships with children. Did you know that, guys? That's what E.T. is. It's not about friendship, it's about that. That's this guy, like, not like play with his dog or something like that.
God.
Like, it's not like not like not Hassan style, dude. I meant like normal style.
Oh, look at him giving him belly rubs. Oh no, that's not his belly.
Red Rocket, like in South Park.
I mean, I absolutely believe that Peter Jackson was trying to make this innocent, but the way he's doing it just comes off as wrong. You know, maybe if they had used their time on the island to make Kong and Anne bond over something other than staring at each other and...
Dude, this guy's so dumb.
No way, dude.
Same thing over and over again. He's just not seen the middle of the film, so he doesn't understand what the fuck's going on.
Now he's confused.
Now he's
her dancing for her life.
Dude,
This
yeah,
could have
dude,
been a bit clearer, but it almost seems like he's treating her to a night out on the town to try and get into her pants.
Oh my god!
God.
No, dude.
See, that's what I meant when I called him an incel. Like, this is what normally you have as a nice bonding moment with someone, whether they're like whatever gender, and this guy sees it as, you know, trying to get in someone's pants.
Oh, this is awful.
Unfortunately, their little love fest is broken up by gunfire, and we lead into the famous climbing of the Empire State Building scene. Once again, same scene, just more of it. This time the female lead is going just a bit more willingly than the original, but the principle is the same.
So
that's
the
a
emotionality
difference, is
doesn't
it?
completely change. Yeah, no, it's all the same except that she's like finer with it. She's kind of fine with it.
Yeah.
Context
And also-
and subtext
also the-
are things that don't exist.
It's just a completely different scene. But no,
Yeah.
Kong climbs, Kong smashes, and the planes eventually take him down. Again, in 1933, I'm sure this was all very exciting.
I'm sure this was all exciting. Okay, see, yeah, so this is just for the proof that he never even watched the original. It's just...
I'm starting to wonder if he watched this film.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Did he watch anything?
Good question.
Yeah, no, he never watched anything. He's blind, actually. That explains everything. He
Or
listens
he
to the
does.
movie.
Or he does and has dementia.
But in 2005, watching this thing swat at airplanes for 20 minutes is just a bit dull. And in the meantime, we have this scene that I just don't get. Jack is like, fuck, I've got to get up there. He's so adamant about getting to the top of the building that he gives a soldier a karate kick. And what...
It's almost like they established that he cares about the girl. It's almost like they did that, but they clearly didn't because nothing happened in the movie.
Mm-hmm.
Just
Also, what
humanoid.
is this freeze frame? Look at the soldier.
Damn.
I know.
I do remember that from like I don't know if you can see it through the overlay. Watch the kick.
Soldier a karate kick.
Oh,
God.
Jesus Christ!
He pounced at him.
Oh,
That's a kick. He
damn.
takes him off his feet.
This is Sparta.
Yeah, this again. This happens in the original film. Does he have a problem with what happened in the original film?
I mean, guys,
Does
he did
Well,
fight
I mean-
a predator, a super
Well,
predator, by the way.
I mean, Driscoll, like, being chased by soldiers and kicking them off off an elevator didn't happen in the original. To be fair, but
And what does he do when he gets up there? Nothing. He just kind of looks at Anne for a second.
oh my god!
Get her, dude.
He's either mental retardation or rage bait. Call it.
Oh, he's massively disingenuous because
This is
it's massively.
This kid's getting worse. Holy shit.
this is like the most disingenuous video I've seen in years.
This is horrible.
The thing is, this is from 2012, this is clearly from a time when people on YouTube would just say whatever the fuck they like, and apparently no one would question them on it.
The thing is,
Yeah.
people did question
I
this
think
guy
we're
first.
still-
People did question, did and still question him on his takes of The Lion King and No Country for Old Men, but this video was kind of like, this video is like arguably one of his lesser known reviews, because people don't, because his reviews on Lion King in 2001 and No Country for Old Men, they have been responded to because they were like the most infamous ones, because like he's not a fan of 2001, and his No Country for Old Men review was like so bad, like even he sort of turned on it. He turned on his own video, so because it was him just like yelling and saying nothing happened and saying "fuck you, Coen Brothers" for making this film.
Of course, he's saying nothing happened. This guy he just needs to watch some TikTok videos, I guess. Flashy colors and some key jangling.
You know what's
Same
funny?
as the previous guy.
You know what's funny? Like his favorite movie of all time was apparently Moulin Rouge.
What?
Really?
I don't even know what that is. That sounds.
That's the movie by Baz Luhrmann with Nicole Kidman and Ewan McGregor.
The
Okay.
musical.
Yeah, it's a musical.
I bet he didn't watch it. He just heard that it was like a good movie, and he decided, oh, yeah, that's gonna be my favorite movie, just like Patrick Bateman.
He just randomly picked it.
Or was it Norman Bateman from American Psycho, who just has opinions on things, but he doesn't actually really care about anything?
He didn't have a
That
watermark.
has to be it. Yeah. Because you don't watch movies if you're like this. If you're making this video, then you don't watch movies, period.
Kong takes a really long time to die, and Anne is broken up about it for no reasons.
Oh, guys, they have to kill him faster.
Dude.
reason.
No reason.
Stop, my God.
reason.
No reason.
Isn't this ironic that he just said this same thing about a Peter Jackson movie that Cinematic Venom said about Lord of the Rings? For no reason.
Fascinating how stupid this is.
Yeah.
I'm impressed. Like,
And imagine writing. I mean, I don't know if he just writes scripts or if he just jabs. But like the thing is, you have to record for a long time, right? Because like at least to me, it takes like almost an entire day just recording.
yeah.
Then you have to edit it, and then you have to like do the things on YouTube to post it. And through all of that, he never thought maybe I should buy a brain cell, like download a brain cell somewhere via Bluetooth and like install it in my head somehow. Get a special 5G package or something.
He needs to download more RAM, yeah.
Yeah, more RAM.
Download more RAM. Jeez.
Since all they've ever done together was stare at each other and scoot on the ice.
Ah!
Oh, Jesus Christ.
And Jack
I mean,
Black
never
delivers
mind
the
the
famous
fact-
line, "It wasn't the airplanes, it was beauty killed the beast." Now, it It was the airplanes.
Dick.
Now,
oh, you can just say that about the original.
Yeah.
That's the whole point. Is that the reporter who walks off just says, "Yeah, the plane's got him. Whatever, dumb beast." Then he says that line. Do you know what makes it an improvement on the original? In the original, you have all of the reporters standing around. He says, "Oh, the plane's got him." No, it was Beauty that killed the beast. And then everybody around them goes, "Oh." It's like everybody hears it, everybody reports on it. In this version, that one guy says, "No, it's the planes," and he walks off. And then he very quietly says, "No, Beauty killed the beast." And just over his shoulder is the one reporter who stayed. That one reporter heard him and wrote it down. It's just like, it makes such a difference to the meaning, the impact of that saying, because he's just saying it more to himself than as a big announcement.
It's like he realized the ending of the movie he never got to make, basically, at that point.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
He had the perfect ending and he never got to record that.
Yeah, and maybe like one guy would just pretty much write that, would take a cue from that potentially, but everyone else is just gonna be,
It's such a dramatic difference. I mean, it has a lot more. It has a different meaning to it. It's hard. It's such just a little change like that changes the whole film. This guy, he just says it, and then no, he's still wrong about it. Fucking idiot.
No nuance.
And again, he's not. He must have fast forwarded through this as well, because a lot happened up there on that building.
Oh yeah,
a lot happened with Kong
he takes out
and
the
Anne.
airplanes.
Yeah,
And
again, like the sign language thing even happened.
Yeah,
but of course he didn't pick up on that. Of course,
and she stopped the planes for a while, and it's oh my god.
Yeah, she was literally trying to save him. It's completely different from the original.
Yeah,
but no, it's exactly the same, guys.
Yeah,
but longer.
No difference
by the way,
at
like
all.
Yeah, exactly. Like him saying he takes too long to die. It's like, what a heartless piece of trash you are.
And she's sad about him for no reason.
Yeah, that's like what a sociopath would say. That's what, again, this guy is the guy from American Psycho. He just has opinions, but he doesn't have any real feelings on what he says. Like, how the hell do you have no emotions for Kong's death?
I cried a bit.
Yeah.
Yeah. It hits strings, dude. That scene, man.
But I do like the ending compared to, because in the original he's trying to reach for her and then he falls off, so the fall kills him. In the 76, he survives the fall, only to then die on the ground. And in this one, he dies before he falls, so it's almost like a more merciful death.
Yeah, I see.
And the last thing he gets to see is her.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Again, just a little bit of difference, lots of meaning.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Different, same scene, just different structure and different impacts, you can say.
Nah, it's all the same. All the same.
It's all the same.
I'll give Peter Jackson this. I don't think he remade this movie just to make money off of the name. He believed in this project, and he put a lot of his heart into this. Jackson loved King Kong since he was a kid, and it was that love for this film that made him want to do this. But this movie gives us every big problem with remakes that you can think of. It just sits there as another version of the film. There's no point to this. For the rest of time, when people think of King Kong, they're not going to think about Peter Jackson's film. They're going to think about the original, because that was the important, groundbreaking film.
That is incorrect.
Yeah, it's kind of funny that a lot of
that's incorrect.
People obviously remember the first one, but then how often do people refer to this as Long Kong? You don't even have to say the Peter Jackson's version of King Kong in 2005. People just call Long Kong.
Long Kong.
Yeah, people remember it.
This is just that movie done again in a time when it's nothing special. I've talked a lot in the past about the rules for a good remake or reboot or homage to a formula, but after actually sitting down and reviewing this film, I think I've just made a case for why remakes just shouldn't be done at all. Reboots are really the way to go. Unless you're remaking something that wasn't good to begin with, all you're gonna do with a remake is give people something that's less...
case for why no one should ever take him seriously. That's the only thing he did, and then he has the balls to say that he made the case for anything.
Yeah, that's I just no.
I'm actually tempted to make a video now comparing this review with stuff like that, my Godzilla reviews video, or like doing like just a callback to it or something, because it's fascinating.
Yeah,
how many of the same issues there are.
Yeah,
less good than the original. And what's the point? King Kong has a lot of story problems and logical inconsistencies that were a product of the time the original was made. It's pretty bad, but I wouldn't go so far as to say it's insulting. At best, it's a faithful remake to the original, but who needs that? The only thing this managed to do for me was to create a new rule for remakes. When it comes to the good films, just don't bother.
What the hell?
Your
is
rules
this shit?
don't matter. Who cares about your rules?
What
Keep
the
your
hell
rules.
is this?
we
God,
did it.
you're done.
We did it. We
I'm
fucking
surprised
did
I
it.
survived. Holy shit, dude.
I'm surprised this stream survived it.
Good
Well,
point.
yeah,
Yeah.
you didn't.
I think YouTube couldn't tolerate the same level of stupidity twice, so that's why they banned us.
But yeah, Confused Matthews, Congo 5 video. Holy mother of God.
I didn't think it was gonna be this bad. Holy hell.
I figured it was gonna be bad. Like, in fact, this is honestly one of the videos that I was kind of wanted to cover the most on C-Monster Live. Like, I was real. So it's like, well, you know what? I may as well wait until make it somewhat of an event almost. And boy howdy, boy howdy, this was something.
How long was it, anyways?
It's not even that long. I don't know how you whether or not you think 27 minutes is that long or not. I suppose when you exclude the intro and the little text bits here and there, so it's like about 27 minutes long. It's not even that long of a video actually, but compared to what we typically cover on here, but. But yeah, there was like a lot of shit that was wrong.
Total stereotype of shitting on the movie and then having the balls to be a complete hypocrite and saying, something good, quote unquote, near the end because you don't have the balls to just say that you hate it.
Yeah, like that's just the most insulting thing. Like the whole backhand, it's almost like backhanded almost when he says like, "I'll give Peter Jackson this." Like he didn't make this because he wanted to make money. It's like you could have fooled me.
It is interesting to think that he hated this film, so he made a video saying he hated the film, but then felt the need to justify why he hated the film and just made up a load of nonsense.
Yeah, well, and even just admit that he fast forward through it.
Yeah, that was weird.
That's just like you should never, like as a film critic, as a movie reviewer, you should never admit that. That's just. It's better to not say something and only be thought a fool than to open your mouth and remove all doubt.